Yeah, big up, big up, big up. Sound check. Sound check 369. Sound check 369. Sound check 369. Yeah, beg a confirmation, please. Alright, my at root. Yeah, man. Enough respect for that, you know. Me just want to make sure say ones and ones them I hear me clearly, you know, because you know want no confusion. You get what me I say? You know the reasoning, yeah. Yeah, once you guys are hearing me clearly, yeah, man, you don't know the code. Just drop us 369 in the chat. Yeah, please and thanks. Yeah, so you know, say big up to the ones and ones them where they are, you know. You know it going on. Yeah, man, you know the formality is going on. I feel big up. Um, the ones and ones them we check in bright and early. Yeah, man. My at root. Yeah, man. Big up. Merkaba 360. Big up. Only good karma. Yeah, man. All the way from over the King's land there, England. Big up. Yeah, man. Godfrey Goldburn. Big up, my brother. Self-made. Big up, my brother. Key Marvism. Up family. Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Tishima. Dunkley. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, you know. Up and running. You get what me I say? Fully active. Yeah, man. Miss Julia. Big up. You know it going on, Miss Julia. Yeah, I hear reasoning. I hear reasoning them, you know, Miss Julia. Yeah, man. Me know say when them reasoning ya drop, yeah, it's like a kid in a candy store. You get what me I say? Miss Julia, you ask me starting now. Me start already. Me start already, you know. That's why you're there so same way. You know the thing, Miss Julia, man. Yeah, man, we get the ball rolling. You get what me I say? Miss Julia, ball a roll, man. Yeah, so you know, say them reasoning them more time. Yeah, man, the ones and ones, you know the thing go. Yeah, man, ones and ones can check in with the reasoning, yeah. And know say here we go on. We just like a reason on the above mentioned topics. Yeah, man, and ones can share their perspectives and opinions as well. You get what me I say? As long as we keep it respectful, that's all I ask. You know? Yeah, man. Ones and ones just keep it respectful. You get what me I say? Yeah, so please remember, you know, to just leave a like on the stream as you enter. Cause at least that can get the thing active in the algorithm. Yeah. That's how it goes sometimes. Private figure, big up yourself, me general. You know the thing go. Enough respect. Yeah, man. Please remember if you just leave a like, you know. Moderators, yeah, I only ask some very simple favors, you know, that the moderators them, yeah, man, take a page out of my at root book and self-made them book and promote the thing. Yeah, man, just remind the audience to leave a like and a share and a subscribe. And moderators, if there's any disrespectful comments, you just remove it, but don't time out nobody. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, me there go and govern the ground same way. So I will see what go on at the chat so me can at least make a decision. You get what me I say? Also remember that you know, people are free to express themselves on this platform as long as it is done in a respectful manner. You know, you don't know the thing go. Lynette Thompson, big up yourself. Yeah, man. So as you guys can see with the topics, yeah, you don't know we're gonna deal with some occult knowledge or occult science, and do not be scared when you hear the word occult, because it simply means hidden. That's all it means, you know. It's nothing to be scared about. I know sometimes as a result of connotative linguistics, ones and ones will hear that word and it will trigger some degree of fear. But yeah, man, do not be afraid. And also, in human nature, we tend to fear that which we are ignorant to, or that which we don't know. So we are just here to just reason with the ones and ones them and just break down, certain little science or certain quote unquote knowledge about the aforementioned topic. So we have Baphomet, Yeah. Loud. Because you don't know the thing go. We done agree about December 25th because big up to the ones and ones them who, them celebrate them Christmas and them things and them believe so the 25th is Jesus' birthday and them something there. You get what me I say? Big up the ones and ones because as faith, hope, and charity say, to each his own. That's my philosophy. I don't know what's right for you. You don't know what's right for me. I think all the ones and ones them, the old souls them, where love them kind of message in the music there. Yeah, man, go check out that song there, man. 1970s song that. Yeah, man, me know say Miss Julia will know them music there too. Yeah, man, faith, hope, charity, to each his own. Yeah, that is my philosophy. So, to the ones and ones who celebrate them Christmas still, it go big up on yourself. You understand what I say? And to the ones and ones who look at the quote unquote Yuletide season. Because remember Yule, yeah, celebrate Yule. That's why them call it the Yuletide season. So to the ones and ones them who are celebrate the thing, big up on yourself same way. And to the ones and ones who look at these festive times and say, here we go on now, it's a time of gift giving and the thing go. It's a time about giving gifts and it's a time for bonding with family members and whatever. Big up on yourself. For those who will be celebrating them Kwanzaa, yeah man, just make sure you do some good research on these things because enough ones are born out Christmas, but them are celebrate Kwanzaa. So at the end of the day, yeah man, while it might sound good and whatever, we have to check out them things there and understand who start up them things there and the agenda. And we know say you are gonna have them people the Jewish people them celebrate Hanukkah, festival of lights and whatever. It's a nine candlestick. Miss Julia, hey, big up yourself, Where you going with? Miss Julia, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me
Oh,
now?
yeah, man, loud and clear, man. Big up yourself, man. Where you going with?
Oh, big up. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Well, of course, the topic, draw
Mm,
me through it because
right.
remember last time on Rick, I was going to talk about Baphomet because of that thing that came up in my life that I saw when people kind of, misinterpret Baphomet. So, and you said to me, Julia, we're going to talk about it on Sunday. I said, fantastic. That's great. So, all of that plus, you're asking about, Christmas and all of that. So, with Baphomet, what I would say or what I would implore people to do, look at the symbol, right? And actually, you can probably look up the meaning. I'm not too sure how readily available the meaning is, in on the internet or whatever. But really and truly, it actually the symbolism of Baphomet is actually equilibrium of the opposites, right? And if you look at this, if you look at the actual symbol of it, it's half man, half animal, male and female, good and evil, right? So the whole intention of of Baphomet, it was supposed to symbolize balance, right? And actually the goal of perfect order, not only in society but in oneself. Okay. So it is true that afterwards, it was the symbol was taken with the pentagram and used or interpreted for Satanism and all of that. So, but even that we can get into afterwards, right? So that's what I wanted to start with, but I'll let you have the floor because as you speak, it stimulates thoughts for me. So go ahead.
Right. Yeah, man, we definitely want to speak about quote unquote, the Baphomet, because people tend to associate it with the devil and Satan and all of those things. But
Right.
sometimes, as Stevie Wonder say, when you believe in things you don't understand, then you suffer.
Yeah.
Superstition isn't the way. That's what
Right.
Stevie Wonder said. You get what me I say? Big up
Mm.
in a dancehall vibes, Stevie. Big up in a oral, Donaldson. So we definitely want to reason on it, because a lot of people are afraid to even talk about these things. A lot
Mm.
of people are afraid to even look at these images and try to even say, what this really mean? Sometimes we depend on others to feed us information. As a result, we do not apply critical thinking. We do not
Mm.
analyze certain signs and symbols.
Right.
We see these signs and symbols around us every day, but we still don't understand them. And
Mm.
when we see some people that tell, we say, oh, this is the devil, this is Satan, this is Lucifer, and all that nonsense.
Mm.
It carries that negative connotation. You get what me I say?
Right.
So you can post up, you can have a lot of friends, Miss Julia. And
Mm.
Nikki Willie, big up yourself, Jamon. Yeah, man, enough respect. You can have a lot of friends.
Mm.
And if you post up all a Baphomet picture now, we're going, half of your friends list gone.
Mm.
You get what me I say? Unfortunately, because because of the concept that, oh, this is evil and whatever. So yeah, man, we definitely have a reason about that, so we can
Mm.
break down the thing
Yeah.
um to a level in a layman's term where
Right.
ones can understand the thing, because that's the reason why I schedule it for what 4:30, yeah, because me
Mm.
don't want to focus on number 7, yeah, and then we schedule it for 5:20, and then we
Mm.
start 5:02. So yeah, we still up on the 7, because the Baphomet was called the sabbatical goat as well,
Yes, it was. That's
right?
right.
Yeah, it was called the sabbatical goat.
The sabbatical
And
goat. Yeah.
right, and when you're speaking about the Sabbath, you know how that go. You're talking about Shabbat in
Right.
Hebrew, which translates to 7.
Right.
You get what me I say? You see like how the General L.A. Lewis, yeah man, big up yourself, Kenny Marshall. You see like how the General L.A. Lewis will say 777. That is what the Sabbath means when we go to its etymological meaning. Yeah man, see all dancehall vibes TV. Yeah man, definitely I
Yeah.
say what me I said there. Yeah, dancehall vibes
Big up
TV.
dancehall
And
vibes TV.
yeah man, it looks scary, you know why? Because you're not too overs what it means still. But big up
Right.
yourself. Yeah, man. I trust that at the end of the day, when the reasoning finish, you can have a
You
clear,
can feel better about it.
understanding, overstanding. I get what me I say.
Right.
Yeah,
And
man. So
also, let's go back to the goat, what you just said. Okay. So now
right,
that goat head, right? Which is basically the upright and the inverted pentagrams, right? When you look at it, the way how it's crossed, right? Agreed?
right.
Okay. So now that those two pentagrams, right? Basically, what is basically representing is spirit over matter, which is basically holiness over evil. That's what it is, spirit over matter, because especially during that time, right, they were saying that the upper man, the spirit being led by the spirit, is wholeness by than the lower man, right, which is matter, which in metaphysics it means, the matter and the things of the flesh, right. So basically that's what it is. So there's nothing to be afraid of. Adam and Eve, all of that. Samael and Lilith, right. You there?
yeah, man. Me there, Mr. Julia, man. Me
Okay.
there, Alice, here, man. Just
All
go
right,
and
well,
do your
you're
thing,
listening,
man.
but you're not actively listening.
No, but
I
I
don't know
said
if you
go
hear
ahead.
me.
I'm listening, so you can say
Okay,
what you
yeah.
are say, and then we can interject.
So yeah, so what I'm asking people, really, the sabbatical goat, if you look at it, really look at it, right? It is really supposed to be the concept of balance, right? And perfect social order. One hand up, one hand down. Half man, half animal. Half male, half female, right? And there is light. So, you know, it was used in a, and also if you look on the arms, if you look on the writings of the arms, right, there's Latin words there that says salve
And
coagular,
coagula. Right.
which means to dissolve and
Mm-hmm.
coagulate, which are
Right.
two
Right.
opposites as well, right? So
Exactly.
it's balance,
Exactly. Right.
right? All right, so
right?
I'll let you go again. Sorry.
Yeah, man. So remember it's the goat,
Right.
and we are in Capricorn as well. So it's
Yes.
only fitting that we reason about the goat. You get
Right.
what me I say? And in
Right.
biblical times as well. In biblical times as well, that God in the Old Testament always wanted, a ram to be
Right.
sacrificed.
Right.
Always a ram. You get what me I say? To be sacrificed. And we can look at the story of say Abraham
Mm-hmm.
and Isaac, right? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
man. When that God in the Bible tell himself he go sacrifice Isaac. And that's the
Mm-hmm.
reason why again, it's going to dovetail into another topic of is the God of the Bible, Satan.
Right.
Yeah, because we need to establish what kind of God that the Bible would deal with. But
Right.
when it comes down to the Baphomet now, right? You look at one and up, one and down,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, as above, so below,
That's right.
right?
As within, so without.
Right. So in the Bible it says on earth as it is
As
in
it is
heaven,
in heaven. Exactly
right?
right.
As it is in mind, so it is
It
in
is
matter.
in body and in matter. That is right.
Right. So it in essence represents the law of correspondence,
That's right.
Success over height, big up yourself. So in essence, it represents the law of
Law of
correspondence,
correspondence.
right? As
Yes.
above, so below. So
Right.
that is one.
And also the law of cause and effect as well. Not only correspondence, but cause and
Right,
effect.
right. I mean, that's the reason why I said the sabbatical goat, because we are going to deal with the seven. And remember, when we say seven, we are dealing with the
You can hear
seven.
me?
Yeah, Miss Julia, I'm hearing you. Are you hearing me? Miss Julia, I'm hearing you.
Can okay, sorry. I don't know. It was chopping off a while ago. What did you just say? Sorry.
No, I'm saying that's the reason why at first I said we are going to deal with the sabbatical goat. And we
Right.
make sure we focus on the seven because the seven are deal with the universal laws or seven hermetic principles.
That's
Because when
right.
we mention the law of correspondence or the principle of correspondence, we're referring to the, seven hermetic principles. Jaim, big up family, you know the thing go. You get
Yeah.
what me I say? So when you look
Mhm.
at the goat, right? And say as above, so below. One hand pointing up, one hand pointing down. Right? So it has show the law of correspondence there. So
Mhm.
you see half male, half
Mhm.
female, right?
Mhm.
And that's dealing with the law of what? Gender.
Gender.
Right? Right, because
Yeah.
you know it go. And that even ties back into even the book of Genesis. I think it's Genesis. In the book of Genesis, me know say the Bible did say boy what? Male and female
Created he
created
them.
he them
Mhm.
and blessed them and called their name Adam.
Mhm.
So in reality, yeah man. So pretty much Adam was the first androgynous
Right.
character. Because when you look at the Baphomet, it is reflecting the science of androgyny.
Androgyny. But
You get what me I say? Yeah, got you.
before you even go there, let's go back to the root. Remember, Baphomet was actually formed from the Greek word baphemetos, right? And what does that word mean? Remember, it means the baptism of wisdom. That's what baphemetos means. And that's that in Greek. And that's what Baphomet is actually come from, right? So there's so much to this, right? And of course, you know all of it with Freemasons and the Templars of the Knights and all of that stuff, right? The Knights Templar, right?
Right,
Right. So right. So Baphometos actually from the Greek word itself actually means, right, the baptism of wisdom,
right,
which is always balance. Because that's what they say to, even in metaphysics. They say like the female is the instinct is the instinctive and the nurturing part. The male is the wisdom and the practical part. But you need both. You need the yin and the yang, both for wisdom, because
right,
you can't just be wholly head or wholly into your emotions, because both ways will fall destruction, right? But you need the balance, you need both. So anyhow, go ahead. Yeah.
right. So when you look at the Baphomet, and it means to be baptized in wisdom, right? And you
Yes.
look at even Greek,
Yes.
wisdom would be Sophia.
Yes.
You
That's
get what I'm
right.
saying? And
Yes.
when if you're dealing with the Cabala, that would be the Ein Sof.
The iron soft.
If
That's
you're
right.
dealing with the Kabbalah. So when you're dealing with Sophia, you know it go. You're dealing with wisdom. Uptown
That's right.
TV,
That's
big
right.
up yourself in the family. You know, say a goodly year reasoning this too, big up yourself, family. So when we
Yeah.
are dealing with wisdom, we're dealing with Sophia. You
Sophia.
get what me I
That's
say,
right.
Sophia, and if you are dealing with Kabbalah, it's the Ein Sof,
Right.
right? So
Facts.
when you look at the Baphomet and you see the flame on the head, it's
Right.
talking about the flame of intelligence, which represents spirit above matter.
Spirit above matter.
Because remember, the
Exactly.
fire always
Right.
represents spirit.
It's
The flame
spirit.
always represents spirit because even though um it is material in nature,
Right.
its essence is also above the material
That's
because every
right.
fire need oxygen, so to
Every
speak.
fire needs air. That's right.
Right, right. And just like smoke, yeah, man,
Right.
smoke is not bounded to the material.
Exactly.
Fire is not bounded to the material as well, like that.
Exactly.
You get what
Exactly.
I'm saying? So the flame of intelligence at the top of the head, right, where you see the fire burn,
Right.
right? That's the flame of intelligence. I remember say the fire also represents purification.
Purification, but actually it's not only the flame of intelligence also, but enlightenment as well, because if you notice where it is placed, it's not really necessarily on the third eye, it's actually above where the highest chakra is, which is above the head. See what I mean? So it is not only, you are correct in what you said, of course, but it also means the intuition as well, the that channel to beyond, basically, right? The inlet and the outlet. So yeah.
Right, right, right,
Yeah.
right. So at the top of the head, you see the flame of intelligence.
That's right.
The two horns, represent the right and left hemisphere as well, are the Jachin and Boaz.
Yes, that's right.
In masonry,
That's right.
the yin and the yang, or the Ida and Pingala, stuff like that.
That's
So you
right.
realize the left and right hemisphere. You get what me I say? Yeah, man.
Yes,
So that have to deal with duality as well.
that's right. And
You get what me I
balance.
say?
That's
So
right.
that again now is another law of quote unquote, or the Hermetic principle.
That's
You get
right.
what me I say? And then now you look at the penis is like an erect penis, but it's like the caduceus
Right.
with the two entwined serpents, right?
Right.
And the two entwined serpents, one supposed to be black, one supposed to be white because it represents the Ida and the Pingala.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? And you know what he
Yes,
said? Both of them are intertwined, and that's why even in the Bible it says, "Be ye wise as serpents."
that's right.
Unfortunately, religion cannot take the serpent thing and corrupt it to a point where it carries a negative connotation,
But before you
especially with
even,
what transpired in the book of Genesis.
right, but to in order to even touch that properly and effectively, right, we have to go into the actual word demon, right? Because people have used that word demon and made it into something completely different than what it actually is, or what it was meant to be, right?
Right,
Remember, demon comes from the Greek word daim, is the Greek, right? Daimon, right?
right,
Which actually is it wasn't listen, Christianity really did a number on Christians, because demons at first was not seen as anything evil. They were just seeing as a superior power for good or for evil, right? It was actually the New Testament that actually started to put it into evil and the devil, etc., etc. But a demon, Daemon, daemon, right,
right,
was actually just, it was not something like a it was not like what you see now, like with the hands and working for the devil and all of that stuff, right? It was actually a superior power. Could have been an angel, as what we know it as right now. You understand, right? So there's that too. So when you see like even, and you see that actually progress a long time, whereas it was, they were seen as being under the rule of God, so God allows certain things to happen, right? Like
Right.
like the snake in the garden, like what happened to Job, like many countless things that we can go and get to. I'll go and get my Bible when you take a break, right? So like all of those things, right? So you know, how you see, how you see demon is not necessarily how it was meant to be. So even this deity here, Baphomet, right?
Right.
Seen as evil. It really was not evil. It was not supposed to be construed as evil, right? But as we have spoken about before, whatever people don't understand, and because it looks scary, right? People put a certain thing towards it, and then we have all of this conditioning of goats being evil, sheep being good, and
Right.
horns and all of that stuff, right? So that's
Right.
that too. Anyhow.
Yeah, man. Really legit. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, you know. People, we have 36 people in the building. Yeah, man. Please remember to just leave a like on the stream. And if you're new to the channel and you appreciate the content, yeah, man, please feel free to leave a subscription as well. The link to join the panel is pinned at the top. So anyone who wants to check in and share their thoughts on the aforementioned topics are free to do so. Because I see really legit Miss Julia, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said that it looks like it is straight from Voodoo. No, really legit. You see over here, so family, we not deal with no look like,
Looks like.
looks like,
It
you get
looks
what me I
like.
say? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, and then no, really legit say, in voodoo or voodoo, the devil is worship. Really legit. Yeah, man, click the link and come tell me what is the devil.
Yes, and
Because
tell
man,
us
I
all
really
about.
love to get your perspective on that too. And that's the reason why we try to keep the panel engaging. So ones and ones can feel free to check in and give us their perspective
Yeah.
because I'm learning something new, really legit, that in voodoo or voodoo, the devil is worship. So, yeah, man, it would be good if you could give us an update on that. You get what me I say? Indigenous movement. Big up yourself, my family. You don't know it go. So, Miss Julia, all right,
Yes, I'm
when we're
here.
looking at the Baphomet and we're looking at its first point of reference, as they would say, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they would say, well, the first reference of it was like maybe the 11th century,
Yes, that's
right?
right.
And
Yeah.
then now, this brother in the 19th century,
Mm-hmm.
his name is what? Eliphas Levi, right?
Levi.
Right,
Well, yes,
Eliphas,
Levi. Yes,
Eliphas
that's right.
Levi.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, is him really, as them say, him actually draw it and coin the term and stuff like that.
that's right.
You get what me I say? But
Mm-hmm.
then now, remember the Knights Templars as well in the I think it was in the 12th or 13th century.
Yes, yes,
Jacques de Molay and the
yes.
Knights Templars, they were accused
They
of
were accused of
worshiping
worshiping
quote
it.
unquote
That's
Baphomet as
right.
well. And
That's
you
right.
don't know how that ended for them. It never ended so
It never
well.
end
And
very well.
and remember the Knights Templars were very powerful.
That's
They
right.
were very powerful. They created their quote unquote fraternal order. You
That's
get what
right.
me I say? They quote unquote started Freemasonry in Europe.
That's
And
right.
and and the reality is was that Baphomet was the center of their Masonic order,
Right. But
right?
the
But
thing
but
is,
because yes, got you.
right? People are saying with that okay, with that side of history now, they're saying that Baphomet was actually a bastardized way of them saying Muhammad. And because of the fact that the Templars were all over Europe, right? And they had long military occupation, right? In the Outremer, right? They had basically started to be half Islamic. That's what they're saying. They're saying that, well, what we have learned, and even from the from the Encyclopedia Britannica, and even from the History Channel and all of those stuff, when you watch those documentaries, which I love,
Right,
right? They say that a lot of the Templars started to incorporate some Muslim traditions. They started to adopt some doctrines from the Muslims, even though they were their enemies, even though
right,
they were their enemies. That's what they say. So they say that actually Baphomet was actually a French corruption, right? Them bastardized it in the French tongue, which was supposed to be Muhammad, right? So we have all of these things from different origins. The first, some people are saying that okay, it's definitely from the Greek, because what it does, and this is true, from the Greek, it does mean being bathed in wisdom, right?
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
then there is also this now, right? So there we go.
Well, let's not forget that Greek culture
Mm-hmm.
is highly influenced by Eastern culture,
Facts.
which is the quote unquote Levant, or
Facts.
the Near East, or
Facts.
Fertile Crescent, or Middle East, whatever, and
Yes.
Egypt. So you
Yes.
realize, um, even though the term Baphomet might have its Greek origin, when you look
Yes.
at its etymology, it goes back to Egypt.
That's right. It does go
And
back to
let me
Egypt.
tell you why.
Go ahead.
You will hear they use the term in reference to the Baphomet as the goat of Mendes.
Yes.
You heard that before?
I've heard that before.
All
But
right.
go
So
ahead. Continue.
are you familiar with the Mendes part?
Go ahead and talk because
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I
because all
remember.
right, in Egypt, there was a Mendesian cult, or the cult of Mendes.
That's right.
You get
Mhm.
what I'm saying?
Yes,
And when
that's
we use
right.
the term cult, people, while in Western linguistics, right? When you hear cult, and it kind of denotes blind servitude, you don't question anything. We saw that play out in a Jamaica with Kevin Samuels, and the man tell him a next man to cut the woman throat and while and nonsense there, right?
Mhm.
And he did that. That is a cult. We saw that with Jim. What's his name? Jim Jones in a
Jim
Jonestown side,
Jones.
eh?
Yeah, Jim Jones.
Right, right. That's a cult because
Yeah.
people follow blindly. But in antiquity, when they mention these cults, it's more like a Eurocentric terminology to say these were groups of thinking, or these were schools of thought,
Facts.
so to speak. But because the Western world wanted to demonize them as well, they tend to
Facts.
say, well, oh, the Mendesian cult. So the Baphomet was also first and foremost called the goat of Mendes, and
Right.
that was significant because Ra was depicted as the ram. You get what me I say, Miss
Facts.
Julia?
No, yeah, facts. Facts.
Yeah,
Ra,
and
so much
remember
the
that the
sun.
ram was symbolic of the sun.
The sun.
That's why
Exactly.
Ra was
Ra is the
symbolic
sun
of the
god.
sun.
Sun god.
And that's
Yeah.
why you call what Amen Ra, right?
Amen. Ra.
Or,
That's right.
the hidden, right?
Exactly.
Right. So,
Facts.
and then now we know when people are pray, them say Amen. That's why even though people
Amen.
are Christians and whatever, me not really bash them and their way of life, because me know so at the end of the day, when them pray, them are pray to an Egyptian deity. Because
Right.
them say Amen. And the reality is that word Amen is Egyptian. That now have
And
nothing to do with Christianity, or Europe.
that is facts. And also too, because of the fact that we know that tolerance is the way, and we know that there are many ways up the mountain. So who are we to choose? That's why we don't bash people. So that's there's
Right,
also that.
right, right. And we definitely also understand that, people evolve,
Exactly.
and some of us, we have our strong points and we have our shortcomings. That's
Right.
just human nature. But
Right.
when you look at the Baphomet per se, right, and you look at the sun and the moon again,
Right.
on each side. You get what me I
Right.
say? Yeah, you
Balance.
have the sun on one side, the moon on one side. That is equilibrium or balance again. This.
That's right. There you
You
go.
understand me I say? And it's
Faga.
still in reference to, as above, so below, or, sun and moon, that is also polarity. Also, the sun was also masculine in nature,
Masculine and nature.
while the
Yes, that's right.
moon was feminine in
Was
nature.
feminine.
And
That's
that's the
right.
reason why, even in the Mesopotamian or Babylonian, their deity was Sin, Sin.
Sin. Right. And
And
also
Sin was the moon deity,
the moon is also water, and the sun is
right?
out, and the sun is also fire. So the
Right, right,
elements
right,
that need, yeah.
right, right. Correct. And if you notice as well, um, the Baphomet is sitting on what? The earth.
Right.
Notice that globe, that's the earth.
Yes, that's right.
You get what I'm saying?
That's
So you
right.
actually have earth, ear, right? Because the ear, even though it might not be as brawling as that, so to speak, or conspicuous as that, you notice what in that photo, Miss Julia,
Yeah.
would you say represents ear?
What in that photo represents air, first of all, is the fact that the fire is burning. because you
Right.
cannot have fire
Right.
burning without the air, right? That's the
Right.
first thing,
Right.
right? And also let me look at it again. Yeah, so that is what I see. And around the fire there is scribbles around it as well.
Right.
And also the wings. Well, the wings mean so many different things, right? Wing beings mean so many different things, but the fact that the wings are there too, like
Yeah, I'm
that
very happy you said that. I'm happy you
yes,
said that because I was gonna go there if you didn't.
yes,
Because
yes,
and that's why even in the Bible, the quote unquote angels had wings,
wings,
which
exactly.
which means that they are not tethered
They're
to
not
the
tethered by the
material.
ground, by the material.
You get what I'm
Exactly right.
saying? They are
Exactly
above
right.
the material.
They're above the material.
And we know, so where there is fire, there
There's
is
always
air
air.
or spirit, so to speak.
But not
And that's
only
why.
that, but the wings also symbolize Imhotep. And I know you know, but we love jog each other memory while we talk. The wings also symbolize another step of enlightenment, another step of evolution. That's what they also symbolize, right? The fact that something that was stuck to the ground, right, which our heels will crush, right? Reptiles, right? Even through science, they say that evolution happens, right, from certain beings, and then they start to fly. So wings also, symbolize the evolved being or an evolved being, because you're not weighted down by the pull of the material and the pull of the flesh. That's what it means also.
Right, right, right. So when you look at the quote unquote four elemental forces, right?
Yes.
Earth, air, water, fire. You
Yeah.
see all of that in that photo,
All of them.
right? But
All of them.
you also see the pentagram.
Also see the pentagram. But before we get to the pentagram, remember you were just talking about the snakes,
Right,
the
right.
black
The
and the white
serpent. Yeah,
snakes,
yeah.
the serpents,
The and the caduceus, where they call the
the
Ida and the
cadus.
Pingala. Right,
Right.
right.
But let's play a little bit. Where else are you seeing that? Start with med and with it
No, no,
finish
I'm
it
talking. I mean, you
medicine,
can. Yeah, yeah.
right?
The world medical
Medicine.
symbol, the world
Exactly.
medical symbol, because the
Exactly.
serpent
Exactly.
actually represented healing.
Good. Great. That's why I didn't want to leave off of it so fast, because
No,
I'm
no,
like,
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's
okay,
fine.
right? So it means healing, right? And causing no harm, actually, right? But the fact that both have to exist, health and the opposite of. You understand what I mean? So there you go. So that's also there too. So
Right,
yeah,
right, right. Because it's pretty much as well. The serpent. It represents also the Kundalini energy that
exactly.
rises up to the kingdom of heaven, so to speak. You get what me I
Exactly.
say? But
Yes,
when it
that's
comes down to
right.
the Ida and the Pingala now, you
Yes,
realize that those are the quote unquote coiled serpents
that's right.
on the caduceus,
Mm-hmm.
and at the top of the caduceus is a little small circle which represents the pineal gland as well.
The pineal gland. That's
You,
right.
you,
That's
you
right.
get what I'm saying? So
That's right.
the serpents, yeah, actually represented healing. And even
Healing.
in the book of Exodus, I think it was Exodus, right?
Mm-hmm.
When quote unquote Moses was in the desert with the
Yeah.
Israelites, right?
Yeah.
They were they were bitten
Right.
by some venomous serpents or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Moses put a serpent on one staff, and they had to look up on the serpent and be healed.
Right. But
You get what I'm
actually,
saying?
too, that is true. And that is not only is that you see, that's why there's so much wisdom around if we just know how to look at it. Because really and truly, another reason for the serpent, the black and white one, being source of healing as well, or symbol of healing, is because the same thing that causes harm can actually heal you. That is the whole message of it. Because really and truly, if you get stung by a snake bite, right, and that venom goes inside of you, right,
Right.
they actually use the same venom from the snake to actually heal the snake bite. They actually create medicines,
Facts. Facts.
right? And this was from Egypt also. It's not, don't make them fool you and make you think say it's Western, it's all Western. No. From Egyptians, they've been milking snakes. They know how to do that, and they know how to make it into the medicine for a snake bite. You understand? So the
Right. And,
same,
and if you look at the Uraeus, you get what me I say?
right
Yeah,
there you
it's the
go,
serpent.
the
You get what I'm
serpent,
saying? Right.
and that also ties into belief. The same thing that can kill you can cure you. Belief kill and belief cure, right? Your mind, it ties into the forces of your mind and how you plan and how you use it. It can be used for destruction or it can use for enlightenment. You understand? So
Right.
these serpents here, they're very symbolic. The same thing that can kill you can also cure you. So never
Right. Right.
forget that as well.
Right,
Yeah,
right, right, definitely. And for those who might hear me say Uraeus, yeah, it is mostly like ancient Egyptian where you see the serpent. If you see the Egyptian pharaohs, yeah, man, you will see the serpent atop the Atef crown or whatever,
that's
whatever
right.
crowns they wear, you will see the serpent on top of it. So the serpent and the sun, so to speak, because the sun is synonymous with Ra.
With Ra,
Right, with his masculine is,
which is
and that's why,
masculine.
right, and the moon is the
It's
feminine. So
female, that's
again, now
feminine.
it ties into the principle of gender right there
Facts.
as well, and
And
it is
don't
just
let any
symbolic languages
symbology, but
that
it's real.
we have to read them up sometimes, and break them
Right.
down.
Symbology, but it's real. And don't let anybody don't think that it's a misogynistic view. It is not. Because really and truly, Ra, sun, is the provider. Okay? And that is masculine. And even all through history, we see that, right? The moon is reflective, right? Intuitive, guides you through darkness. That's female, intuition, right? So a lot of these symbolism come from a lot of ancient wisdom that is still prevalent today. Okay, so don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Anyhow, I'm listening.
Yeah, Miss Julia, I totally agree with that.
Mhm.
Sometimes because we are so caught up with organized religion, and that is all we were taught. You get what I say? Really
Mhm.
legit. Yeah, man, you can check in and enlighten us about some voodoo and voodoo. Because me hear you say them things are devil worship. So you can check in and tell you what go on with voodoo and voodoo, man. You get what I say? Yeah, man. Des, big up yourself, Chang. Big up yourself, ever bless. Big up, you know the thing
Big
go.
up, ever blessed.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So as I was saying, Miss Julia, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
When you look at the Baphomet, right?
Yes.
And people say, oh, it's the devil. And you see the pentagram.
Mhm.
The pentagram, they say it's a five-pointed star, right?
Yeah.
And they look at the pentagram as being evil
Mhm.
because it's a five-pointed star.
You know what my answer to that is? The first thing is go in front of the mirror. Put your Go on like as if you're going to jumping jacks. Put your feet apart and put your hands apart. What
Mm.
shape is that?
Mm-mm-mm.
There you go. Right?
Yeah, man, Miss
Adam
Julia,
and
you're
Eve.
dropping some gems right there. So because what's this, Miss
Yeah.
Julia?
Yeah, my dear.
When it comes on to the esoteric
Mm-hmm.
side of Islam, it's called Sufi Islam.
Sufi. That's
But
right.
it is synonymous with Sophia
Sophia.
and the Ein Sof. It
That's
still
right.
represents wisdom.
Wisdom.
So in Islam now you have Sufi Islam, right? Which
Yes.
which which actually represents the wisdom teachings of
That's right.
Islam, right?
That's right.
So even in the Sufi Islam, and
Mm-hmm.
you hear about the five-pointed star and
Mm-hmm.
the Baphomet head. You look at it
Mm-hmm.
and then you say, is there any star that have
That is
five
five point
points?
points.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people will see it and people will say, "Oh, this is evil, and it's the
Mm-hmm.
pentagram." You get what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it is some devil thing
Mm-mm.
because the five-pointed star.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's
And it
Adam,
begs the
Eve.
question: you ever see a
Mm.
star yet that is five-pointed? No.
No,
So it must be symbolic.
it's
Got you, Miss
symbolic.
Julia?
Yeah, it's symbolic. The upright and the inverted pentagrams, as I said before, right? It represents spirit over matter and matter over spirit, respectively. Okay, so it's balance again. Adam and Eve, Samael, Lilith,
Right,
right?
right,
And
right.
again, stand in front of the mirror and hold your hands apart and spread your legs apart. What shape is that? Okay,
Right,
that is the upstanding side. Go ahead.
right, and as I was gonna say to
Mm.
in the Sufi Islam aspect of things,
Mm-hmm.
you said it. Stand in front
Mm-hmm.
of the mirror. You get
Mm-hmm.
arm, leg,
Mm.
leg, arm, head,
That's right.
and that is where they get the word Allah
Allah.
from
That's
when
right.
it comes down to the Sufi part. I mean,
That's
even
right.
in Moorish science, they break that down for you as well. You get what I'm
Yes.
saying?
Yeah.
Because remember that the word Allah is all law.
All
You get
law.
what I say? Yeah, it's
Right.
all law.
And
It is the all law. So it
all
is the
law.
law or the Lord or whatever. You get what I'm
Exactly.
saying? It's just
Right.
that unfortunately, people kind of anthropomorphize it and we give it human characteristics. And a
Right.
man say, well, yes, man, they get instructions from Allah to
Right.
do this and do that and all that stuff. But in actuality, it represents all law.
All law. And all law. And really and truly, when you hear Muslims say it, they don't. I've always heard the AU diphthong,
Right.
Allah, and the AU is the sound of God. In wherever you go, right? That sound, AU, is found in the sound of God, Allah, um, um, even Buddha, right? Krishna. Wherever you go, the name of God usually has the AU diphthong inside of it, right? And it sounds that way. And the AU, right?
Right,
So
because
that's the
that's why
sound of God.
yeah, because when Moses did ask,
Mm-hmm.
quote unquote God on the mountaintop, who should I tell Pharaoh
Just say,
sent me? And say what?
it's tell him
AUM,
I am, I
AUM,
am,
right?
right,
You get what I say, and that's why it was the unspoken name for God.
name
Yeah,
for
you
God,
couldn't speak it back then. You could
right?
never say
You could
You
never
get
say
what I say? No, you could never say that. But
but
what me think? Big up yourself,
mhm,
private figure, big up yourself, Yeah, man.
big
Rollis,
up.
big up your check-in. King
Mm-hmm.
Asar, big up in your family. Remember, family, anytime you promote the music, remember to check in, Yeah, man, now we can just deal with some promotion, you see it? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
man, promote the music. Cause the youth where a years, I know the youth are from about 2000 and about 5 or 6. So
Mm-hmm.
sir, as some 18 years are now going. Trust me, as a
Wow.
matter of fact, him name King Asar, and him can tell you. And me tell him say, yo, him to name Asar. You get what I say? Yeah, man, and
Yeah.
in a real life.
Very
So a long
significant.
time
Very
with upon them
significant.
journey they still. You get what I say? But
Yeah.
going back to when you're referring to the arm, leg, arm, head, right?
Yeah.
And the 5-pointed star. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
in actuality, that's what the 5-pointed star represent.
Yes.
But you see, I think a lot of people out there they embrace so much conspiracy theory that
Mm-hmm.
whenever they hear about the 5-pointed star or the pentagram,
Right.
it carries a negative denotation to it. You get what I say?
That is true. That is true. And a lot of Christianity have a lot to do with it, right? And also, Satanism too. I guess that's what they call it, right?
Huh? What's
Because
that?
the sigil of Baphomet, which is
Right,
the official symbol, right? The
right,
Church of Satan actually adopted that symbol, and they
right,
continue to use it as Satanists. Now we can go into that about the Satan and what that mean actually in the Bible and stuff like that. I'll let you continue your flow, but there's
right,
a lot there as well. There's a lot there, and I have some scripture parts that actually will shed some light on certain things where you know God allowed Satan or the angel of destruction to visit certain and certain. Well, we can get to that, but go
Right,
ahead,
and even
go
the
ahead,
book
go
of
ahead.
Job, Satan
Job,
and
all
God,
of that.
yeah,
Yeah.
man, them plan up and deal with Job wicked and them sitting there. Just to prove
Mm.
him faith and them
Just
something.
to
So
prove
more have
his
to know
faith.
what kind of God that. So yeah, man, we will definitely talk about that when we reach on that part there.
Yeah, we
Cause I
reach
remember
one
me have one
apart.
part where say he's the God of the Bible, Satan, you know. So
Exactly. That's
so
why that, and I
it's
saw that
gonna
too.
tie into that. So
Yeah.
yeah, man. So you don't
Yeah,
know how
man.
that go. But you
Yeah.
see, the funny thing is that you know,
Mm.
us as a people, because you know, we were so dogmatic when we are grow up. We know say it's all about religion and you know you have to accept Jesus. As a matter of fact, tomorrow people really believe that somebody named Jesus born December 25th. You get
Mm.
what me I say? And you know that's one of the most holy days. It's like Christmas, you know, is like what? Maybe the second, not true, in comparison to the
In
Easter day.
comparison. Yeah.
Yeah, the Easter, you know, so the Christmas thing that the birth is as
Right.
significant as the death and the resurrection.
Right.
Because the birth, you know, if there's no birth, you can't have no death and no resurrection. So, you know, even tomorrow now, 25th now, a person I gonna say, yeah man, it's Christmas and you must celebrate that day there. But what is funny is that every year is a different day. So is the day we know I celebrate or the date? You get what me I
Mm.
say? And why are
Right.
you celebrating a date?
Right.
What's the
Right.
importance of December 25th if it's gonna be on a Saturday or a Sunday or a Monday or a Tuesday or a Wednesday or a Thursday or a Friday? So that is
Right.
where the confusion is as well. But I mean, I do understand that the way we grow up, you know, we're kind of dogmatic on them something there. You get what me I say? So when you look at even like the Baphomet and the pentagram, right? The five-pointed star, it
Mm-hmm.
also represents the five senses as well.
That's right.
You get what I'm saying? It
That's
also
right.
represents the five elements
The five
because
elements.
remember the fifth element, you know.
Yeah.
The fifth element is ether, right?
Right.
So you have earth, air, water, fire, ether. So ones and ones, we say the pentagram and say, oh, that's a 5 point star. It's evil. It's of the devil. I saw it in a YouTube documentary. You get what me I say? Some
Yeah.
some right wing Christians are they might watch some David Icke or some you know them watch some Infowars with Alex Jones and them man them. You get what me I say? Yeah, and
Yeah.
them man they say yes, it's Baphomet and it's evil. The
It's
5 point
evil and
star and inside is the pentagram and the US have
yeah.
a pentagon and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Remember that the United States know the science and the craft.
Exactly. They're all
So
Masons.
so when them build all the Pentagon now, you think them care about the people them feelings of oh
Exactly.
it's demonic. No, them know what
No.
them a do. And
Right.
them specifically design this space to
Right.
reflect certain occult wisdom or occult
Exactly.
knowledge. So when you see
Exactly.
a five-pointed star, in reality, no star have no 5 point.
Right.
That's why even the quote-unquote Star of David is nonsense.
Right.
Because it's simply representing as well duality, the law of correspondence, the law of gender. You get what me
Yep.
I say? Yeah, the
Yep.
male and the female.
Male and the female.
Because you don't have a six-pointed star in a real life.
Right.
So even that Morgan Dawu or the Star of David, as them say, which is even now on the flag of Israel, it's not
Right.
a star. You don't
Not a
have
star.
five-pointed stars or six-pointed stars, but it is symbolic.
Mm-hmm.
That's the key thing, you know, it is symbolic. So ones and ones can even, you know, have a clear understanding as to what it represents.
That's right.
Because any five-pointed star are gonna represent your five-fold nature as
The
well.
fivefold
You
nature
know,
and the
yes,
five
the
senses
the five elements, the
and the
five
five elements.
senses.
That's
You get
right.
what I'm saying? And that the five-pointed star represent.
That's right.
So when you see a pentagram, yeah man, don't be too scared of it at all, at all, at all. You get what me I
Mm-hmm.
say? David Campbell. Yeah, man, big up. I'm very happy David Campbell made this point, Miss Julia.
What did he say?
Um,
Oh
you know,
yeah, the
about
swastika.
about
They
the
turn it
swastika
evil.
because
Oh yeah.
yeah, because just as how you mentioned earlier
Yeah.
about the Church of
Baphomet.
Satan
Yeah.
and no, the Church of Satan
Yes.
adopting the Baphomet as their
Yes.
symbol, right?
Yes.
So not because they have adopted it means that it belongs to them or it changes its nature,
That's right.
unfortunately. But because them I said them are the Church of Satan, it corrupt the whole thing.
Right.
You get what me I say? It's the
Exactly.
same thing with the swastika. Remember, you
Yep.
know, the Germans them take it and
Yeah.
then corrupt it.
Right.
Right?
It
Them
was
go
Hindu
all the way
all the way
over
to
the Indus
India.
Valley
Yeah.
civilization there. Go
Yeah.
take the swastika, carry it go
Carry
Europe,
it gone to Europe
corrupt
and
it now.
corrupt it.
Right? Where
Yeah.
we can't even use that. We can't post nothing but no swastika.
Exactly.
You post a swastika now and say love and
Yeah.
light and peace. No. Them block you. Them
Yeah.
not care about what you are say. That
Right.
symbol is considered a hate speech
It was
symbol.
a hate symbol.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
You get what me I say?
Because they
Neo-Nazis,
turned
them
it.
corrupt the thing like that.
Yeah.
So you kind of realize some symbols, even though it is corrupted, so to speak, or it is adopted by wicked people or people who do nefarious things or malevolent things, it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't change the nature or the essence of what it really is.
Right.
So the essence of this swastika has not changed at all. It's just
Right.
that them people they take it and
Mm.
that symbol to the West is attributed to them,
To them.
unfortunately. But it
Unfortunately, and it's the
doesn't change
same.
the nature of it.
No, it's the same thing with demon as well. Because daimon actually, as I said before, it means supernatural being or supernatural spirit, right? And it's really supposed to what well how it was even from Socrates, right? He saw it as a spiritual being that influenced his character, and he spoke of his daemon all the time, right? Who he said that, a matter of fact, Socrates said that it was his daemon, which was a spirit inside of him, that inspired him to seek and speak the truth. You understand? So they take this now daemon as a source of evil or harm and distress or ruin, right? And they change the whole meaning of it. You understand? Right?
All right. So
So
when we go biblically, not
yeah.
to cut you, right? All
Mm-hmm.
right. You said Socrates, call it his
Mm-hmm.
demon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes we give descriptive terms to that which is within, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
just like, oh, if you have that zeal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some people will call their zeal their demon, where them a person
Mm-hmm.
will say, oh, I am in demon mode or beast mode. You get what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just them speaking in reference to their zeal to accomplish a particular task or whatever.
Facts.
So when you look at demon now,
Mm-hmm.
right? Let's go back to the biblical allegory of
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Jesus said, destroy this body and in 3 days I'll build it up.
Mm-hmm.
The Sanhedrin them, which were the scribes, Pharisees, and Sadducees,
Mm-hmm.
they thought that he was what? He had a demon.
Mm-hmm.
Because demons were always expressed through human consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason why, the demons were given anthropomorphic characteristics as well. Even
Right.
in Europe, yeah, you will see them when they show you demons, they may
Mm-hmm.
show you what? Three-teeth fork and all them something there. You get
Mm-hmm.
me? I say, I mean, evil panel, them social media thing, yeah. You see, them will have the demon emoji as well.
Mm-hmm.
You get what me I say? You
Yeah.
watch some little movies or whatever, them depict the demon because it was really a consciousness that was expressed.
Right.
So it wasn't like a physical entity.
It wasn't right, but
You get what I'm saying?
right. It was actually seen as the evil inside of the hearts of men in a lot of ways, especially in the
Yes,
Bible.
yes, because
Right.
all right, so in metaphysics, right?
Yeah.
We can even go to metaphysics.
Yeah.
You see, demons in metaphysics reflected the thoughts that are
Right.
in opposition to truth.
That's right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So whenever the thoughts of the mind, are in opposition to truth, that is when one is considered to be demonic.
That's
You
right.
get what I'm saying?
That's right.
Yeah. So unfortunately now the Western construct tells us that, oh, the demon and the devil and Satan are all
Mm-hmm.
the
All
same
the same, and they're
when
not.
they are not. You get what
Exactly
me I
right.
say? Them even throwing on the Baphomet na the list there so. When I hear Baphomet,
Exactly.
demon, devil, Satan, Lucifer, them throw all five of them in the mix. And all
Mhm.
five of them are different in nature and in degree as well. All
Yeah.
five of them. They are not the same. But I
Right.
mean, out of ignorance, people will just throw everything in the mix and nobody not really go do no research for themselves.
Right. Exactly. But
So
in the Kabbalah,
yes,
though, in the Kabbalah, they see demons, right, as the byproduct of human sin. The Kabbalah, them see it as basically, they're created, and they assume a form of their own after we sin, right? So the demons supposed to be they're supposed to be the punishing angels of destruction, basically, that comes from cause and effect from us having wrong thought and act, and therefore wrong action.
right. And these are concepts, right?
Right.
Because especially when it comes down to the Kabbalah, you
Yeah.
deal with the Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
The Hebrew mysticism thing,
Hmm.
Judaism, right?
Right.
However, before there was Kabbalah with the Kether, Chokma, Baina, Dart, Chesed, Gebora, stuff like that. Remember, it's a tree of life, The
Right.
Kabbalah is a tree of life,
The tree
You
of
get what
life.
I'm saying? I
Yeah.
remember in the Bible, there were two trees in the garden.
Right.
Enough people remember that.
Of course.
You get what me I say? There were two
Knowledge of good
trees,
of evil. Yeah.
right? That one they should not eat off. You get what me I say?
Right.
Yeah, and there was another tree in the midst of the garden. Long story short, right? Um, when you deal with the Kabbalah, which is like mystical Judaism, right?
Hmm.
Um, it does have its offspring, so to speak, where it originated from. You have in Egypt, you,
Egypt.
you have the Pa'at Neteru,
That's right.
or the tree of life.
The tree of
And you
life.
don't know how that go. You have Amen up
Yeah.
top. You have Asar number one. You have Teuti number two, Seka number three, Ma'at number four. You have Erukuti number five. You have Heru number six. You get what I'm saying? You have what's her name again, man? You have Het Eru number seven. You get what I'm saying? You have Aset
Isis.
number eight, Geb number nine. I'm just saying they are on the tree of life.
The tree of
And
life.
in the Kabbalah now, you have the Keda, Chokma, Baina, Da, Chesed,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
each faculty on the tree of life represent an aspect of human consciousness. That's the thing as well,
That's
because
true.
because even on the Kabbalah, you see, wisdom is actually represented as Ein Sof. You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying? On the Pa'at Neteru, which is the Egyptian tree of life, wisdom is represented by Teuti.
Teguti. But also, even if you go back to Egypt, right? This proves to you, because the demons in Egyptology, right? It basically is blurred, because they were both messengers to humans, right? It's blurred between whether they're good or they're bad, because a deity and a demon, sometimes they're mixed in Egyptology, right? They're seen as basically second man to basically deliver messages to humans, or intermediary, sorry, let me say second man, second hand thing, it's middleman type of thing, right, to deliver messages to humans, right? So from them times there, the lines were blurred, but we, because of the fact of Christianity, and they wanted to rule people by fear, and they wanted to actually practice their exorcisms, and they wanted to do all of these things. They create all of this fear in people and tell them that they can be possessed by demons, when really and truly both light and dark exist in man. It's for him to free himself from the lower shackles of the demonic, or the demon, or the bad, the antichrist, from the Christ inside of them, and right,
Right,
and
right.
and enlighten themselves. So
I'm
basically
I'm
something
happy.
that's inside of you.
Yeah, I'm,
Yeah.
I'm happy you mentioned the light and the dark, because the
Right.
light and the dark also represent the sun and the moon on the
Exactly.
Baphomet photo, right?
Exactly
Night
right.
and day, so to speak, right? And
Exactly.
and when you actually make mention about the light and the dark, again, we are dealing with polarity. And
Polarity.
it goes back to the scenario where even opposites are different, right?
Mm-hmm.
But only in degrees,
Only in
because
degrees.
because you can have opposites and they are the same in their nature.
In the same nature. That's
Case in
right.
point, case in point, me can
Love and
have No, me can have ice right now, right, Miss Julia?
Yeah.
And a cup of water, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if me have ice in a one cup and water in one cup, if me leave that ice in the cup, right, for an
Yeah.
extended time, what's gonna happen?
Yeah. Of course, it
Me
turns
I
to
go have
water.
water.
And
But
if you
looking at the ice and the water at the time, you say, oh, they are different.
they're opposites, but they're
Yeah,
made up of
but
this. They're made up of the same thing.
same thing, but
They're
different
made
in degrees.
different in
Because one is
degrees.
what? One is colder. That's the
One
only
is
thing. The
liquid and one
ice,
is solid.
right? And because of the degree, it turns it into solid. But
But
once
this
the
is this.
degree changes, it goes back to liquid.
It goes back to but let's go deeper here now, right? With that same thing, ice, water, and vapor, right? Now this shows you the process of alchemy as well. And alchemy don't only mean turning base metal to gold, okay? It means okay, let me start over. Ice, water, air, right? You have the ice, as you said, you leave it for a certain amount of time, it turns to liquid. Okay, so it's the same ice, but now the particles have been rearranged by energy, and now it is liquid. You leave that liquid in that cup for more of a time,
Hmm.
it will evaporate and
That's
turn to
right.
air, right?
That's correct. That's
Now,
correct.
that is the same thing now. That whole principle, right, comes back to alchemy, whereas an element is used to help the process of turning something base into something that can actually help you. It's the same thing with what can kill you, can cure you. Alchemy also means base, not only turning the base metals into gold, but in yourself. You sit with yourself in grief. If you have the grief, right, and that intense emotion of grief, you sit with yourself and you start feeling gratitude. And you actually can start feeling gratitude in that grief for the fact that that person lived, for the good times that you had with that person, for the love that you shared with that person, even if it ended in shambles, right? You
Right.
can change. You can actually be an alchemist for yourself spiritually, and if you do this successfully, and if you guard your mind, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. The Lord, the law, is my shepherd, shepherd of my thoughts, I shall not want. In other words, I will never be left wanting, right? If I think correctly, right? And if I put things in proper perspective. No, you can have hate, you can have grief, but if you actually sit with yourself and actually put things under the law, right, and under divine wisdom, it can transform your entire being and can transform the way you look at that thing. Because the way when you change the way you look at things, that thing actually changes, where you can actually have peace and where you can actually have gratitude. And that is why the Christ is seen as the Prince of Peace, right? That's why they always
Right.
say, I leave you with peace. It is the opposite of turmoil. It is the opposite of being mad. It's the opposite of being of unsound mind. Peace, right?
Right. All right.
So,
One second, Miss Julia. Not to
yeah,
cut your wisdom.
yeah.
All right. So Jesse Versalis, big up yourself, you know. Jesse Versalis checking, you know, and Jesse Versalis said, keep away from those who don't even know the difference between your scriptures and those imposters like the Cabala. Santa is Satan. You get what me I say?
We're gonna go through
Um,
that. Tell him
all
to
right.
call
So
in and tell you because
Jesse, the
Mhm.
link to join the panel is pinned
Right,
at the top of the screen. Yeah, man, you can check in and just give you a reason with that because me know say pretty much you deal with some Hebrew Israelite things, so you can check
right.
in. But Miss Julia, let me say this really quick before me give back the mic. You actually mentioned you know, you
Alchemy.
mentioned alchemy, right?
Yes,
Which deals with transmutation,
that's right.
right? And also deals with transcendental magic,
That's right.
right?
That's
And
right.
when you look at even the Baphomet,
Yes,
it is a reflection of transcendental magic.
that's right.
You get what me I
That's
say? So
right.
turning base metals or copper into
Into
gold
gold.
is
Facts.
a reflection of transcendental magic,
That is exactly what you're
transformation.
saying.
And that's
And
why
transformation.
even the Bible, Jesus' first miracle was turning
In water
water
into
into
wine,
wine.
which was
All right.
alchemy. And really and
Right.
truly, if you look at Jesus, right, his entire life show him to be one of the greatest metaphysical practitioners of ever time. Right? If you
Right.
if
And
you if
Yeah.
you subscribe to it, right? But yeah,
Right.
so
Right. Right.
but I want to talk, but the reason why you know, it's important for this part is because for us to talk about this is because we want to encourage people to sit with the I am and to sit with themselves and to face certain things within themselves, because that's the only way that change really happens, right? We have to be
Right.
able to take on, put our hand to the plow, so to speak, of our own existence and how we want to exist in this world. So it's for us individually, and it's a personal thing. That's why it's your own journey. Nobody can go on it for you. Nobody can teach you anything, because you really and truly you already know all of these things. It's just
Right.
a matter of you sitting with yourself, right? And opening up yourself for understanding and knowing when you're miscreating. Because when you're in turmoil, or you can't sit down, or your anger and anything like that. That's why the Bible said, go not with an angry man, right? you
Right.
you can actually sit with yourself and know thyself. That's why knowing thyself is so important. Know thyself, right? And you can transmute those emotions and those feelings into something that will actually elevate your consciousness. And the thing is, the key is to be aware. Self-awareness is the only way to change, right?
Right. So,
So
Missy Jesse, I say, don't violate Deuteronomy 18. Me not
we're not
really.
calling and
Anyway,
come
you have to
back.
check in family because me
I'm
not
have to check
overstand.
in.
Yeah, me not overstand them something the way I talk
No,
about
I
because
don't.
all the way I talk about Deuteronomy and then sitting there some little 500-year-old teachings and 500-year-old religion. You get what me I say,
But
family? Yeah,
yeah,
them sitting there 400 years ago, 1611 King James, and then sitting there.
right,
All the way I tell me about. So you
right.
now have to go back thousands of years, brother. Me can't deal with no Deuteronomy. Because the reality is that the Hammurabi codes are older than Deuteronomy.
Right,
Deuteronomy was taken from the Hammurabi codes. So
exactly.
Jesse, you need to go do some research on that family. And
Right.
then
And
now
I'm
you
pretty
might have a
sure if
different
him have a
perspective.
I'm pretty sure if him have a scripture in mind, we could probably break it down to
Yeah,
actually
man, but
enlighten
yeah,
you.
yeah, but you
But
don't know the Hebrew Israelite thing, them deal with the Deuteronomy
yes.
and Deuteronomy 20, what? Deuteronomy 20, is it 28? Yes. Where
Yeah.
said as they'll be taken back to Egypt in ships and stuff like that. So
Mm.
man like Jesse Goodley believes he's in Egypt right now because that
Oh.
is the philosophy of
Oh.
the Hebrew Israelites. Them say America is Egypt and Deuteronomy, a prophecy with
Mm.
1619, because
Right.
according to the prophecy, they will be taken back, by ships to
By
Egypt in
ships back to
bondage
Egypt. That's right.
and 400 years and all them, something there. So,
Yeah.
me know, sir, Jesse, him really believes, him fulfill that prophecy there. You get me?
Mm.
But big up
Yeah.
yourself, Jesse, man. You don't know it, go, man. You can check in if you have time. If not, you don't know it, go. We appreciate the interaction same way.
Mm.
Sandra, big up yourself, Fabian Powell, big up, all of the ones and ones, I remember say, you can just hit the link and, check in and share your perspective as well. You get what me I say? Yeah.
Right. All right.
All right. So Jesse, remember say me can't talk for you. Me can only talk for myself. Jesse said, "Don't talk for me. The laws of our Creator was from the beginning." So Jesse, yeah man, yeah man, you have to go tell we which Creator
Jesse,
you
call
talk
in,
about,
man.
Jesse.
Talk for yourself.
Yeah, you
Call
have to
in,
tell me
Jesse.
which Creator you talk about, brother. So you
Come,
don't know
Jesse.
that go. Yeah.
Him
So
call in now. No, you must
Miss
have.
Julia, me can't force. We
You
you talk
can.
about
Oh,
make him
don't
call
want.
in.
Oh,
Me
okay,
can't
okay.
force people.
No, no, we're not forcing. But just I
Oh
want them to
no,
have
me
a
I say
belief.
me can't force him because
Oh,
here we
okay.
go on now.
Yeah,
Listen me.
yeah,
Everybody can type, just a type,
yeah,
But and everybody can check in for one panel and just reason them points, So I
yeah,
just saw it go. Some people have them strengths and
yeah.
some people just stick to them strengths. I just saw it go because yeah, I wouldn't speak on things I don't know. So
No,
if
neither would
yeah,
I.
if me I tell Jesse about the Hammurabi codes, probably the first thing good I hear about them
Person would
something there.
probably
So
hearing about it.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
true.
So I just saw it go because
That's how it
at the
go.
Bible him I deal with. So when he hear about Deuteronomy, him no know said
Mm-hmm.
that Deuteronomy was taken from the Hammurabi codes. You
Right,
get what me I say? So I just saw
right,
it go. We live and we learn. You get what
right.
me I say, Miss Julia?
Yes.
Um, but got you, Miss Julia. Yeah,
Uh,
because we
I
definitely
forget
were
what I was talking
speaking
about.
on transcendental.
Yeah,
We were
transcendental
speaking on
and
transcendental magic. That's
right,
how we did
and we
there.
can do it. I'm telling you that you can do it, even when there is an adversary. That is why also. even in the Bible, they mention it. They say, "A soft answer turneth away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger." There is a point where you can turn things around as much as possible. You understand? And even
Right.
if you can't, because you're not in charge of the other person's action, you can still leave with your peace, knowing that you did your best. Anyway, there's a new caller in, so I'll let them talk.
Yeah, man. The passion.
Oi.
Dan. Yeah, got you family. Where you going with?
I recently come on. Good evening to you guys.
Good
Good evening.
evening, Passion. Good evening.
Yeah, man. Bless
Yes,
up.
good evening. You must have big up yourself. I can't remember the lady name though,
Miss
but
Julia, Miss
she's
Julia, Miss
Miss Julia. Miss
Julia.
Julia, very wise, very wise. Love your input. Love the balance. I should say the balance. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So it
Mhm.
figure, man.
Um. So I just got in about like I would say like 15 minutes, and I was hearing a lot of, but since it was coming from a part. My little thing, it just come up a while ago. What about the Anunnakis? Because I think, to my knowledge and my understanding and my understanding, I think they play a great part in the creation of humanity, right?
Right.
In a sense, if you look at it out of a biblical way, because there was many Jesus before. Thousands of years, many Jesus. They came and do the same thing in different culture, different nation, different religion. They came and do the same thing. Born as a virgin, bada 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 boom.
Mhm.
But nobody mentioned the history of the Anunnakis and how they were creating different species of life to help them to manufacture the goal. And remember, they're not from here; they're from the sky. They used to call them the sky people. So if you're talking about Jesus, I was just wondering if
Right. Right.
there's another.
Speak
There's
about the
always two
Anunnakis,
parts to a
right?
story.
Right. So, Miss Julia, do you
Mhm.
want to go ahead first? I will definitely go after.
Well,
Speak
what
on the
I mean,
Anunnakis.
well, I mean, what I know very little about what I know about the Anunnakis was basically they are a group of deities, right? And what Sumerians or something like they wrote about them, and
Right.
basically they were descendants of Ki, the god of heavens, and the goddess of earth, which was An. No, An was the goddess of heaven, was the god of heavens,
Mm-hmm.
and Ki was the
Mm-hmm.
goddess of earth, and that they were supposed to basically guide and provide for humanity, right? And
And
that
Enkel was the one.
right.
Enki was the
And
one who created human being.
All
right,
right.
and
So,
the
yeah,
oldest
well, finish
Anunnaki
Sister Julia.
was the god of
Right.
air or something like that, which was I think it was called Enlil or something like that, or
Yeah,
Enlil or something.
and
Right,
Neil.
exactly,
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
and that he split the heaven between earth and splits heaven and earth in two, the basically the firmaments, right? And his father An basically lived in the sky, and so I know these things from a knowledge base, but I would love for you to expound because I can learn as well. So go ahead.
All right. So, when we speak about the Anunnakis, right,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
we are dealing with Sumerian mythology,
That's right.
and we
Myth,
have to keep
myth,
it in
myth. The key
mythology.
word there is
Yes,
myth, right?
but
Mythology, right?
no mythology, because the reason why, whenever we say mythology, we don't want to dismiss it and say it's not real and it's fake and that's it. We want to
Right,
say it is a symbolic story. It is
right,
conveying a meaning to it, right?
right,
So
Mhm.
all of these civilizations, when you talk about Sumer and Akkad, right, which is in modern day Mesopotamia,
Mhm.
yes,
parts of modern day Turkey as well. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yes, their creation story, the Enuma Elish, it does
right,
speak about Marduk attacking Tiamat,
yes,
and the same Bible. The Bible speaks about the
the
war in the
same,
heavens and
yes,
all of that, right?
Yes,
Yes,
yes. So,
yeah. The Sumerian story speaks about Marduk and Tiamat battling, and the big explosion took place, and half was the moon, half became earth, blah blah blah. Now,
yeah,
according to the story, when the gods came to the earth, because the Sumerians had a pantheon of 50 gods, 50
right,
deities. The thing is that the deity that name Anu, he
yeah,
is quote unquote the most high,
yeah,
and his two
mm.
sons were Enlil and Enki. So
Thank you.
yes,
Yes.
right,
so Enlil was Lord of the Air, and
Right.
Enki was lord of the earth, so to speak, or the sea. And
Right.
that's why he was even depicted as a fish in
Right.
Chaldea. In
Which
Chaldea, you know.
Jesus was represented by a fish.
Exactly, because
Right.
in Chaldea he was called Oannes. That was the
Right.
same. That was same Enki, you know, right?
Mm.
Because it reflects the water. Wherever you see the
Right.
fish, it also represents the water, and the fish also represented wisdom, or
Wisdom and
the
knowledge.
Pisces, the age of
That's right.
Pisces, or whatever. But long
Mm-hmm,
That's
story
mm-hmm,
right.
mm-hmm.
short, when you look at the Sumerian epic of creation, when you look at say Enki, right? He was the savior of humanity because the rest of gods wanted to quote unquote create humanity to mine the gold. I get that,
Yeah,
but that is
slavery,
based on
slavery, slavery,
good. That
slavery.
is based on
Right.
a mythology in the sense that it was never historical.
But let me ask you something. In my fair,
Yeah.
in my fair.
Yes.
But don't you see the same? If we're looking at the same concept of what when it comes to the Anunnakis, don't you see the same thing happening right now? Because
Where?
get up every day. In what's happening right now? Get up every day, go to work, 9 to 5, come back home, boom, boom. Because I live in New York City, right? And every morning I see people get up like a train, bro. They get up like it's on the point. You meet these same people every day.
Right.
So I think humanity was built up because if you look at the Anunnaki civilization and the thing, if you read upon that, you will see that humanity was created for a purpose. It was to help them mine the goal and to help and to work for them. There is a there is another thing that when Enki created humanity, the other gods, them his brothers and all, they were upset because they said you have he had created mankind like us.
Well, all right. Let me explain that to you a little bit because um I don't know if you think that these characters were historical because they weren't.
Right. They're
You get
mythical.
what I'm saying?
They're a
All
Yes,
right,
mythical.
yes, they are
Yeah.
mythical characters, but they are conveying,
Right. A message.
a
all
certain
right, all right.
message
So
or
listen,
Yeah.
hold
meaning.
on. I'm gonna
So
cut you right there. I'm gonna
hold
cut you.
on there. No, but hold
Mm.
on no. Me just want to establish if you are arguing from the premise of this
Egypt,
story being
Egypt, Egypt, Egypt,
historical.
Egypt,
No,
Egypt,
hold on
Egypt.
no. Passion Dan, hold on no. If
All
you
right,
are
my brother.
dealing with the Anunnakis, we are gonna
Right.
assume her. And we
Right.
just want to deal with Sumer and clarify that. Now,
All right. Makes sense. Makes
now,
sense.
is
Makes
it
sense.
that you are of the persuasion that this is an historical event?
Right. That's my
We
Wow.
just
question.
want to establish that
And
from
that
your
is
angle.
why Passion
Yes, because
just said,
when I look at
yeah.
the Egyptian historic artifacts, it makes sense to me
Yeah,
because
Yeah, but
but
Passion, that's
what in
why
the Egyptian artifacts makes reference of Sumer
understood.
and Anu and Enlil and Enki and them something? For
Being
you, if you say it makes
historical.
sense to you now.
Being
uh,
historical.
Yeah, because remember in a
Yeah.
soup where we are talking about, and you say when you look at the
Right.
Egyptian artifacts, it makes sense to you. So when I say
Right.
now, how do you tie in Egypt with Sumer? That's all.
Right.
because of the carvings and the stuff that they did,
Right. So did those carvings
and you
make
could
any
see.
mention of any Anu, Enlil, Enki,
Yes,
Marduk, Tiamat?
the paintings, the carvings show you back because even the little bag what the Anunnakis used to carry. If you look at it right now, it's look like everybody carrying around a cell phone.
But the Passion Dan,
Yes, sir.
remember say Imhotep you talk to,
I mean, I know,
And
brother. I know, I know, I
say
know, I
my
know, I know,
thing,
I know.
say my thing a
But
Egyptian thing, Well, on Miss
but
Julia, 1 second there.
yeah.
Say my thing a Egyptian, not because you don't really hear me talk a lot about Kemet, right?
Mhm,
It's
mhm.
because certain reasoning and everybody are gonna really overstand the reasoning.
Stand it,
So
same,
me just
same,
kind of
same.
reason where ones and ones can
I
overstand. But
overstand. Yes,
yes,
sir.
Right.
a Passion Dan, you can't tell me say there
Yeah.
are any carvings in Egypt referencing to no Sumer and no Anu and no Enlil and no Enki. Because there is none.
What about the
If you
cone
look at the
heads?
pyramid
What about the
text,
cone heads? What about the cone heads? The cone, the head shaping like the cone and the human body, but the heads are like reptile. What do you think about those?
well, remember that you're talking about Sumer, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because in Egypt, yeah, we never really depict no beings like that. You get what I say? No, in
But the
Sumer,
carvings are there. The carvings are
huh?
there. The drawings are there
Where?
on the wall.
Where in Egypt?
Yes, in historic Egypt.
No, but hold on now. But Pashandan,
Yes, sir.
you are saying that the Egyptians wrote about the Sumerians. That is what you're pretty much saying, because
Okay,
that is where we
okay,
are at.
okay.
So
I
I'm
see what you're
saying,
saying. That's what you're
right. So
saying.
I'm
Yeah.
That's what you're
saying,
saying.
yeah,
Yeah.
there is no reference of that. You get what me I say? But let us just clarify this whole Sumer thing, because the Sumerian epic of creation is the same biblical narrative.
It's the same
Certain
biblical
aspects of it was
narrative.
taken from,
Fact.
where you have man was created and man was in a state of servitude and obedience to a quote unquote Most High God.
But that's what we
In
see. That's what
right?
we see going on up until today.
No,
So
hold on,
where
my
is this
brother. Hold
coming
on, no.
from?
Hold on. Pashandan. The
Mm,
difference between that biblical narrative, big up yourself, Ryan. The difference between that biblical narrative, right?
mm,
And now, you see, now
mm.
people have a choice, right? You have a choice now. Back then in the biblical narrative, you had no choice. So it was really the choice that made man sin, so to speak. Remember that. And that's why in the Sumerian epic of creation, it was actually Enki that told man that, yeah, man, go and go sin and go and go do
Go
nothing,
sin
man.
and do
I
whatever you
trick him,
want
I
to do.
try trick you no.
And
You
that
get
would
what me
come
I
back
say?
to what? And that would come back to what?
No, I'm talking
Adam and
about
Eve in
the
the garden.
difference. Yeah, exactly. So I'm saying in that story, mankind never have a choice. So they were blind servitude, blind obedience. Now the people ever get up every day and do what them are do religiously in a New York City. Them have a choice, right? To either stay there so and do what them are do or change them environment. You get what me I say,
Right.
family?
Right.
Mm,
So passion done, Mr. Passion.
yes, yes.
Um, what I was saying was, right, a lot of the what you see in the Bible reflect a lot of this, right, from back in this Sumerian knowledge and all of that stuff. But not
Mm,
because people made those deities or they believe them to be, the assemblies of the gods or whatever, and not because that they worship them means that it's actually made from fact, made from actually historical events. You understand
events.
what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
So it can still be myth, which is which was the seven gods and Enik, Nana,
50. No,
Utu,
it was a pantheon of 50. 50.
in an the seven gods
Mm,
who decree, what I've learned from the Sumerian, the seven gods who
right,
decree is An,
right.
Enlil,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Enki, Nana,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Utu, Inanna,
Mm-hmm.
and
Wow. Look at
Ninhers.
you.
Huh?
Nin Ninhers.
Ninhersag.
Oh,
Ninhersag.
Ninhers. There you go. Right.
Right, but
So
but but there's
yeah, go
also
ahead.
Tiamat. There's also
Yes.
Marduk, right?
Yeah, but they're not
There's
the seven
also
gods who decree.
no, but I get that, but I'm saying
Okay.
there are seven out of the pantheon of 50.
Exactly. Or
You get
50.
what I'm
That's
Okay,
saying?
right.
So
Yes.
okay,
yes,
Yeah, I get
okay.
so
that.
yeah, so when you look at the cuneiform tablets,
Right.
which was what the Sumerians wrote in, yeah,
Right.
they speak about their pantheon of 50. You get what
Right.
me I say? So yes, you
But
have the
but
higher
but
gods and the
further
lesser
but
gods.
before you even go there, right?
No, Miss
The
Julia,
day
1 second, man. 50 people there. See la. Big up on yourself,
Sheila.
Yeah, man. Just leave a like on the stream. Got you, Miss Julia.
Sheila, no, what I was going to say to is don't forget that those seven deities were also associated with celestial bodies, right? I think
Right,
Venus
correct,
was
correct.
right. Venus was Inanna, and Utu was believed to be the sun, right?
Right,
Right.
right.
At Nana was the moon, Nana, and that's funny that grandmother is also Nana has been adopted as well, right? Um I don't remember. Enki was the southern sky. I know that. I'm not too
Enki is
sure.
the man. So
Is
listen,
the
No,
guys.
is the
well,
man the
no,
southern sky?
him kind of govern the earth. It's
The
more like Enlil.
Enki
Enlil.
Enlil
was
was
the
the
There
man.
you
man of the
go.
ear. You
There
get
you
me?
go.
I
So
But
say,
listen,
my point to Mr. Passion is not because that these people worship them and they made carvings and they did all these practices means that it was actually
It's
historical.
historical.
It was
Right,
it
right,
right.
right,
okay,
right,
That's
okay.
right.
So
all I was saying.
the reason why I brought this up
Mm-hmm.
is to open the mind that listen, there is other things out there. There's other beliefs. There's other historical. You might not. You said you know it's not historical, but it's been written about,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and it's to
Facts.
open the mind to think. You know, is to have an open mind concept that listen. There's other things out there, and if you as a person, as a self, can understand it and go into depths with it, then you might come up with your own conclusion.
Right,
Facts.
right, right.
All
Facts.
right, so it's an
Maya,
open mind thought.
yeah, man,
Facts.
Maya
And I
600.
appreciate that.
Yeah, man, big up yourself,
I
Fitzroy,
appreciate that.
big up yourself,
And Mr.
Yeah, man,
Passion, that's one
definitely,
of the things.
Passion Dan. Got you, Miss
Mr.
Julia.
Passion,
And
Dan,
yes, sir,
that's
yes,
one
sir.
of the things that I always say, which is there are many ways up the mountain. I did not
Yes,
create those ways, right?
and look at it.
There.
Look at it in real life. Look at it in real life. Look at it in
Yes.
real life. And
Yes.
we have to put real life understanding. All
Mm-hmm.
right, you were thought to do something this way, but you can do it. You can take that understanding or that knowing, that knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
and you can create another way to get to the same point
Mm-hmm.
that
That's true.
you're trying to proceed, that you're trying to get to. So
Mm-hmm.
you see, and I look at life experience, the animals, human being, and whatever, and
Mm-hmm.
we
Right.
notice that even on your job, they tell you to do this way to get to this point. But you can, as a human being and you as a thinking person, you can go around that and create another narrative and another way of doing it and get to
Mm-hmm.
the same point. And a lot of people don't understand it. They upset when you do that.
Mm-hmm.
But that is the mind base of how me think, and that's
Right.
Facts.
how
All
I
right.
want to be.
So what's this now? All right,
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, big up yourself for the interaction. Jesse say Enoch older than them. Talking for yourself, whatever. So just tell us how old is Enoch, Jesse. Yeah, man, you have to give we a time period, so to speak, about Enoch because me no
Mm.
know. I don't think you really know how inspire there. You, you get what me I say?
Right.
Yeah, me no feel say, say over here so the dome no normal. You
Yeah.
get what me I say? I will just reason more time still. But
Mm.
them Hebrew Israelite thing there, yeah man, you have to check in and reason that out family because if they're gonna tell me say Enoch older, you have to give me a time, dates, chronology,
Mm-hmm.
attestation. You get what me I say? That's what me there. Because you
And
can't come
also,
tell
I
me
would
say
like,
Enoch was historical. You can't
right.
tell me that. You
And
get what me I say?
I want him to explain to me then, if he love Enoch so much, why did the Jewish people reject it? Why
Mm.
was
No,
it
well, no.
rejected from the book?
Well. In fairness to this character, this person, yeah, they might use some Hebrew Israelite thing,
Yeah,
but
but the
yeah,
Jewish,
but
the Torah rejected the book of Enoch from its teachings in
yes,
the Torah.
because those books were what apocryphas, right?
Right, and they were
Right,
largely
right, right,
inconsistent, and because they
right,
were
right,
largely
right,
inconsistent,
right,
so
right, yeah, right.
them have the wisdom to reject it. I want to know why he
Guys,
embraces it so much. That is my question.
Well,
Anyhow.
but probably just you don't even know so Enoch never even exist neither. So him
Okay.
sure say him exist. Him hear about a book of
guys,
Enoch
you know
and
what?
yeah, and here we go now. Jesse believes that Adam and Eve did real too, and Abraham and Moses and them people. So I just people have different perspectives still.
Yeah.
Lalibela, big up family.
Big up Lalibella.
guys,
Big up.
guys, you know what happened?
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you something that I noticed since I live
Yes.
in this country, since I live in New York City, because I live in a predominantly Jewish community, right? And I'm gonna tell you something that I noticed with Caribbean people come to this country, living in New York, in Brooklyn specifically. Do you know that? And I'm talking about Christian people, people that
Mm-hmm.
believe in Jesus, right? Do you know that what I noticed in my own survey that I've seen and speaking to people that I know from the Caribbean? Do you know that when they see these Jewish people dressed up in these costumes and these things, did you know that they look at them like they're a part of Jesus?
Mm.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah,
It's,
because
it's-
of the
Mm.
biblical
yes, I
and
noticed
the
that with a
doctrines
lot
and
of
dogma,
Caribbean people, with a lot of they respect them so much because they think they are the next thing.
yeah, like the chosen people kind of thing.
Yes.
No, I get
Mm.
that too. I remember saying these are people who were brainwashed and with program and them something,
Man,
appear
when I see
Bible
this
and them
thing,
something
man,
there. So
when I talk to these people, because I'm into construction, so I talk to a lot of these guys, and let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. They literally worship these people like Jesus, bro.
right.
It's amazing.
Mm.
But it's just something. As I said, I
Mm,
observe and I throw stuff out there. But
mm,
it's a thing when it comes to Brooklyn, New York, and what I notice with a lot of Caribbean people, and
mm,
especially when they're new to this country and they see these people in the shit that they see in the Bible and all of these things, man, when they
mm.
pass these people, they literally bow down to them.
Yeah. But you see, again, now to each them one, because I couldn't even care less
Right.
if them one go deal with that, You
No,
get so
because
Yeah.
because watch this,
it's about not understanding and knowing.
Right.
Right.
And they themselves are case study. But here we go on now. You see, even in the story of Jesus, we can deal with the allegory of Jesus. And since yesterday, we can say Yeshua, Hamashiach, and them sitting there.
Yeah.
We
Mhm,
can say
mhm,
that, right?
mhm,
Now,
mhm,
you look at that character. Now, 12 disciples in roll with, man.
Mm,
Because, hear what? Where the character said, him say him not comfy, the save, and the sinners them in forward for, So
mm,
you see, in this world, the reality is we can't save everybody. We have to just know that some people are some people, and they will never change. So you have to just left them. As them when I say, cast not your pearls to
to
swines.
swine.
You just leave them with them, their brother, because the message is not for everyone, because not everyone is ready, and not everyone can comprehend the message too.
Right.
All right, there's another thing I'm gonna throw out there again. There's
Mm,
another thing I'm gonna throw out there again, right? And this always it always bother me on a personal level. If the divine God source make us, right?
it's sweet. Sorry. Go ahead. Yes, I'm listening.
Mhm.
If the divine God source make us and give us
Mm,
a soul,
mm,
right? I don't know if
mm,
I've thrown this out there before, but I'm just gonna say it again because it's something that I always live by and I stand
mm,
by it. If the divine God source make us and give us a soul, why would he want it back? Why are these people walking around and tell you that you should give your soul to God? Give your
mm.
soul to Jesus. This is what I don't understand, and this has always puzzled me since I started understanding these
Yeah,
things.
but that is because of the fact that you know what the root of that is. Um, sir,
Passion, passion.
passion, Mr. Passion. The root of that is because from the they see themselves as separate from God and each other. So that is the root of a lot of this destruction teaching and
Ah,
destruction thoughts. If you see yourself as separate from life itself, then you think that you have a life. If you see yourself as separate from God, then you think that you have a soul that is different from the collective, that is different from the one mind. You understand?
mhm,
Again, the sea, you have a cup. You take a cup from the sea. The stuff that is in that cup is what is made up. The things that make that's in that cup is what is made up of the sea. The whole sea is in a droplet of the sea. Is it as powerful as the
mm,
entire sea? No, because if you separate it, then you just have a cup of salt water. But if you put it back
mm.
in the ocean, it goes back with the ocean and it flows with
To
the
the
ocean.
source,
And we have exactly, and we actually are the source. We are the
source.
source
Yes.
of our own misery. We are the source of our own evil, and we are the source of our own good. No, it's just
So
a matter of us.
why are these people walking around
Well, and
telling you you should
well,
give
well and
your yeah? Go
yeah,
ahead.
remember, say, a doctrines and dogma still, so we
Right.
kind of
So them
overstand the
see them.
programming.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the
the
programming.
programming is real, so we overstand that. But
Right. So
it's
that is
funny
why
how Miss
it's
Julia talk
control.
about the source
Yeah.
and Miss Lalibella Jaffe the Kibalian. Big up
Yeah.
Lalibella. This is
Big
a
up
very
Lalibella.
solid. This is a very solid statement because you don't know it going on. When we are dealing with the Kibalian,
Right.
we are say the lips of wisdom are sealed,
Sealed.
except for the ears
Except
of understanding.
there you go.
So
Perfect quote.
Lalibela said, "No, while all is in the all, it is
Right.
equally true that the all is in all.
That's
To
right.
him who truly understands
That's the
this
truth.
truth has
Has come
come great,
great,
great
great
knowledge." You know
knowledge.
the
That
reason
is
why
from the
Lalibela?
Kybalion.
You
That's
know,
from
you
the
know the reason
Kybalion.
why Lalibela? Because the all is one.
Is one. And
Yes.
also, let me go back. Hold on before you step from there. Now we say one, okay? Unity, right? Now,
Mm.
not because you have one and you have unity, it does not mean that you don't have dichotomy. And it does not mean you don't have polarity. It does not mean
Wow.
that you don't have different expressions of that one. For instance, now look back to nature, as I always say. Whenever you're puzzled about something in teaching, look back to nature because
Go
it's a
back to
good
nature.
guide.
Sure.
Now look at it
Sure.
this way: we have one earth, many plants that come from that one earth. You
Mm,
can have one rose bush, many different roses come from that one bush. You understand what I'm saying? You have one
mm,
tree, many branches. Okay, you have one life, but guess what? You have many different paths that you can take. You are not free from the effects of your choice, right? So even though you say that, okay, I have freedom of choice, blah blah blah, you go up on this branch. If you go on this branch, there is a cause and effect that's going to happen if you go on this branch, and that also is reflected, right, in quantum physics and reality, and
mm.
it's purely scientific. You do one thing, you bond with the energetical frequency of this reality, then this is going to happen to you. You bond
Right.
with the energetical field. No, this no 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 no. Let us even go deeper than that. Right? Stick a pin. If you notice a lot of the ancient practices, right, that have a lot of wisdom, rain dance. Now, a rain dance, because I've seen one. They are celebrating that the rain is here. Nobody does a rain dance when the rain is coming. You know when they do a rain dance? When them want the rain to come. So what they do is they celebrate and them dance and them open up to the sky and them say, thank you, thank you, thank you for opening up to open up your blessings for us and giving us this water that's going to give our crops life and give our animals life. So they start to celebrate. So they energetically link with the future of rain coming, and then they say when you energetically link with the end, then that is what comes to the fruition, right?
Right.
So
Right.
this is everything when it come on to manifestation and manifesting things. That is why you must be careful of your thoughts, because you can
Yes.
miscreate and you can
Right.
create
I think your thought. I think your thought
your
is more
thoughts.
powerful.
Everything, listen, first cause is always the thought. First cause is always the thought, don't forget that,
Mm,
right?
Yeah,
So
and it goes back to the Kybalion, right?
exactly.
And we
Goes
deal with
back to the Kybalion.
mentalism, right? The
Mentalism,
all.
that's right.
Well, all the
The
better say
one
about the all.
and the one mind. Sorry, so
The
and the one
all.
mind. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the all is mind. The
Right.
universe is mental. So
Mental.
even the all that Lalibela referred to
Right.
is mind.
Is mind.
Because
And
I
you
just
know
say
what?
go.
And you know what that all is also is? That all is also the I am. It cannot there is not who can I say, sent me, Lord? Tell him I am that I am. There is not no descriptor there. So he's not one thing, he's everything. Omnipotent,
mm.
omniscient, all of that. Understand?
Omnipresent.
Omnipresent,
Right.
right?
Mr. Really legit. Say, how come no one talks about Nubia, aka modern day Sudan? Because that civilization was before the Egyptian civilization, and Egypt came about because of that civilization. Really legit. Yeah, man. Next week Sunday, mega wala Egyptian reasoning.
Yeah, that would be good.
Because here we go on now. You cannot separate Nubia from Egypt, brother.
No, you
You get
can't.
what I say? Remember, there was upper and lower, north and south.
Right.
They were the cataracts, bro.
Right.
So you can't separate Nubia from modern from ancient Kemet.
From ancient
Remember,
Kemet.
the European scholars tried to do that in
Right.
Egyptology, but you cannot separate them. They were never separate. As a matter
Right.
of fact, remember that Narma was the first Sematawi, which is the unifier of upper and lower.
And lower.
And
That's
remember
right.
that Sudan encompasses a part of that. So we can reason
Mm.
about that next Sunday still, family. Or
Right.
yourself. Big up yourself. Go through with
Right.
Julia.
So also too, right? You must also remember that thoughts have vibration as well. They're energy. They're energy forms, right? Everything in this world is vibration. So you watch and you guard like the angel at the gate of heaven. You guard your thoughts, you guard your vibration, because whatever you're thinking affects your vibration, which affects
Let
your
me ask you something,
creation
sister.
of the
Sister,
front. Yes. Yeah.
let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Do you think it? Do you think your thoughts are more stronger than the words that come through your mouth?
No, they work the same, and one leads to the other, because you have to have a
All right.
thought to have the words. that come out.
All
Correct.
right. All right. So,
Correct.
but
Right?
let me just say something right there. Let me just say
Yeah.
something right there. So, what about if somebody come to you and tell us, say, "Yo, you know, someone love you, and love all of this way I do, and I love everything, but in their mind, in their thoughts, you're not with you."
Well, to him it is sin, because to him
No,
he missed
what
the
I'm
mark.
saying,
Yeah.
what I'm saying right there is that you see, the thoughts is not with the word.
No, but the thought really is, because this is the thing. If he knows that he doesn't love me, and he actually tells me that he loves me, that means his intention was to deceive. He was being a deceiver. So to him, it is sin. To him, he missed the mark, because he knows in his heart that the words that are going to come out of his mouth are untrue. He knows
Uh,
in his mind that he does not
mm-hmm.
love me, but he professed it with his
Right.
tongue. So it is death unto him.
All right. So what's his name, Miss Julia? As
Yeah.
they say, let the words of my mouth and the
Be the
meditations of
meditations of
my
my
heart
heart.
be acceptable in thy
Accepted in
sight.
thy
Right.
sight.
So that means
Yes.
that the word must be accompanied by what? The good
By the
The
intentions.
good
thoughts.
The good
exactly.
intentions as
The
well,
good
or else
intentions.
the word is not genuine or pure. So
And
anyone can
also,
tell any woman this and that in a real life,
exactly.
but the intentions must be pure.
Must also, and also
Right.
too, there is something inside people who have meditated enough and who sit with themselves enough to be able to intuitively say, huh, this don't ring true. So,
You know, yeah, yeah, which is
right?
true. But you know
Right?
why? You know why most of us get messed up, and
Mhm.
I didn't want to use messed up, I used it effed up,
Yeah.
is because the mind is thinking something else different, and when they say what they say with the words, it doesn't mesh. It
Right.
doesn't mesh with the mind. The thought does not mesh with the word, and
Hmm.
this is why the confusion came in, and this is why a lot of us does not able to manifest what we are want to manifest,
Right.
because
So
That is right. That is what I was about to say. Actually, I'm
passion done.
so glad that you
Mhm,
said that, Passion, because one
Yeah.
of the
It got
metaphysical
to Miss Julia.
rules. Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
United.
because I really
No,
wanted to make Passion Dan know say what he said earlier about the New York City thing. Yeah,
mhm.
man, and people are bowing down to them and stuff like that. There is some serious pushback about that. But people just remember, he's speaking from his
his
experience.
Yes,
So
it's
perspective.
what
he's
I
Right.
not
see, it's what I
speaking
see,
in
and people that I
absolute.
talk to.
Right.
Yeah, he's
So,
speaking
but
in the
let me.
subjective. 1 second, Miss Julia, I'm gonna get
Yeah.
the mic. He's speaking in the subjective. He's not speaking in absolute. So he's not here saying that every single one are like that. He's saying that there are some who are like
Yes,
that.
and
So
mostly
yes, I
Christian people,
understand. Right,
mostly is Christian
right. Right. I mean,
religiously.
people, yeah, people who are religious because you know the whole mindset of them being the chosen
Mhm.
people. I get that. So for
Yes,
those
yes.
who say that you know, yeah, them a pushback, just remember, man, you know, it's based on his experience. He's not saying everyone is like that. Got to Miss Julia.
Yeah. So let's go back to what you just said now, Mr. Passion. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
What you
Mhm.
said was very important, because that is actually one of the metaphysical rules, why you do not lie or bear false witness or say things that you
Ah,
know not to be true. Reason being,
grateful,
because it makes
gratitude for that. Yes.
it makes your word void, and it weakens your word, because subconsciously you won't even believe the things that you profess for yourself, right?
Mm,
And so when it comes on to manifestation, right, and you
mhm.
wanting to be energetically linked with the good that you want in your life, right,
Yes.
when you no, I'm not saying that things can happen in another way, because there are a lot of evil people who manifest riches and stuff like that, right? But they had
Holy
that as an
crap.
ultimate goal,
Yes.
right?
Yes, it
But at the
is.
same
Yes.
time, to really create wealth that will stay, right? Have your fruit,
Hmm.
and your fruit shall remain. There are certain rules that in metaphysics you do not break. You don't tell lie, you don't bear false witness, because it
Yeah.
is actually weakening your manifestation power.
Chan.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
definitely, man. And that's the reason why, you know, that's the reason why we have to really you know, embrace certain philosophical maxims as well. You know, like woe unto them that call evil good and good evil.
That's
because
right.
the reality is that even when it comes down to certain signs and symbols and certain teachings, people who are ignorant of what it entails are quick to say it is evil, while they
Mm.
themselves
You know
know,
that's a big
you know,
problem, Imhotep.
yeah,
You
them
know
hold on on the
Facts.
Bible, them hold
that's a
on
big
on
Facts.
the
problem,
Bible, yeah, right. So here we go on now. The thing is this now, I don't mind being a pagan
No,
because
pagan is not
right,
understanding.
right. No. Hold on. Pagan is someone who does not subscribe to organized religion, or they're
Yeah,
not
so that's what I'm
religious.
saying.
Them
Yeah, so
not
that's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
they're
Is
not subscribe to
yes,
no
paganism
religion
is
thing.
somebody that you could the definition you could probably use as if like somebody who are not who doesn't understand what's going on in the metaphysical or the spiritual realm of things.
But hold on now. So would you call a Christian a pagan?
Holy moly!
Good. Don't go there,
n-
so
no, I would not
acquiesce.
because
Right,
it's the level
because
of their understanding.
right, because then that means that the definition of the pagan now, right? Yeah,
Mm.
it's really in essence someone who does not subscribe to religion or organized religion,
Okay.
and the
And
church, the
not
church.
only religion, not only religion. It comes along with a lot of other different things also.
Well, I mean, pagan carries a religious connotation
Yes,
to it.
yes,
So
yes,
what
yes,
happened now
yes.
is that the church used that term to label anyone who did not conform to Christianity as
Okay,
being
sure,
pagan, and as such, they could subjugate them and treat them anyway, anyhow. You get what me I say?
sure,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So that's what them kind of deal with the pagan setting still, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
Mr. Esther Spade, big up.
Big up.
Mr.
Yes,
Esther
that's what
Spade
I was
said
laughing. Yeah.
one of the things that bothers me is that God only talk to a few people, but he never talks to the majority.
You know what? You know what? Ace of Spade, honest to God,
Holy moly!
he's continually talking to everybody. You understand? And a lot of these
No, but
charlatans,
listen. Yes.
Makes you finish passion
Hold
done.
a
on.
lot of
Passion
these,
done. Makes the land
right?
money. Makes the land man.
Thank you. And a lot of these charlatans out there that profess, listen, you can know the real. A lot of these charlatans out there that profess that, oh, God tell them always know why something happen to other people, and they've never know why things happen to them yet. You understand? And I'm not saying that people can't get divine insights. You can, but usually the people who do get those insights, you can't tell them from somebody, a, a regular person on the street, because it's so safe to them. Them keep it quiet, keep it in the inner chamber, and really only the closest people to
Ah,
them, they are
you're
open
right.
enough
You're right.
to reveal that. You understand what I'm
Yes,
saying? So
yes.
don't be
Gratitude for that.
fooled by the
Yes,
penciling and
yes,
the head
yes,
and all of
yes.
that. Anyway, but
So
go
true.
ahead.
Mr.
So
Two
true.
Passion.
Go
No,
ahead.
So
so
true.
true.
Your time.
No, she touched a point. She touched a point because I'm saying when your inner God talk to you, when you
Mm-hmm.
self God, the God that dwelleth within every
Mm-hmm.
man, you know, this God
Yes,
source dwelleth within every man, you know.
that's
But
right.
when he speaks to you or when he talks to you, it's a thing that it's an inner self that you have to make yourself either better. It's not
Mm-hmm.
nothing for you to go out there and to preach and tell people this, that. It's cockroach. It's
Right,
bullshit.
Right. And
right,
remember say as well, you know, you see throughout antiquity, or we can go in a ancient Kemet or whatever, you know, and even other civilizations. You see that which was divine was always within. You know,
right,
unfortunately Christianity
Mm,
is so watered down that it
right.
gratitude.
becomes something external. So even when a self-made, I write that statement here, self-made say he. You know, you get what me I
Right.
say,
Yes,
which
yes,
gives
yes.
it a human characteristic or it anthropomorphizes it. So
Exactly.
whenever we hear about God, we kind of think it's a man and this something there. So even Jesse was
Ah,
saying Jesse believes that God is a man because
Right.
Jesse there
no.
I give human characteristic to God
And
and
God
that
stuff
is your
like
and
that. You
soul.
get what
God
me
is
I
your
say?
listen,
soul. God is
just
your soul.
but all I
God,
know,
for
just to
me.
even go bill off of what Imatep just said, right?
Yes.
If you look at the way and the God that people have created, people, you know how them say God created man in his own image? People have created God now in their own image. So you
Wow.
find that there is a God who is jealous, right? God as being
Wow.
he is jealous, right? There is a God will hate one people and love one people. That's not the way it works, right?
Mm,
You understand?
mm,
So they create, so
mm.
because of their own experience of themselves, and especially of them lower selves, them create a
Lower
vengeful
self. Key
God
point.
because
Key
they
word.
are vengeful.
Lower
No,
self.
yeah, man, make she finish, man. Make she
they
just
they
finish.
are they are vengeful and they are evil. So a lot of these people who, and you find too, if you listen to a lot of, and I'm not against anybody Christian, because I have a lot of Christian people in my family and stuff like that, but if you listen to a lot of them speak, just quietly, just listen. They know more about the devil than them know about Jesus, than God, right?
Well,
Them know
well,
everything,
I
all
would
of this.
more say I would more say
Yeah,
believe than know, you
yeah.
know. But
Believe,
got
that's
you,
what I mean.
passion.
They believe
Right,
more. Right, exactly. They believe more about the devil, right? And
right,
then this God that
Believe.
them create is a dysfunctional, bipolar, jealous, evil, destructive God. You understand what I'm
right,
saying?
Key
right,
Because
word.
right. Hold
right.
that thought
So
for a second there.
yeah,
Key word is
56.
believe.
Yeah,
that's
Key
right.
word
passion.
is believe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
man.
ahead.
Just hold that thought for a second, passion. We have
Mhm.
56 people in the building, you know. Remember, if leave a like on, the stream. Dead D, big up yourself,
Big up that
Robert,
D.
yeah, man, big up yourself,
That
You
D.
know
That's a
they
good.
go. Well, 1 second. Let me
Mm.
just, yeah. Let me see. Who else me see there? Dory. Yeah, big
Oh,
up,
big up Dory.
Oh, the Dory, I say, if there's a hell and a heaven. That's a good question,
Oh
Dory,
boy.
because I remember saying, as Lali Bella say, and once you are dealing with the Cabalian, the
Mm-hmm.
all is mine. So here we go on
Mm-hmm.
now. Even the Bible say what? Seek first the
The kingdom
kingdom
of
of
heaven
heaven, right?
and
And
all will
all
be
shall
added
be
unto
added
you.
unto you.
That's right.
And in Luke 17, verse
Promise you.
21, it says
Yeah.
the kingdom of heaven is within
Heaven is
you.
within
So Dory, heaven and hell are states of mind. You
mind.
get what
Mine.
me I say, family. Big up
States of
yourself.
mind.
So the passion done. Got you, me hear what you said. The lady J, big
Yeah.
up.
Big up Lady J.
No, I was going about the word belief,
Mm.
because if you believe, that means you don't know. So I think we should try to use the word belief less and try to know.
Mm-hmm.
You
Right.
understand? So if you believe something, that means you don't know. So whatever you're trying to believe in, try to research it
Right,
and
right,
make it
Mm.
right,
make sense to you.
right.
Right.
And we should
True.
stop using this word believe, because
Well, I mean,
everybody.
colloquially, sometimes it might be used, but the context is key sometimes.
Right.
So
You get what I'm
my
saying?
point is this. My point is
Right,
this: is
right,
that
right,
if
right,
you are a believer, or if you're believing in something, that means you don't know. You're using something that you don't know. So
right,
because whenever time you know, the word belief becomes obsolete.
right. Facts,
That
facts,
was my
facts.
point. That's
No
my
man,
point.
no man. I get you. I get you on that one still when it comes
Yeah.
down to that.
Mhm.
All right. So listen now. Let's just speak a little bit about the God of the Bible because yeah,
Wow,
me
wow,
know say
that's a wicked guy. That
yeah,
guy,
yeah, yeah.
that
Me
guy.
know say when it comes down to the God of the Bible, people will say the God of the Bible and give it a human characteristic. But there are many gods in the Bible though. The Bible
Mm-hmm.
have what? The Bible have what? 72 names.
Mm-hmm.
72 names for God in the Bible. In the Quran is what? I think it's 99. And in the Judaism thing there is 108, something like that. Whichever way, all them add up to 9. The three of them, one are 72 names, one are 99, one are 108. I say that
Mm-hmm.
to say this. In the book of Genesis, them say it was Elohim, but it ties
Mm-hmm.
into the Sumerian story, right?
Yeah.
So them I said that was Elohim. So once them go Elohim, it's plural. You get what
Mm-hmm.
me I say, Miss Julia?
Yes.
Once
Yes.
them go
Yes.
Elohim,
It's
it's
plural.
plural. And guess what? No man can create this. Nothing masculine can create this. It
Right.
creates
Mm,
what? The male and the female. That's
Right.
why it goes into the law of gender.
Gender.
You get what me I say? So to those who think say one masculine entity, just like all of Jesse, big up Jesse for the
Sid.
interaction. I gonna say
Yeah.
that yeah man, he is mighty and this and that and
Yes.
stuff like that. You
Yes,
cannot
I always have a problem
separate
with
the
that.
male from the female.
Right. You cannot separate it.
Yeah,
Cannot.
there has to be balance, there has to be
They have to be
equilibrium, family.
balanced.
I
right?
always have a problem with that. Why you said he? Why we always says he?
Because of the time that it was formed, it was a patriarchal
Okay,
society.
okay.
Yeah.
So look at it this way. The only person on this earth that can create a life and bring forth a life is a woman, right?
But not without the help of a man.
Not without the help of a man. Yes,
Right.
you're perfectly right. But a man cannot have a child.
That's true. But listen, everybody has their role. The man is the gardener and we are the earth. We're receptive. The man plants his seed and he looks after us. We are the feminine. We are the woman. You
All
understand?
right, one second,
So
Miss Julia. We have
yeah.
70 people in the building, So you have to seal it up at 7. Continue them, Miss Julia.
uh, where was
Go
I? What
through.
was I talking about? Yeah, so different roles, right? The man, that's why
Right.
the husband and husbandry is gardening, right? We are the flower,
So,
right?
Miss Julia, let me ask you
Yes.
something.
No,
Yeah.
but hold on there. But hold on there, passion, because self-made there too. So
I
may I give him a
self-made.
minute
Big up
for
yourself,
talk and check
self-made.
in. But remember that
Yeah.
as Lali Bella say again, mega always go back to that. The all is one. There is
The
no
all is one.
separation.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Complementary
So
opposites.
and
The
they
male
Yeah,
and
we
complement
have
the
to respect
female
that.
and vice
Yes,
versa.
right. And that
You
is
get
yes,
what me I
yes,
why
say?
yes.
that is why even in our own even in our own wisdom and colloquialism we say one hand wash the other, which is
Right,
false,
right,
which is
right,
true.
right. So I'm
Which is true, which
self-made.
is true, which is true,
So I'm
which is true.
self-made. Go
Yeah.
to family. Maybe I give you a minute, So go to.
Yeah, man, big up, big up, big up,
Big
big
up
up.
Big up, you
self-made.
check in.
Just basically, just want to basically add to the conversation and from my own perspective and experience, and
Right.
is basically the same thing. When I talk, is the same thing, same conclusion I deduced growing up. Jamaica, Christian home and everything, and I've been on the journey of truth for a very long time, and basically picking sense out of nonsense. A lot of things don't make sense to me. You know what I mean? You love our world so much that you sacrifice your only pick me for make sure that everybody's sinless, but yet still them say we're still born in a sin. That's one point. Another point, me no woman to be a creator, as Miss Julia stated, with the
Mm-hmm.
help of a man. So
Mm-hmm.
how can a man be the ultimate creator? You understand what
Facts.
I'm saying?
You're right,
So
Right.
brother. You're right.
so
That's
Facts.
what
so
that's the point I
so
was trying to get
Facts.
to.
Make him land there, please.
so enough of these things that we were basically indoctrinated. I realized that, hold on, and the thing is, when I ask these questions to elders, I can't get a straight answer. I can't
You
get a
won't.
straight answer. You
You will
understand?
not.
It's mental gymnastics. You
Yeah.
understand? And I
Mhm.
realized that, okay, I have to unlearn to relearn, and
Yeah.
Yes.
then
But
and
I
then
get it.
and
I get it.
then and then apply what resonates to me and discard what doesn't.
Facts.
And then another thing I've realized, that yes, we have many different religions, but it all leads to the same place, to the source,
Facts.
to the ultimate I am.
Right.
You
Many
understand
ways
what
up
I'm
the
saying?
mountain. Many ways up the
Many
mountain.
ways up the mountain.
That's
All
right,
all
self-made.
religion is just really a tool, to really
Right.
lead you to yourself. But as
Facts.
you know, man isn't perfect, so man
Right.
corrupt the things that's meant for good, because anything can be good for you, can also harm you. Example,
Facts.
water. You
Facts.
understand what I'm saying? So
Facts.
so I don't put a cap on what I can learn, because I'm always a student of life before anything, because it don't come with
Facts.
an instruction manual. So that's why I'm
Mm.
always open to these conversations, and I enjoy these dialogues, because it's essential for our growth,
For our growth.
and to be able to navigate this thing through, that's called life. But
Facts.
continue.
Yeah, man,
Facts. And you know what?
self-made.
Self-made.
Because one
Big up
second, Miss
yourself.
Julia. Let me say this really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, in a real life, because in 2023, yeah, we need to start to push the envelope where people start to question these things, because for too long these things have been superimposed on us, and
Yes.
we are very become very docile, and of accepting these things without any form of validation of the logic of these arguments. So yes, we are here to put these topics out there to at least stimulate critical thinking, where ones and
Facts.
ones can look at it and say, hold on, but this no make no sense. What go on here? So how comes, if God is a male, how can God create Eve? More somebody tell me that
Exactly,
part
Right.
again.
exactly.
So
Facts.
May I
yeah,
add one
but
more
hold
thing?
on. Me not like a Jesse tell me that no,
Facts.
if God is a man, and you talk about praise him and he is Lord and you know, in his name and stuff like that. All male characteristics, right?
Yeah.
How the woman part create this or no? So
Facts.
these
No,
are
but you
questions where
see,
it don't make no
hold on,
sense.
guys.
It
But
It
we
don't
don't.
make
see
no
a big
It
sense. You
doesn't.
point.
get what
May
me I
I add
say?
one? May I add one more thing? I remember
Yes.
coming up in school, because as you know, as time goes on, the education curriculum changes, and I remember coming up in school, they taught us about polytheistic nations and civilizations when they believed in many gods and eventually became to monotheistic,
Mm-hmm.
and how that became the dominant narrative,
Mm-hmm.
you know, from ever since. And as you said, it forced us to be docile, accept it without any substantial evidence that to
Right.
support the claim. And then you bring up something that goes against the narrative, you're deemed as evil. You don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
show up in a God fierce. I want to
Facts.
you. You understand what I'm saying? They can't bring you something that's logically to go against your point and your questions that you're bringing up. You understand
Right.
what I'm saying? And I think it's important because it's used now. Religion is used as a crutch. I understand people need things to believe in, but my philosophy is this: start with yourself,
Yeah.
Yes,
believe
Facts.
in yourself,
believe in
and then
Yes.
yourself,
take
and then you
and
will
then
find the God, and then you will
exactly,
find
Right.
the God. Yes.
exactly. But
Facts.
continue. Go on,
But they
Ship.
don't want to
No,
stay. They
no,
don't want to. They don't
you're
want.
saying
It's
facts.
not. That's not always set up because that's why you have school of what they call it, the theologian. Why you go to the school to learn God? They have a
Mm-hmm.
school. You
Mm-hmm.
go to
Mm-hmm.
school,
Yeah, you're right.
find God.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these theological seminaries is really to train you to in a particular way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's based on the doctrines and dogma of the church. It's not
Right.
based on any scientific methodology, anything historical. You get what I say? A
Facts.
biblical
It's
teachings,
biblical
and them
teaching.
a try formulate their own
No, no, no.
thesis. You get
Imhotep.
what I
It's
say?
not just biblical teachings. It doesn't come. It comes with psychological doctrinating
Mm-hmm.
situations where you have to go out there and bring people into this thing to grab your soul. You
Yeah,
know,
but
there's all of these.
it's
You know,
still biblical. It's still all biblical though. It's all
yeah,
biblical.
but listen. All right, I'm gonna be a little bit contradicted here. Why all of these major institutions want your soul?
What do you mean by want your soul though?
No, they keep on asking you must give your soul. I'll sell your soul, I'll give your soul. Some is begging and some you have to give it. Why? Why? What is this thing called soul?
But
Why
the
everything?
reason, okay, but the reason again, but the reason why they did that, right, was because of them see the separation. But it was also to basically say undeniable obedience. In other words, if you put your soul to something or the essence of you to something, you will not question us. You will not question what we tell you to do. You will not question that tithe mean giving 1/10 of of your earnings every son. You will not
Oh,
question anything. So that is why them do that. Them do it to basically say, you see, you did this. You put yourself under this blood oath or soul oath, right? And to go against this is it's gonna be detrimental for you. It's fair. It's all
Right.
fair.
So
Yeah.
what on the passion then? Big up in a
mhm.
one united. So
Yeah.
what would you call the soul? Because if something we can sell or whatever or you
You
can give,
can't.
then what
Right.
is it? That's the
Okay.
question. Do you own it? You control it where you can
Right.
give it?
It's I don't want to use the word believe.
Well, you can't use the word
You
believe,
cannot.
passion Dan.
You
And I say
cannot.
you what you don't wanna. Remember, you know, I you set the law there,
Yeah,
brother.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah. But it's
Right.
things you have to give your soul to. It's something that you have to connect to. Like you have to be a part of this thing. And what you see, this is why. So okay, so let me try to break it down for a little bit. I don't know if you guys can understand it, but it's something that when you go to church, you see these people crying and wailing and hollering and they hand up in the air and then once you do that shit, you're not a part of yourself no more because you're attached to something else.
Well, I
It's
mean,
gonna
that is
think
all
you
about being emotional, though.
It's emotional. It's
Hold on,
emotions.
the passion.
Yeah.
Remember, you know,
do-
hold on. Remember, you know, even the ancestors, right? When
Yes,
they
sir.
wanted to go in a trance-like state,
Right.
they would chant.
Chance.
That's a natural phenomena. That's
Right.
nothing new. So
All
when
right.
they keep repeating the same thing
Right.
and with all that passion and zeal, they will be in a very emotionally
Emotional
psychotic
state.
state. So
Right.
that's nothing crazy. You get what I
Nothing
say?
crazy
I
at
just
all.
we
And
think say that's weird, you know?
no,
What
it's
is
not.
it?
And
What is
also,
it? What is it?
wait,
What is it
passion.
you're connecting to in that state of mind? What is it?
Passion. Listen. That is what we were talking about before, which is vibration. When they all do that and them
But
all
nowadays it's
say,
not happening,
Well, on the passion,
sister.
excellent, man. Excellent passion. Go to Miss
when them
Julia.
when them all in that state of euphoria, right? Energy
Mhm.
transfer is real, and them in that vibration of receiving the Holy Spirit. A lot of these things are just emoting. A lot of these people just have a lot of these people have just
Not,
regular people have regular problems in them life, and them just and them really think that them getting
we're not connecting
some
to that. We're not connecting to
right.
that same energy that our ancestors was connecting to. They
No,
give us
yeah.
something to connect to. They give us
So
something to connect to.
But
so more
okay, so
ask a
okay,
question, passion then.
question, passion. What do you believe the soul is?
Right. I was gonna ask that same question.
Ah, good question.
No, but Miss Julia,
Oh, hold on, hold
no,
on.
Yes,
hold
Let
on,
me
I
hold
try
want
to
to
on,
know
hold on,
what
hold
you
on,
believe because
let me
hold
try to
on,
explain because I
yeah.
passion, hold on,
okay,
passion.
okay,
All
man.
right,
Yeah.
so Miss Julia, passion say for the rest of the reasoning we can't use that word there. So just rephrase
Okay,
that,
what do
please.
you know the soul to be?
All right, all right, all right. Listen,
Mm-hmm.
you see, every time you get into a state where you feel somebody, the person that you love died, right?
Mm.
And you feel this deep emotion, and you just went all out. You are connecting your soul to this situation that happened, right? This emotion that you're feeling, that it felt in your chest. You feel it in your chest. That is just, it's a feeling. It's a feeling. It's a feeling. It's a deep emotional feeling.
But
No, if you take that,
that would yeah.
hold on, guys. If you take that same emotion and give it to an organization or a cult movement or a thing that has nothing to do with your ancestors nor your family member, then that's where you are in problem.
All right, so pretty much you're saying that the soul is what? Emotions or what?
It's a part of your emotion. It's a part of your deep depth emotions that brings tears to your
The
eyes.
soul. Okay. This listen. The soul
Yeah, yeah,
is
go to
your
Miss
is
Julia.
the soul is your spiritual essence.
I got
Okay,
next.
and it's not only of people too. A plant could have a soul. Any living being can have a soul. The
Yes,
spiritual
everything.
essence of a thing. Now,
Mhm.
is that something that you can give away? No, what you're going to unless you
Hold
give up the
on,
ghost and you
hold
die.
on, hold on, hold on. Yes, you can give it away.
You can give away your soul. So,
No,
How
hold
so,
on,
so
so?
hold
listen.
on, hold
Yes,
on,
So
hold
let me
on,
here,
respond to
Make
that.
hold
him
on, the
explain. Make
passion,
him explain.
passion,
ex-
passion. All
Yes, sir.
right, we are gonna make you explain, you know. You get what me
yeah.
I say?
Yes, sir.
But
Mm-hmm.
here we
Let
go
me
now.
explain that
Hold on,
for
no
you.
passion. We are gonna make you explain. But you
Mm-hmm.
see, in your explanation, you have
Yes,
to
sir.
go prove to it.
Right.
Say you what the soul is. Hold on, you know.
Right.
Listen to me good enough.
Right.
You have to go prove to it what
Right.
the soul is and if you own it. Because
Exactly.
in
And
order
if
to
you
give
can give
away
it
something,
away.
you have
You
to
have
Your
to
own it.
own it. True.
So
soul is
go
your
through.
own understanding beam and the way you think about life and how you express yourself in life. That is your soul. Okay. So the point of you giving
See, so
are
we have
you
okay. So this is the problem now.
No, Miss Julia,
Both
me
hold on.
really want
This
to
is the
finish, you know.
problem. Before we go further, this is the problem. Both of us have two different
Mhm.
ideas of what the soul is.
Yeah,
Yes,
and he has to. That's why I want him
I'm just
explain, you know. That's
no,
why I
All
hold
right,
on.
want
go
him
ahead.
clearly
I'm just
explain
talking to
because
the
well on
normal.
the passion,
All
hold
Yes,
right,
sir.
on.
go through.
Yes,
We
sir.
are gonna allow you to explain. But as we say, you have to tell us definitively what the soul
The
is
soul
and if you
is
own it.
right,
You have to do that. I don't want you telling us that it is
right,
our emotions and stuff like that. Tell us
right.
what the soul is
What is the
because
Oh,
soul?
remember Miss
I know what.
Julia said
you're looking for hard copy, but
no,
listen,
No,
no, hold
no,
on, no,
no,
passion, hold
no.
on, no, Miss Julia, hold on,
Yeah.
passion. What we are saying, we are trying to establish what the soul is
so
because you are saying what we are trying to really find out is that can you sell your soul or give it away? So
Exactly.
first we have to establish what
okay.
the soul is and do you own it to be able to sell it or give it away? So go
Yes,
through.
hold it, yes,
Right.
and you can give it away. Yes, yes.
All right.
No, no,
So
no, hold on, no, hold on, no. what I say is, Passion, more you tell me what the soul is,
Right.
and do you own it?
Right.
Okay, soul is a belief.
Oh,
It's what
Passion,
you believe
well, I
in.
know, stop, brother. Remember,
You
you
just
know.
said don't use
Remember,
belief.
you know. Your band them.
Exactly.
Hey, Passion, stop it, man.
Passion, no
Stop it, bro.
passion.
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 I'm telling
No
you.
more passion.
No, listen. No, yes, the word belief. I use the word belief, but listen to
No,
me.
no, we ban that
Passion,
No,
word.
say
We ban that
don't
word.
use that.
tell you.
That
You
word is
just
exempt.
listen to a second.
Hold on, Passion. Hold on, stick up in. We
Yeah.
all agree for the rest of the reasoning here. Them two words there, belief and belief. Passion no one hear them.
Hear that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Passion
So
that no one
passion, tell
hear
me what
them.
the soul
Right.
is.
Give me the mic for a little bit.
Definitively.
Yeah,
So
go
you
to Passion.
Definitively.
said that, Imhotep, and
Miss
sister
Julia. Miss Julia.
Julia,
Yeah.
you're saying that now. Listen now.
Mm.
So what about the people that are operating in the realm of belief? You see, this is only way you can get your soul being taken away. All right. All right. So listen now. If you're operating in the space of belief, because you don't know, then anybody can sell you anything or grab your intentions or your, whatever it is. All right. So listen. So if you're operating in the space of belief, this is why religion and all of these other movements, because you're not operating from self, you're operating from a space of belief. So this is why I have to bring up the word belief. Um. So what was the next one again? How
No,
do
the
you want?
soul. With the soul, we still want
Oh
your
yeah, oh you
perspective
sell your
on what
soul.
is the
What
soul,
is the
and do
soul?
you own it to sell
And
it
do you own it to
or
sell it
yes.
or
Anytime you
give it
believe in
away?
something out of self, simple. Anytime you believe in something out of self,
But
anytime
we
you,
stop. Hold on, my
anytime.
Passion. We stop using
No,
those
no, no, no,
words,
no, no,
bro.
no, 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 no. So let's use this word because there's people believing. There's people believe.
Make
So
him go on, make him go on.
anytime you start operating, so
All
let's use
right,
it.
so you
Let's
move
use
the
it that way.
goalpost now. So
No,
all
hold on.
right, so it's okay if we use
Anytime you
believe and
start
belief. Then
operating,
hold on, no?
hold
Passion,
on, my brother.
Passion. Hold
Anytime
on,
you
no,
start,
brother.
anytime
Hold
you
on,
start
no.
operating out of something, out of self, you're in the realm of belief.
All right, so Passion. All me I say, Passion.
Self
Stick up in now.
tells you everything that you're supposed to do. You
Yeah,
don't have to
Passion.
believe. Yeah, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
Make me stick a pin so we just establish certain things. Is it okay if we go back to the belief and
Right.
believe in our vocabulary as it relates to the reasoning? Or we are going to ban them words
What
there?
keyword is vocabulary? What is
Right.
vocabulary?
No, what I'm saying, remember, man, the passion. Hear me say, man, that's semantical, bro. When me I say,
Mm.
I say, we must eliminate believe and belief.
You said
Remember,
that.
man, you said that,
You
bro.
said
So
that.
we
So now can we
definitely
go
want to
back
work
to
with
it?
that because we agree with you. So make we eliminate believe and belief out of the
Right.
reasoning.
No, my brother. No, my brother. Listen. Yes. I did mention that early on. But what I'm saying to you is that I was speaking about not in the reason that we're having right now, because you have people that do believe. But what I'm saying to you, if you're operating from a space of belief,
Mm-hmm.
right, you're not connecting to self. So what I'm saying to you is that vocabulary, you use the word vocabulary right now.
Mm.
What is vocabulary?
Where are we
Semantics.
there? You're talking about the soul.
We are talking about the
You're
soul.
Yeah, let's
convoluting the
get
argument right now.
Let's
stick
get
to the
back.
We
Let's
were
get
point.
back to
talking
the soul. Let's
about
get
the
back to the
soul.
soul. Let's
Come
get back
on,
to the
man.
soul. Let's get back to the soul. Let's
Let's
get back to the soul. Let's get back
yeah,
to the soul.
let's
So,
yeah.
what I'm saying is this now. If you are operating, not because soul is self. So if you're operating, remember, for you to believe something is somebody have to tell you that. That means you're not operating in self.
Not necessarily, but go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
All right, go to self-made because
Right.
I still want to put that soul
I
thing to
still
rest.
want to
So
know what
watch
soul
this
is
now.
from your
Watch this now. I'm
perspective.
gonna give self-made the mic, but let me say this. Remember, passion. You said the soul itself. So if the
Right.
soul itself, how can you sell it or give it away? But go through
Right.
self-made.
Yes,
Cause with
because
Um,
when you
self-made,
start
yeah.
believing, when you
Hold on,
start
passion,
believing,
passion.
that's how you sell your soul.
But passion. Remember, you burn out believing, brother. So
right.
No,
we will stop
but
deal
it
with
exists.
that.
It exists. It exists. No,
No. What you mean? If you believe, you sell your soul, or you
no,
just
but
sell
believe
yourself?
it exists. It exists.
No,
Why you think
hold
you
on
have
no.
Christian people?
But
Why you think
hold
you have
on no.
that cult?
Passion, hold on, no passion. If you believe something, don't make it true. Not true. Don't make it real, right?
Right.
Not
Hold
true,
on,
passion.
hold on,
All
hold
right,
on.
got yourself, mate.
Um, as far as spirit and soul, I see people in the comments saying that it's not real. What I've came to understand is that people are only going to know or quote unquote believe things based on their own experience. You understand what I'm saying?
Things,
Because I've experienced things that if I tell it to the next person, they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy or I'm lying. And you cannot deny my experience because this is what I went through. It's what I seen. So it's really a touchy thing because again we love to generalize a lot of things, but again it's all based on one's own interpretation and one's own experience. But go ahead.
Self-made. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Let's go back to what you said, right?
What
I
if you
understand what you.
on your own
Hold on,
experience?
hold on a
No,
second,
Passion
Mr.
Dan. Hold on, the
Passion.
Passion Dan. Yeah, we have to.
Mr. Passion, I know
Yeah,
you're
we have to
very
deal it with
I
little
know you
decorum.
are the Passion Dan because
Yeah,
you're
but
passionate.
Real passion.
You're very
Passion.
passionate.
I would have the mic, you know.
But
So
let
I'm
me
self-made. I'm Miss Julia now.
yeah, so let's go back to self-made. So self-made, I agree with what you just said, but I must caution you because to experience is actually to know as well. Because look at
Absolutely. Absolutely.
because okay, you okay. Let me tell you this now.
I know me have a soul.
And now,
Me
but
no
hold on,
believe.
hold on,
No
hold on.
one. Me not give
Right,
it to nothing. Me not
but
give it to
I need to.
nothing.
Got you, Miss Julia.
Well,
Sorry.
Miss
I
Julia,
will.
the Passion. We have to have
Passion.
the decorum. You see, when I hear a minute,
Yes, sir.
yeah, man, you got you. And
All
Miss
right,
Julia,
brother.
a minute, you know, so make sure
All
you
right,
got
brother.
you.
All right, all
Yeah.
All
right.
right, so let's start now. So you try to go to somebody who was blind from birth and say, you know what, that is purple. They have heard purple, but they have not experienced purple.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I can come to you all the time. You always hear that, yeah, sugar sweet, sugar sweet, sugar sweet, sugar sweet. So you believe, say it's sweet. You never tried it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when sugar merges with you and your senses and you have it on the tip of your tongue, you
Mm-hmm.
experience sweet. Now you
Mm-hmm.
know that sugar is sweet. So that's the
Right.
difference between believing and between
And
knowing. So I agree with what you're
yeah.
saying, but to experience is actually to know, right?
Yes.
Yeah, man,
So
facts.
right,
Yes,
exactly.
facts.
So
Yeah, because
self
in you got you. Sorry.
Let you finish. Let
so
you finish.
Yeah.
so Mr. Passion, what I want from you, because of the fact that we are trying to determine if you can give away this item, which is the soul, and
Right.
if you can be without it or you can sell it. What I need to know is what is it from your point
Right.
of view? Because from
Right.
my
So let
point,
me say this real quick, Miss Julia.
so
Because inside the soul itself,
right,
right? And if the self is you,
right,
can you give away self passion? If the soul
Yes.
itself, because you
You
are
have
telling
to
the
give away
soul
self.
itself.
Yes, you can give away self.
So if you give away yourself, what you left with?
Good question.
And the soul.
No
No.
man, hold on.
no.
Passion Dan, stop that. Bro.
Yo, him
Passion,
crafty,
passion,
you know.
See,
passion,
you see, you're
passion. But hold
disappointed.
on, man.
See
Passion. If you have your soul and you give it away, or you feel left with an empty soul when you don't
Exactly.
know
You,
the
you
soul
become
already.
a
Hey,
follower.
passion.
You becomes a follower. You
No man.
cannot.
All
You
right.
can. You
Well, I
cannot.
know.
You cannot make decision for yourself. You don't think for
No,
yourself no more.
no, but
You listen to
passion.
what everybody else says. You listen to what everybody else says. You don't. You have to. You becomes a follower.
No, but passion.
Yes, sir.
Passion. If you don't have a soul, yeah, you cannot be alive. You hear? Let
Exactly.
me just say that for the record. You hear? 1 second. Let
So
me pick up.
you're
Hold
including
on,
soul
passion.
with breath.
Hold on,
breath.
passion, man. No, man. That a different something. That I was self-made mentioned a while ago. When
Right.
self-made is a spirit, that is
Right.
what they call breath. That's the
That's
life
what they
force
call breath.
essence.
That's
The
different.
soul is consciousness.
It's
And that's why Miss
consciousness.
Julia say,
Yes. So if you're not conscious,
passion.
what are
Hold
you?
on, I'm making
Hold
up
on,
no
no man,
passion.
no man.
Passion, we have to
Remember
respect the
we give you,
host.
almost time to
Yeah.
explain to what soul is, And you say
Right.
the soul is self.
Self.
And we ask you to give away yourself, what you leave with, you say
Right.
an empty soul.
Empty self.
So make we just clarify that, no man. Nothing
Right.
no wrong, man.
All
We
right.
can
All
reason and
Right.
exchange ideas, right?
Right.
right.
Good.
Fair
The
enough.
And
soul is consciousness.
consciousness and the
Spirit
essence
is
of
breath.
the
Spirit
spirit is
is
breath.
breath.
That's right.
Spirit is the life force energy. You get
Right.
Mm-hmm.
what me I said? That
Mm-hmm.
permeates through all of us. So
Right.
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, the soul is consciousness. So
Right.
Mm-hmm.
even when you gonna sleep, you don't know it go. The spirit there and the
Right.
consciousness there. So you know it's a area. When
Subconscious.
you are rest,
Right.
Subconscious.
yeah man, your consciousness and make your body regenerate and recoup and all them something there. So even your reproductive system at work and whatever. You get what me I say? So you know, say by the time you wake in the morning, you're up and running. So that consciousness, even while you're asleep at night, that consciousness is still at work. So
And
we just want to clarify that with the soul.
clarify that.
You get what me I say, family?
To stick up
Black
in
pepper, big up, you know.
stick up in there to go off of what Imhotep just said too, right? Because he said that the consciousness, which is what I used to in that word. But if you think about it, let's just say you are half right? That means that you do not have a soul to give away. You are a soul because you are consciousness.
Exactly.
So you are a soul. So you
All right,
are
guys. So let me ask you.
No,
Let me
make
ask you.
finish.
Hold on.
Finish the
Let me make
passion.
sure.
Make
Say,
the land.
no, hold on.
Okay.
Don't just listen to respond. Just listen to actually hear what
Yes,
I'm
yes, yes.
saying.
Makes sense.
Just
Makes
to
sense.
hear
Makes sense.
what Imhotep just said, which is consciousness, which is the same word that I use. That means that you don't have a soul to give away. You are a soul. You might have a physical body, right, that you can enslave to people, but you are a soul. You are consciousness. So me want to know how you gonna sell that argue that way. Anyway, continue.
But Miss Julia, before him take the mic there,
Yes.
I have to ask him because in order to sell it, you know, remember, you know.
Yeah.
Me
No,
reason why me ask him, hold on the
guys,
passion,
don't
you
look
get the
about
mic.
selling. Don't look
Passion, hold
about
on the
selling.
man. You get the mic, brother. Me I give you the mic,
Passion,
man.
yeah.
Hold on the man. Hear me I say.
Yeah.
When me start off, Miss Julia, I specifically said, in order to give away your soul or sell your soul, you have to own it.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So if the soul is consciousness now, more passion than to show me how him own that to give it away.
Facts.
Go through. You have a
Go
minute.
through, passion.
All right. Or you give away your soul. Or if you own your soul, or you give it away. That's what you're saying, Imhotep?
No. My question is, you know, how can you give away your soul, right? If the soul is consciousness, we don't own consciousness. We are consciousness in matter.
All right, guys, listen.
Hold on,
Let me
brother, passion, hold on, you're gonna get the mic, brother. I gave you the mic and you asked me a question.
You
So
not
just
get no
let me
mic. No on the mic. Yeah,
hold
man.
on, no. Hold on, no, man. Me I give back the mic, you know, because as me I say, my question is, brother.
Yes, sir.
If the soul is consciousness, we are consciousness in matter,
Yes, sir.
acting in synchronicity with spirit, right? It means that we do not own soul.
Right. You are it.
So if we don't own soul, how can we sell
Give
it
it
or
away.
give it away?
Exactly.
So go through passion and
Go
you have a
through with
minute.
that.
All right. So you're saying that you don't own your soul, right?
Right.
But you know that soul is self.
Huh?
What?
Do you know that soul is self?
What do you mean by self though? You said that, but you still not break
You
that
as
down.
a
Break that
personal
down.
human being. You as a human being. You were born with a soul. The minute you're born, you have a soul. You have a specific personal thing that you was born with. That is you, your personality, everything that makes up you as an individual person, that you are not like the next person. That is your soul. So let me tell you something now. So what is it? So let's go forward. I think some of the most soul grabbing, because this is why they walk around and tell you that you should give your soul. Why these people go around and tell you that you should give your soul? Hold on, guys, you there?
Yeah, we're here.
They are man, we are listening.
Yeah, we're there. Listen,
Yes.
remember we
So
give you
what
a
I'm
minute.
Yeah,
saying,
Just
what I'm
listen
so
to
saying
you.
is
no,
this.
hold on a passion.
You have
No, hold on a passion.
religion.
Passion. Hold on
Yes.
no. We allowing you to talk. So that's when self-made get the mic. You don't know it got in flow.
No,
And
no,
Miss
no.
Julia flow. So go
I'm just
through.
saying some things. I'm just saying,
Right,
and this
go
is
through.
from
Go
myself.
through. Go
I'm
through.
speaking from self. I'm speaking
Right.
from self. So what I'm saying to you, why do you have organizations that tell you that you should give your soul to this
Because
thing?
them controlling you.
So what I'm saying, so this is what I'm saying. And how do you give the soul to them?
You
How do you?
cannot.
No, but
All right. Well, 1 second there.
the people doesn't go, because
No, hold
once
on
you
now.
give yourself, you give your total self, you hold up your hand in the air, and you do all of these rituals.
Me get way myself.
No. Hold on. That has nothing. Hold on now. Self-made. What you
Dude,
must say?
maybe, you know what happened?
Yeah.
Maybe we might look at this soul grabbing thing as totally different. Maybe we might not understand this soul grabbing thing, but I know that
What do you mean by we might not understand though?
because you might looking at soul grabbing as a totally different thing, and you might look at soul as a different thing.
No,
But
but we
I
have to
realize what's going
establish
on
what
because
it
if
is.
let me just say something.
Yeah.
If I give my soul to Jesus right now, which we are always asking for, no, I have to conform to this belief, what they want us to do, or this thing. I have to conform myself to this thing, and everything that I do with against self. Even if self is telling me not to do it, I have to do it because I conform myself to this thing.
But
And
all
that
right,
is a
all
way
right.
of grabbing your soul, and this is a way of you connecting yourself to something that needed you to be a part of it, and that is your soul.
All right. So
Why can't you be a part of yourself
but
without
hold on now.
nobody else?
All
We
right,
don't
hold
need
on then. All
Okay,
right,
okay.
Passion. Passion, land. You have to land it now. You have to land your plane in
Land,
yeah,
land,
one
yeah.
minute.
Papa, land.
All right. So
Can
what's
I?
this now?
Okay,
What's this
afterwards.
now? Yeah. Let me big up. Big up Cash in the building. You
Big
get what
up
me I
cat.
say? Yeah, man. I always Mr. Check in. Me see ADOS invented country or whatever. Big up yourself. August me born. You don't know it. Go
August
big up
born.
yourself.
Big up
Black
yourself.
Pepper. Big
I
up
like that
yourself.
name.
So remember, you
Yeah.
said that the soul is self, right? And you said, but you
yes.
said earlier, if you give away the self, you're left with where you say about the soul again, an empty soul. So you see, at the end of the day, you have to come to the determination of what the soul is, and if the soul is consciousness, you cannot give that. You can do blind allegiance. That don't mean you give your soul.
And not
That is
only
where the
that,
misunderstanding
right?
is.
It
But
Hold
could be
on,
a
a
real
passion.
person.
Passion,
You will
hold
never
on
be a
now.
blind person.
Pastor, and hold on, bro. You go into a church, you can pray to Jesus from now till the morning. You're not
Mhm.
giving away no soul because
Why
you
they
can't give
baptize
in a
though? Why they
consciousness.
no,
baptize?
Hold
Why they
on, no, man.
baptize?
Hold on, no matter
Why
what
they
choice you
baptize?
make. Hold on, brother. No matter what choice you make, you don't have no soul to give it because you don't
right.
own
Bro, you give
consciousness.
allegiance. You
But
give
Get
hold
me?
on,
allegiance to
Hold
this
on, no,
thing.
man.
hold on.
Passion. We have to have decorum in a bro. Me give you about 3 minutes for reasoning, man. What me I say?
Can
Make
I
me
say
Alright,
something
finish,
to
no,
Passion
man.
after you're done? Let me say
Yeah,
something
alright.
man.
to
All
Passion
I'm
when you're
I was
done.
saying,
just interjecting. I was just interjecting.
consciousness is not something where you
So you
can
can give away.
own or give
Exactly.
away.
Right.
You get what me I say? So here we go on. All if you got the church of Satan tomorrow, that's just you being in a place pledging some blind allegiance. That
Right.
have nothing to do with your soul,
Now,
and you can't give it where I sell it.
can I say
You
something
get
to
what
you,
me I say?
Passion?
Mr. Robert there,
Sir.
Oh,
but me I go make Miss Julia
yeah. Let me say
take
something
it
one
on the
minute.
Uh-oh.
mic, then self-made, and then Robert.
All
So
right.
Miss
So
Julia, you
Passion,
have a minute.
yeah. All right, Passion. I heard what you're saying, and what you shouldn't confuse is subjugation of the will to actually giving away of a soul.
Facts.
Now, when you go to these places and them say, oh, you give your soul, a lot of that thing was created just for fear. Because remember, them say, if you
People
go
giving
hell,
praise.
hold on
People
now,
giving
Hold on.
hold
praise.
on,
Hold on,
Hold
passion.
on, hold
hold
Passion,
on.
on.
hold on now.
Them say if you go to hell, your soul going to be in eternal damnation.
Some people
Understand?
fear it,
So a lot of it
so
was
they give
fear
themselves.
based. So they say give your soul to Christ so that you can have eternal life everlasting and you can live in heaven. It's a lot of it is fear based. Now the language that you use show the difference in understanding, because what you said was when you're born with a soul.
Yes, you do.
You are born as consciousness, you are born as the soul. You cannot give that away. The consciousness, you cannot give that away, but you can
Facts.
People
give
does it.
away your allegiance, and you can subjugate your
No, people
will
going to
to what
hear
these
Hold on,
me.
people
passion
doing.
done. Hold on, a passion done. We cannot.
No,
You cannot interject like that, bro.
you cannot
Make the
interject
land, no
because you're gonna
man.
stop my flow.
Make the land. Yeah, yeah. Disrupt our flow.
Right. So you can subjugate your will to these people. They can tell you, say you're giving your soul to Christ, or you're giving your soul to something but that is not the truth. And a
Right.
lot of it was created for fear and to instill fear into people. We
Yeah, and
understand? So not
blind
because them
obedience. Right.
right, so not because them say it means it is so. You're subjugating your
Right.
will.
Right. I'm
That's it.
self-made. Yeah, man. Take a minute there, and then we see Robert and Lali Bella there too. So go
No
to
man,
self-made.
I won't be long. It's just basically we make it from where Ima say passion done, and basically I say basically when you dedicate yourself, as what Miss Julia just expound upon. So
Right.
Right.
don't necessarily need to repeat, but
Yeah, but I
however,
think yes, got you.
oh go on. Say what you
No,
have to.
no, I was gonna say that that is where the conflation takes place
Right.
Yes,
because he
yes,
thinks that him dedicating to a particular group is akin to
Right.
giving away his soul. You get
Right.
what me I say, and it doesn't work like that.
And
But
it
got
doesn't
you
work that way.
self-made.
Right.
right, and that's why sometimes it really irritates me sometimes when we see successful people of our own, when we see successful black people, we're quick to say that moniker, oh, he sold his soul. He sold out. And in actuality, sometimes it takes away from the perseverance and the hard work that the individual had to go through and put in to put themselves on that plateau. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh
Because the
yeah.
thing is, you put in work behind the scenes, and then people only get to see the finished product. And
Right.
then they quick to say, oh, you sold your soul, not knowing the amount of hours and dedication, the
Right.
commitment you had to put yourself towards a
Facts.
specific endeavor. You understand what I'm saying? And
Facts.
yeah, it's just a conflation what he was just doing just now. However, I really want to get to the point with I really want to get to the reason where we're talking about the soul itself and how it operates and how it leads. Because to my understanding, based on what I see, it means nothing but good for you. Whether even if you had the bad, it still want good for you and directing you to the good. And to me, based off my interpretation, the way how I see it, that's the
Mm-hmm.
God in me, speaking
Right.
through me, speaking to me, through
Facts.
me. You understand what
Facts.
I'm saying?
Right, because
Even if you're doing bad, it's still want for the good, So
Facts.
to me, when you see the youth them a kill much people and something, don't think say them have good thoughts that come to across their mind and I say, yo, so you know for do that. A fuck reality. They continuously kill that inner voice when they
Yeah.
continuously commit these acts
Suppress.
and atrocity.
right,
They suppress that voice till
And that's the
eventually,
conscience. Yeah. The conscience. They
that's
suppress
why
the
Wait,
conscience.
sometimes,
self-made. You
Yeah.
said
that's
you
why,
wasn't
right.
that's,
self-made. You said you
oh,
wasn't going to be long. You
All
said
right,
you
got
wasn't
you,
going.
Robert. Got you,
all right, go
Robert.
on, go on, go
Got
on.
you.
I'm just fucking with you, self-made.
All
You know
right,
good.
got you,
All right,
Robert.
Yeah.
but
Got you still.
sometimes when you see some killers, when you know killers, they don't look the
Mm-hmm.
same as they did in their youth or before they took on those endeavors. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Facts.
got you,
Now,
Self-made.
Robert.
so listen, I didn't want to. If you didn't finish your thought, I want you to finish your thought, just for the
I'm
record. I
done.
didn't
Yeah,
mean
I'm
to
done.
cut
I'm
you.
done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Go
All
ahead.
right. So all right. So you already know. If you guys don't know,
You're
I don't believe.
agnostic. We know. Go
No,
ahead.
I'm not.
No, he's an
No.
atheist. Right.
Stop. Self-made. Stop. I'm not agnostic. I am atheist. I do not believe in the theory of God. Period. Right?
Got it.
Yeah.
I do believe in spirits. I do not
Oh,
believe in the soul.
You
Okay?
can never be an
okay.
atheist.
No,
Now,
hold on. Make him go through
so,
there, man. We can't cut him in passion.
so,
Just mute on the
so,
mics and make him land there. Go through, Robert.
passion,
Sorry.
I've been an atheist. I've been an atheist for going on 25 years. So
You
let
know,
me tell you something now.
you know your truth. You can never be an
Passion,
atheist.
please,
You're the truth.
make him finish. Passion. We
All right,
cannot.
So
brother. All right,
listen,
Yeah,
brother. All right,
man.
brother.
We
I'm
have to
sorry.
have
I'm sorry.
listen,
I'm
decorum,
I
sorry.
man.
know.
I'm sorry.
Come
Go ahead.
on, give me a second. I'm almost there. I won't be long, I promise. So listen, self-made. I don't believe in spirits and souls in the religious sense, right? But I do believe in spirit and soul. So let me explain. So
Okay.
listen, you ever seen a person make a painting? You could put your soul into that painting. You feel
Yes.
me?
Michelangelo.
You can put your soul into a statue. Put your soul into a piece of music. You can put your soul into a book. You can put your soul into a constitution. And the
Okay.
reason why I say that is because your soul, for me, is your thoughts essentially. Your thoughts, your attitudes, your opinions, your views. That
Yes,
is what your
brother.
soul is. That is what your spirit is. You feel
Yes,
what I'm
brother.
saying?
Yes,
All
brother.
right. Well,
That's it. So that's
all
it.
right.
Gratitude for that. Gratitude
Yeah.
for that.
So I'm
Gratitude
All
for
gonna
that.
right.
respond.
Got
All right.
you.
Hold on there. Hold on. I'm
Got
gonna
you.
respond to that, but I'm gonna let Lali Bella get a minute and Mr. Gray destroyer there as well and Cash there. So go to Lali Bella.
Yeah. Love and
Yeah,
light one and all.
Love
Yeah.
and light,
bless up.
Lalibela. Bless up.
Yeah. Me really I try to get acclimated before me chime in, other than to say that whatever aphorisms we are used is a function of the school of thought or subscribe to philosophically. So in that respect, many things are relative to that. Some want to really listen. When we speak, we've got to be careful not to be too affirmative, knowing that many of these things are just a function of our school of thought.
True.
So more want to listen a little bit more before me chime in.
All right,
All
so Lalibela, that statement was in reference to the soul.
Everything. When we reason philosophically, that which we subscribe to is a function of what that school of thought teaches.
Right, but I don't think most of the reason was philosophical still. You
No,
get what I say?
all of these reasons. If we're
Yeah,
talking
man.
about the soul,
All of it.
it
Yeah,
cannot be
man.
No,
divorced from
hold on,
philosophy.
hold on. That's why
Yeah,
I
man.
said.
Yeah,
That's why I specifically asked if it's the soul reasoning, because when we were talking about the Baphomet and stuff like that, that wasn't really philosophical in the sense.
It is. All of that
But
is. All of
that
that is
hold on,
philosophy.
no, but that are deal with hold on, man. But that are deal with transcendental magic. So
Right. And what is
why would you say that's
what is
philosophical?
transcendental magic?
No, I'm
If
saying
not philosophy.
transcendental magic.
Or what is that if it's not a philosophical school of thought, Eastern wise?
Yeah, well, I
No,
agree
but
with
hold on.
Alabella.
But all right, so hold on. So you are saying that everything where we are say, or most of where we are say, is philosophical.
Any reason that we associate or ascribe to Baphomet is a function of philosophical school of thought. Wherein one philosophy might teach that it doesn't exist, and one philosophy might teach this, and one philosophy might teach that. It's all philosophical.
Well, remember I said as I did say earlier, probably I don't know if it's there, but
No, I didn't hear any
remember
of it.
the Baphomet goes back to the Gota Mendes,
Right,
right?
fine.
And it goes to the it goes all the way back down to Egypt.
For a
And you
particular
don't know
school
it
of
go
thought.
the ram-headed deity was always depicted as Ra. But we can definitely circle back that again. Mr. You finished Lalibela or not? Because
Yeah,
me
man,
just
me go on
want
listening. Me go on
all right,
listening.
cool. I say a word family. Great,
Yeah.
Destroyer. Just unmute the mic and go to family.
Is that Mr. Gray?
Yeah.
Oh, big up
Yeah.
Mr. Gray.
No, well, let me see who there. Got you, Grey.
Say Mr. Gray.
All right, you hear me?
Grey Destroyer. Yeah, man, loud and clear.
You
Got
hear
you.
me?
Loud
Yeah.
and clear.
All
What's
right.
something off
Well,
a great.
Yeah,
I
man,
just
are you
wanted
next
to
cash, man?
I just want to reason on the soul reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the soul is really like your conscience.
Conscience?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I feel like one can lose their conscience.
Boy, Robert, they easy up.
Because
yeah, right.
it's like your conscience is like you're dealing with your humanity. You can lose your humanity. What makes you human? Your humanity. Like you can become beast, like a beast.
So what makes you human though?
Well, but
like
cash. No,
for example,
I make you go through in a cash, but make him just finish it.
Yeah.
Because you can lose what your emotional, the emotions that comes with a human. Like for example, a beast will usually go on instincts. But a human now we have emotion.
So we don't live off of instincts.
Hold on, Robert. Hey, Robert. Make sure that is not a copywritten image. You hear, Robert? All right. Cash, got you family.
Well, yeah, me did I said go say some things pertaining to the show, but I hear great talk. But you want to ask him some questions still.
Yeah, got you now.
I say, I'm ask him what makes us human, and I know if human have instincts too.
Yeah. We have instincts, but then we have we have emotions that we attach to our decision making.
That not enough. That not enough.
So hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, make cash and please make cash and Grey.
Okay.
Go and juggle it there. Got you.
Yeah, when I said that's not enough. Emotion part because other animals have emotions as well.
Facts. That's what I was gonna say, Cash. Facts.
All right.
Yeah,
so
you need more to explain what makes us human.
Facts.
But, so Grey, got you.
Because all right. You could put a human in an environment, right? And he could lose his consciousness, his conscience. Because if, for example, you operate in like in a military environment,
So
where they
No,
send
Cash,
you,
hold on, Cash, hold on.
where they send you to the skill,
yeah.
right? You could see some like a baby,
Mm.
and you like emotions come in like, nah, I ain't got to kill, nah, I ain't doing that. But then you might get a instruction to kill that baby.
But in ancient times,
So
that's exactly what they did. They killed
All
the
right.
children and they killed the
so
So
women.
in doing that,
so
in continually doing that, you
yeah.
losing your consciousness.
All
Your
right. Me disagree with that. See,
Yeah, got you, Cash.
cause why watch it now. When I use them words, I know if you couldn't to the root I word, what word mean. So when I say consciousness mean to be aware, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, to be aware. And I say I'm an
Not necessarily, not necessarily.
all right, so what is consciousness?
You can be asleep and be conscious, right, Cash?
Mhm.
So but what is consciousness?
No, hold on, no. But I'm saying you are saying it means to be aware. I'm saying that's not it because you can be
But
asleep and still be aware. Hold on, no.
yeah,
You know that you can be in a coma and still
Right.
have consciousness because
Absolutely.
your body
Right.
still a function. You get what me I say, family. So we
Absolutely.
can't.
yeah,
Yeah, we're not
yeah,
gonna say it
but
means to
all
be
right, but
aware.
in that situation, the doctor would have clinically say you're unconscious, but you still have consciousness. That's how
Yeah,
we
but
are saying, right?
but
So
no, yeah, but but
so all
yeah.
right. So me ask you now, since I
Facts.
say consciousness is not being aware, you tell me what is consciousness. Let
No.
me go.
Hold on. I'm saying that's not the only definition of consciousness. When I say consciousness is being aware, I'm saying that you
Spirit,
can be in
spirit,
a coma and
Yeah,
consciousness is
but
still there.
What is
yeah, but
spirit?
you're not add to the meaning. Well, give me
No,
something
what I'm
more.
saying, all right, fine.
So yeah,
Let me add, right?
yeah.
Life is consciousness, consciousness is life. You see,
Right.
when Great speak about
Ah,
conscience, well on a
all
cash
right.
man, cash, well on a brother, me
Mm,
make a pass back the ball to you. Yes, when um, what Great said about conscience, that have to deal with emotions and the moral compass and whatever. You get me? I say, so when it come on to
yeah.
consciousness, brother, when it come on to the soul, based on the consciousness,
Right.
because when you go sleep at night time, for the ones them who dream, right? You asleep in your bed, but
Yeah.
in your dream, you're the our next place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doing different
All
things
right.
until you wake up, right,
All
Cash?
right.
Mm-hmm.
But here
I
wanna
want
what
So
you
to
must
ask,
say.
I want to
hold
ask
on,
Trey a
Cash,
question.
Make him
me
land,
land
make
now.
him land, make him
Me
land.
land and give the mic, brother. So I'm
All
saying,
right, got you.
for those who have dreams, because to each them own, me have dreams. And when me lie down at night time, me know say here go on. When me wake up the next morning, me remember when me did that, me did dream say me did that one spot and people and one bag of something. So what me I say is that your body in the bed, brother. But what? Yeah, your dream, no.
Yeah,
Because
Yes.
here we go on
that,
now.
that
Yeah.
means
You
you're
go in the
conscious, right?
astral. Well, I know, you go to the astral realm.
Mm-hmm.
So your body in the bed, but the soul or the consciousness in the astral realm. So what I'm saying is,
The
family,
soul, the
yeah,
soul.
yes, the soul is consciousness.
Well, Imhotep, I'm gonna interject right here. What do you consider a soul?
We didn't establish that, man.
Yeah, we established that say
Right.
it's consciousness, it's life. That's what I said.
Life. Your
Life is
essence.
consciousness,
Yeah.
consciousness is life. And what is now?
Wait,
The absence. Well, I know. Well, I know, Robert.
Walana.
Robert, well, I know, me I give you the mic, brother. Me I say, the absence of consciousness, right, means what? It means stagnation and inertia. You
It
get what
means
me I
you're
say?
dead. It means you're dead.
No,
It means you're dead. No, listen, no, listen
Cash,
to me
well, I
now.
know. You
Because,
know why? Well, I know,
yeah, it means
Cash.
you're dead.
No, well, I know, man, because you can be in a coma.
But they're alive. If you don't have
No,
consciousness, you're
but
dead.
hold on, no, I said stagnation and inertia. Me never said dead.
But me, I tell you, said dead. I dead me, I tell you, say, if you're not conscious, you're dead.
No,
Your
but
Yeah,
I'm
brain not
saying
work.
man.
You
Yeah,
no,
can't, you can't.
Cash. I'm
yeah,
saying
man.
someone who is in a
Walking
coma.
dead.
Well, I know, man. I'm saying someone who is in a coma. You know, they might be stagnant where them not move and there is no inertia going on, but consciousness still dead. You get what me I say?
Yeah, that's what me say. They're not dead. They're still alive. So they still
Right.
have consciousness.
Right. Because the thing is this, sometimes people conflate the soul and the spirit as being the same as well.
Right, it's not.
You get what me I say?
Yeah, me,
Facts.
how me look on that spirit and me just use it, just look on it as people using a different word. Because if like energy, say for instance energy, some people would use energy instead of spirit. But anytime a person I mention spirit, like it's something supernatural. That's how when me not really got a part. Like you get everyone say?
Right.
Yeah.
The Robert, yeah, man, go through Robert, because I don't think you need to a bad way up in the chat like that, Go through there. Yeah, man, just go through and take a minute there and say what you have say.
I apologize. I am being a little
Yeah,
rough.
because
But
me don't need a
my
rough
problem
way up,
is
so.
that y'all be dominating the mic. Y'all gotta give everybody.
No, but
Like Miss
remember we are
Julia
past the
Bailey
mic
talk.
still, man. Go through.
Miss Julia Bailey talk. Mention down Bailey talk. Gray only got one statement now. So listen, Gray, I wanted to ask you a quick question. Look how quick and concise I'm gonna be. Gray, are you saying that orality is universal? Because that's what you're talking about when you say, "Oh, a man will feel bad when they see a man will see a baby and think, oh, feel bad about killing it and stuff like that."
Hello?
Do you think that morality is universal? Yeah, we can hear you, Gray. Go ahead, answer that question.
No, because I think it has to do with cultures too.
All right, but do you think conscience is universal?
Your conscience?
Yeah, do you think it's universal? Like,
Yeah.
you don't think it? You don't think it's it's subject to how you.
I believe your environment shape your conscious.
Hold on,
Your
guys. Let
conscious.
me answer that. Let me answer
Hold on,
that.
the passion. Hold on there.
All right, all
Make
right.
great
Actually,
respond.
I'll let you go.
Yeah.
I'll let you go. I
No,
promise. I'll
make
let you go.
great respond, and then passion can take the mic.
Yeah, I believe the environment you were raised in can shape your conscience.
Right.
So you contradict yourself then, because if it's universal, then that means that it's one standard. But if it's
Right. It's not
changing depending on the
subjective.
person,
Right. It's not subjective. Right. It's absolute
so the
if
point
it's
that I'm making
universal.
is universal. So great. So the purpose of me bringing that up is to say that like you can't use those things to say that like that because you was defining the soul and like your spirit. And I'm saying that you can't because and you were trying to separate humans from animals. And almost everything that you described, animals have it too. Dogs get sad. You've heard a dog cry before. So they have emotions as well. I'm
Right.
sorry, Passion. You go.
Yeah,
Got
but
you,
but
passion.
No, yes, he answered the question. Yes, my brother. Because I was just gonna say that because if consciousness is universal, it's it's not everybody's conscious. So if conscious is universal, remember, said some people not operating under the umbrella of consciousness. So
No,
it's
but
not
you
gonna
are
reach
All
using
right.
the
everybody.
two words. Hold on a second. Hold on. Stick a pin. You are using the two words interchangeably, and they're two different meanings. Consciousness
Right.
and conscience are two different
Right.
things.
Correct.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
What Robert, hold on,
Make
what
Miss
Robert
Julia
was just
finish there.
talking about was the conscience, which is right.
Oh, conscience,
It is not
conscience. Oh,
universal.
I thought it was
Exactly.
consciousness. I
No,
thought it
No,
was.
it's conscience.
consciousness is completely
Conscience.
different. So we have to be careful
Consci-
what we're
all right.
saying. Anyway, go
Yeah,
ahead.
All
because conscience have to deal with your morality. But
Moral
cash,
code.
yeah,
cash,
Right.
yeah.
cash. Hold on,
Exactly.
cash
Yeah.
So
for a
Robert is
second,
right
please.
about that. It's
All
not
Hold
right.
on,
All
cash
universal.
for a
right.
second.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Right.
So go to Lani Bella, and
Yeah.
then we get self made a next minute there.
And I didn't get
You,
a minute yet, just for the fun. I
Oh,
was just
I'm sorry, Miss Julia.
you
Got you.
No, no,
go,
I'm just
girl.
saying. No, it's okay. I don't need to go no, but I'm just telling you my
Okay.
minute still
Yeah.
stands.
I don't know if Lani Bella want to chime in now, or if you know how we continue still.
No, so as far as conscience, morality, right? Dealing with relativism, right? The doctrine of knowledge and truth, morality, conscious, is predicated on one's culture, one's society, and historical context, right?
Right.
So it's a function of one school of thought. Again, relativism speak that there is no absolute morality, there is no absolute conscience.
Facts.
I agree.
Yeah, man,
but
that's right.
I agree
Cash,
in a
no,
sense.
cash. Hold on there.
No,
Me have to make
I
Lani
got you,
Bella land, you know. Yeah, and
got you.
then you
But
can
I
get the
lose
mic.
it.
Yeah, go
Right.
to
No,
Lani Bella.
no,
Me don't want
right.
this up
But
in train of thought.
and just pre the reason I put forward in that is based on a particular school of thought. And it's
Right.
perfectly okay if one wants to contradict it with a different school of thought. But if we look at the world right now, right? Imhotep, as we spoke about the other day, right? In Dresden in World War II, right? They were perfectly okay with killing 50,000 people in one night, right? And they saw that and deemed that to be good. However, they abhorred what the Nazis allegedly at that time were doing to those people. See? So you see, even with Palestine and Israel, one can, you know, I mean, people are disgusted by the death of 1,200 people, and somehow those very people are perfectly able to rationalize the killing of 22,000 people.
Right, and I think that is where
Great point. Great point.
I think that is where Gray did conflate
Right.
consciousness and
Conscious and
conscience.
conscience.
You get me? I
Facts.
say, Lani Bella, go through
Yeah.
Cash.
Yeah, so with the whole morality and conscience. No, me think it's universal in a sense. Morality and conscience. Me
It's
think listen. Well, me think it universal in a sense. But I explain when me say that. Me think humans have instincts and review the world as good or bad. When me think society do or your culture do is tell you who to put in a or what to put in a each category. What is good or what is bad. Me I say, all right, what for example, me not think me need a culture to tell me say me fi love my mother. Nobody never have to tell me that. You get me I say that instinct.
Natural.
Natural. You get me I say so
all right. So let me cash.
But
So
I want
so
to say
when
something
God
afterwards.
commanded them to kill every male amongst the little ones and kill every woman amongst the men.
when I say God, me
It's
don't
not
really
gonna take 10
know.
seconds. It's
Right.
not even gonna take 10 seconds. When
Hold
God
on.
commanded
Let
them
me
to
go
do that,
after
was that
Cash.
right?
No,
After Cash is
somebody else.
done, I want to
That's a
talk.
second
Hold
person.
on, people. Hold on. Let's display
Let's
some
have some
decorum,
decorum
please.
of it.
We have
Yeah.
8 people hearing us, so we have to just know. So yeah, man, we just
After
deal it
Cash,
with
I
some
get my
decorum.
minute. I'm going to
So
respond to
all right,
Cash.
so Cash, right? Cash is finishing up, and then who
I'm
is it? Miss
me
Julia
finish, me
Miss
or,
finish.
Julia, I
Robert?
want to get my minute.
All right, so Cash finish up, then Miss Julia, and then Robert.
Mm.
Second person.
Go on, Cash. We're listening to you.
Cash,
No,
got you.
me finish, me finish.
Oh,
Me
you
just
Oh, you
finish.
finish. Okay.
but for real, me I say, me think human beings have instinct and as
Yeah,
it present
soul.
conscience, it universal. But because of the culture you grow up in, you might get programmed to put your morality a certain way. But me think it universal.
With your
Yeah.
soul.
Well,
Okay.
that's the
So,
reason why, as Miss Julia said, we don't want to conflate consciousness and
right.
conscience.
Conscience.
You get me?
Right.
I said because conscience is we see what go on over the Gaza part there and it's sick with stomach because them something they wrong. You get me? I said, and we have a conscience with that. But when it come on to consciousness now, that's a whole different ball game. So
A
go
whole
through
different
Miss
thing.
Julia.
Yeah. So also to pick it apart, let's pick it apart somewhere with the conscience, right? Reason why it's not universal, even though we have instincts. Like say, a mother might have instincts to protect her child or protect her belly when she's pregnant. She always put something in front of her belly to protect her belly. Instinct. Okay, that's fine. Now, the reason why conscience is not universal, right, is because of the mental trajectory. No, look at it. No, look at it this way. It is your say it is instinct for you to love your daughter. Okay, let's just
Right.
say you love your daughter, protect your daughter. However, there are honor killings. Now, in certain places, right? In India, certain places and certain beliefs, what they have, they believe in honor killings. In other words, my daughter feel like as if she can run off with the guy next door. She has disgraced my family. She has disgraced her uncles and her father. And I am going to allow them to beat her and allow them to take her to the river and kill her and bury her. And there is nothing in me because of how I was raised and because of the moral code of the culture that I grew up in that will resist that, because she knows, even though I love her, she's my daughter. Guess what? Dishonor is death to all of us. So
Right.
in my mind, as a mother of an Indian, of an Indian child, right?
14
And a
year
matter of
old,
fact,
yeah, big
a
man.
lot of it happen here in Canada too, because there's a big population in Brampton, right? And there have been honor killings here that they actually have to find these people
You can
and
marry
pursue
that
them, right?
certain age,
So they
14,
know,
15.
so you might think, say, oh, you must have a conscience because that is for your daughter, but because of her upbringing and because of their moral code, the love of their daughter does not supersede the honor of their family or what they perceive to be the honor of their family.
You're
So you see what I'm
proving
Right.
my
saying?
point. You're
All
proving
right.
my
Right.
So
point.
Robert,
Yeah.
yeah, man, me see you in a chat, you know. So go to Robert, and then
Exactly.
Passion Dan can say
Listen,
a thing.
listen, morality is a human concept. It's a
Right.
concept that was created by humans and it changes depending on the time, place, and
Right.
circumstances. Listen, if your child is hungry and you take from another man to feed your child, that would be the right thing, right? Because your child is hungry, but you take it from somebody else, so that's wrong. It's not universal, and it just
Right.
matters.
It's
The
not universal.
circumstances just depend on it. And I know you was
Facts.
talking about humans, but let's use an animal for example. When a lion eats a gazelle, is that good or is that bad? It's
That
neither.
is
It's neither.
Yeah, because
Because for the
that's the
lion,
law
it's
of,
good.
you
It's
know,
just
that's the
the
law
law
of
of
Oh,
nature
but
right.
of
but but
nature.
but but that
self-preservation,
but
you know.
but that's
Right.
the
For the
thing.
lion, it's good. For the lion, it's good. For the gazelle, it's bad. Right?
Right,
That's
right.
but that's the thing. We are the same thing. We are just the same thing. We human
But we
being.
There's a feedback from
no,
somebody's
but
mic.
it's
Yeah,
both.
there's a feedback from
It might
somebody.
be me. It's me. Because I got my mic open. But and I'll close it. I'm gonna finish right now. So my point is this, Cash. Morality is not universal. And I had tried to ask you this question. When God told who he did that? Moses to? Who did he tell that to? Moses when he said to kill every man and kill every woman that known a man and keep the
Right,
young girls for yourself. Was
right.
that right or was that wrong, Cash?
Doom, 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 doom,
Nah,
doom,
Cash, maybe
doom.
you can't hear me. Cash,
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
Cash,
Wait, say
are you
that. Say
there?
that. Yeah, say that
when
again.
when when God commanded Saul to kill every male among the little ones,
Yeah,
and to kill every woman that had had sex with a man and all the
yeah, yeah.
virgin women to take for yourself. Was that good or was that bad?
Well, if a God did command that to happen, in God's eyes, it was a good thing. But
But
in
it's
other
not
people,
universal.
Hold on,
hold on,
hold
hold
on.
on,
I'm sorry. Hold on,
hold on.
hold on. I'm sorry. Not to cut you though, Cash. Lady
Yeah.
Bella, that is Saul, or what was that? Moses or Joshua?
No, no,
It
Let me
no,
don't
just hear
no,
what Lady
Moses.
Bella
it
say real
matter
quick
to
there.
me.
It was Moses. It
no,
was
no,
Yeah,
Moses.
it wasn't Saul because remember
no,
the
no, no.
Saul used to persecute Christian, and if you talk about King Saul before David, that wasn't him either. You get what
No,
I
no,
say?
no.
But anyway, I stand corrected. But go through,
Hold
Yeah.
on,
Cash.
hold on. I when he was talking, I preempted him because I know that Saul was also told to kill all, including animals or whatever. But
Yeah,
clearly,
Right,
yeah.
based
I'm
on
talking about the
yeah,
numbers. I'm talking about the book of numbers.
it was something different. But I'm surprised
right.
that Clash is an atheist and he's making the argument that he's making now. But let me listen.
You go
Yeah,
through,
I
Yeah,
Cash.
but
mean,
so look,
yeah,
Cash.
yeah.
Hold on, wait,
Well,
Cash. One
la, bella.
second. It
Yeah.
was a yes or no question. Hold up. You already answered the question. And with your answer, I'm going to tell you that you're contradicting yourself. Because if it's
Oh,
universal,
yeah.
listen, because you just said it was universal. So if it's universal, that means that it's always like this. So look, I'm going to give you an example of a universal truth. Just listen, Cash. I'm trying to school you. Hear me on this. A universal truth is this. There is no square circle.
Easy, you know.
Listen to
Go
man.
through,
There
the
is,
bro.
listen, Cash, there is no square circle and there is no circle square. That's a universal truth.
Hey, I want to comment.
Go through.
So then again, the culture shapes the conscience.
Yes,
Because
Yeah, the
because
conscience
in
is very flexible. The conscience is flexible. The moral code is flexible. We established that.
yes.
Right.
But
It's
I
not
think you see
universal.
when I'm not say conscience, the thing where when I think always I think about something good or positive
No, we're
when
not
people
saying
hear
that.
about
It's
No.
based on
conscience.
moral codes, though.
It's based
But
on
that's what
moral
Yeah.
codes.
I try to show you. I try to show you say everybody naturally have an instinct, bro. Like good or evil, what them consider good or evil, and what them get that perception from, it get programmed in them, but them have that natural instinct to have good and evil in them. Them
So
choose
Oh,
what.
well, then that's a different statement
That's
you're
a
making then.
different thing
And if
that we're
that's
talking
the
about,
case,
though.
No, that's what I've been saying all along, bro.
all right, well then, Cash, we
Well,
having two
maybe
different conversations.
you probably
And
worded it
Imhotep tried to
differently.
separate it for you.
Yeah.
Cash, we all agree that we all have the propensity in us to decide what's right and wrong. No question on that. But what
Right.
we're saying is that we don't all think that what is right and what is
It's right.
wrong
Right.
collectively.
It's
That's what I'm
Right.
trying to
relative.
say.
It's relative.
Like Cash,
Right.
it was a time period, Cash, where people thought it was okay to have sex with 13-year-old girls. But in
Yep.
Right.
But but
2023, it's not acceptable.
me know that, bro. I been a say the same thing.
No,
Okay.
so
So we
that's what
agree
I'm
then.
saying. It's not
Right, right. It is
universal.
All
relative.
right.
It's
So we
It's
not.
not
agree then.
absolute. Right.
Okay.
But
So
he
we
did
all
say
agree.
there are some things that are absolute about the
Right.
circle.
Yes,
You get what
exactly.
I'm saying?
And that's what probably when they get it mixed up.
All right. Well, let's
Me
talk
still
about the
stand.
absolute.
Me still stand on that. Some things just
Cash, give
totally
me an
absolute, bro. Like
Cash,
for
give me
Yeah,
an
example,
example of
I will
all right.
agree
For
that
example,
some things are absolute.
yeah. For
Yeah, of course,
example,
because
for
watch
ex-
this now. If
self.
you put your hand, well, I know, if you put your hand on the fire for evil, yeah, it's a couple of minutes or whatever, absolutely I get burned. And that's applicable to everybody who is
Absolutely.
human. You
Some
get what
things
me I
are
say?
I
So we
agree.
absolute.
do agree. We do agree that there are
Some
some
things
things
are
that are
absolute
absolute, but there are some things that are relative
that
as
are
well. You
not.
get what me I say?
Right. And the
Yes.
conscience is not.
Yeah, the conscience is not absolute
It's
because
not
watch this
absolute.
now. The people them in Israel, them feels are the right thing them are doing in Gaza, right?
Yeah.
And we on the outside I say where them are doing the wrong thing. So you don't know that go family.
Not
You know,
everybody.
that is kind of subjective. No, I'm not saying
It's
everybody.
subjective.
I'm saying some people on the outside looking in.
Just
That's
think
why you have
about the
people
honor
that ball
killing.
for the ceasefire and
Right.
whatever. They
Think
are
about the
saying
honor
what they are
killing.
doing is wrong.
Right.
20,000 people dead, about 8,000 children and women and all them something there.
Right.
Yeah, so people say that's wrong. And them people in Israel I say are the right thing them I do. You get what me I
Right.
say?
And we can look
Mm.
at the honor killing as a Westerner and we can say, what the hell is that? How the hell can you allow your daughter to go through that? So what? Love is love. But them will see it as no, no, no. There's nothing above my family and it's whatever. You understand what I'm saying? The honor of my family. That's why it's called an honor killing. So it's
So
not universal there. Yeah.
so he the well
Go and talk.
is there is by the way I'm not affiliated with no Israeli and
Yeah,
no
yeah.
politics.
Nobody is. Yeah,
But
exactly.
me I pre one
Yeah.
and I'm not say everything.
Mm.
Yeah, me not agree with the killing of civilians and innocent people and everything. What you wanna know?
Mm.
Is there a reason why the Israelis believe them fear do what them a do right now? Is there a reason for that?
Mm.
righteous.
Most
They have
people,
many reasons.
majority of the earth,
Yo,
majority
bro,
of the
bro,
earth is
bro,
worshiping.
bro,
Hold
bro.
on, passion,
Majority of
passion. Hold on. Make Robert say what I say, then Lali Bella, and then you say a thing because Lali Bella was gonna say something, and Robert did kinda, yeah
Annabelle,
man,
I
do a
won't be
thing.
long. It's not even
Go
going to
through
be three
Robert.
seconds. It ain't even going to be 3 seconds.
Go
The
through.
reason why they feel like they can do it is because the majority of the earth worships a religion that is derived from their
Bro,
religion.
oh, you gonna have a
Abrahamic
nation who
religion.
have no Lolan? Oh, you gonna nation? Oh, you gonna have
Passion
a
done,
nation who
passion
have
done.
Lolan?
Your passion done. Hold on, man. All you have to do passion done. Just
Me
hold your
don't
thought
talk that. Me don't talk
until when it
that.
reach
Me
you.
don't
So
talk. Me don't talk. Me don't talk.
no, but that are the thing, we want kind of govern the thing in a little bit of order. So
Yes,
me
sir.
I say
Yes, sir.
Lalibela
Yes,
time.
sir.
Just make him talk and then when it forward to you, you can just say what you say. Go through Lalibela.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah, Cash. So to answer your question, righteous indignation that's propped up by a larger herd that subscribe to those notions.
Right.
Mm,
I like that.
The
okay.
Jews,
Righteous
the
indignation.
Jews, the Jews, most of the earth worship the Jews, whether directly or indirectly. The Muslims, the Christians, all recognize the Torah as the word of God.
Well,
So
well,
they
well, well.
believe.
Make we talk about the religion, them, then, Robert. You get me? I
You
say,
know,
make we
Jesus,
say
Jesus.
Judaism rather than the people because sometimes them kind of language there. You know how YouTube streets there, and people say it is
Right.
anti-Semitic in a way. You get me? I say so.
That
If you say
one.
Not
no,
trying to be anti-Semitic. What I mean is that Abrahamic religion, they are the
right, right,
fathers of
right. I get
Abrahamic
that.
religion.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So, in
No, I
Imhotep,
get that, man. I get that. I
Imhotep,
get that. I get that.
Can I
When
ask Cash a
Jesus is
question?
Jewish, on the respect that, when you have to respect Israel. On the Jesus is Jewish.
Can I ask Cash a question?
Yeah,
Imhotep,
got you, Lalibela.
Hey,
Oh
Cash.
my God.
Yo,
I got a question.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, hold on, Gregory. Make Lalibela ask Cash the question and then, you can take it from there, sir.
Yeah, Cash. Why are you not okay with the killing of quote unquote innocent people?
Why am I not okay with it?
Because on the
Yes.
Jesus is
Um,
Jewish. They kill
because
innocent
me
people
feel say
everybody.
me believe in a action reaction.
You believe in a
As in
What
I say,
info?
so if
uh,
there is no action and you go react, me that mess up the whole process, the whole flow. You see it? So me against that. So
Okay.
as a civilian innocent person would have cancel a person. Them never do no action. So why the
So
reaction?
so here's a liberated Friedrich Nietzsche saying that morality is a fiction used by the herd of the
Mhm.
inferior human beings to hold back few superior men. Right? Do
Okay.
you agree with him?
You have to say that again, so I can think about that again. I'm like Friday
Morality
Nietzsche.
is just a fiction used by the herd of the inferior human beings to hold back the few superior men. Friedrich Nietzsche.
I don't
Well,
agree.
well,
Frederick.
well. It depends on how you look upon it, still, because if it's a fictional thing, but yet it have this impact on we, that means say it it probably exists in a some way or some form.
No, well,
You
he
get
was referring to the fiction of the of being the herd is a particular set of people, right? The herd. So you don't know it
he's
got
trying
two
to
set of
say
people. The people who control and the people who are herd. But let me hear what Gregory I said because in did want to say a thing. Got you, Gregory. Gregory Destroyer. You know, send the mic at in a brother. So you have to just hold it when
Mhm.
I hear time, All right, so
let
What's
passion
up,
let me
dog,
Mr.
let
see.
Gregory?
passion, let
All right,
passion
the
dog, let
passion.
passion dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, got you, passion. Passion,
Holy
take your
moly.
minute and say what you say, brother. So when
Yeah,
the mic
yeah,
start go round, you know
Mhm.
it go. You see it?
yeah. What am I doing? Shit, I totally forget, bro. But what I'm shit. There's so much topic. But listen. Um, what is the conclusion? We haven't. Another reason, nobody says I agree. Nobody says okay. This is what we agree with. So cockroach, man. I
We
totally forgot
agreed.
the train of
We agreed
thoughts.
that consciousness that conscience is different than consciousness, and conscience
Right,
is not universal.
right.
Oh yes, yes. That's a topic that
Mhm.
we could go on. Yeah, consciousness is not universal.
No, conscience is not universal.
Conscience, not
Conscience.
consciousness. Do
Different,
not
two
I
different
conflate the
want
two
to
things.
deal with
because there are
consciousness. I
difference
want to deal
in
with
meaning and
consciousness because
nature.
guess what happened? Guess what happened? You see, so let me deal with consciousness. Why consciousness cannot be universal is because of the religion and all of the above, right?
That has
So
nothing to do with consciousness not being
yes, sir.
No.
universal.
It has a lot to do with it.
Hold
How?
on. Wait, before we go there,
He's
Imhotep,
talking about
ask him.
conscience. Wait, he's
Ask
talking
him.
about
No,
conscience.
he's talking about
No, I'm talking
consciousness,
about
Robert.
consciousness. So, what I want to,
Consciousness.
before we go any further, please, Mr. Passion, explain to us what you mean by consciousness, because that is the problem here. We have different definitions floating around.
Because
What is
listen, listen,
consciousness
listen,
to you?
listen, listen, listen. Religion has nothing to do with consciousness.
I never said it did. I'm asking you, since
Okay,
you're going
so
to
what I'm saying to
expound
you,
on consciousness,
if you're a religious person, there's no way you can connect to consciousness.
No, but why it has to be a religious
right? It has to be
conversation
a
though?
religious. Exactly.
Right.
You're moving all of these things is conflating the issue.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
Consciousness is just the state of being aware.
Right.
that's
That's what
all.
we're
Yeah,
talking
That's
about.
exactly.
all it
So
means.
what I'm saying is, even a religious person is conscious.
Is conscious because
No,
they're alive.
They are in a state of consciousness, of course. They
no, they're
are.
not. Why you guys
No,
have to
hold
look at
on.
it like that?
Passion. Hold on, passion. So let me ask you a question. Because earlier when I said I was an atheist, you said no, you're not. So tell me why you said that I'm.
No, you can never be an atheist. You can never be an atheist. You know why? Because you're part of the. No, hold on. Nobody can never be an atheist. Atheist is a word that they give to you. You are being in self. You are a self person, and that's what you know. You're operating from a place of knowing. So why use this word of atheist?
Because I
You're not an
reject.
atheist, brother.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you 10 seconds. I reject the theory of God. I reject the theory of intelligent design. I reject heaven. I reject hell. I
Yes,
reject
and
the
that's good.
spirit. And I
That's
reject.
okay. Nothing wrong with that. You are operating from a place of consciousness, and that's how you see it. So you can never be an atheist. This is a word that was given down to these people that want to control shit. You understand,
No,
bro?
but
Passion, but
Passion
it's
Dan.
just passion. Wait 1 second, Mr. Passion. So you keep this in mind. Like, you know, a lot of other talk, we like to use a lot of big words too. But you just keep this in mind. The only reason why we use these labels is because it makes the sentences shorter. Instead of us having to use 20 words to explain ourselves, we can use 3 big words to explain ourselves. That's all it is. So it can be called atheist, Hakuna Matata, monkey nuts. It doesn't matter. The point
Let me ask
is
you something.
that
Let me ask you
I
something about
don't
that. Let me
believe
ask you
in
something
God.
about that. Let me ask you something about that. You think you're the only one thinking like that?
Atheist,
You think
Hakuna
you're the only one?
Matata, monkey nuts.
You think
No,
you're the,
hold on there. Hold
you
on
think
there.
you're the only one
Hold on,
who thinks
guys.
that?
Guys, hold on. Hold on. Remember, what? All right. Passion Dan.
Yes, sir.
Big up yourself in a Rick Stampy check-in.
Big up, Rick.
Remember,
Okay.
Robert read to you the definition of a atheist or the nature of a atheist, right?
Yeah.
And a atheist is somebody who don't believe in a no God and a supernatural sitting. You get what I say? Them not
Mm,
deal with that. And
mm,
them not care about no religion or no existence or no God. So when me I say no, right?
mm.
If you are gonna say he is not a atheist and him fit that description there, why would you say he's not?
No, because it's operating from a place of self.
Then
You
what
are,
is
you are,
wrong with
you are,
operating
you
from a
are, you
place
are
of self in
operating,
being an atheist?
you are operating from a place of not self because you listen to what the definition of atheist is. But he's operating from a place of self that he just know that, listen, he's here and he's a natural human being that was created by who created him and him not have no power over him.
What you mean by created though? What you mean by created? Where you talk? You talk Robert
By his
Robert
mother and
was
his father.
created?
He was born
Hold
by
on,
his
passion
mother.
then. Hold on. You are
Mm.
saying Robert was created,
Well, he was born by his mother and his father.
right?
Yes. And no God never come around and say, listen, make him born. So he's operating from a place of that space where he know that he just here and he's gonna do what he has to do and whatever the consequence and the circumstances, he's gonna operate in that space that what he, he know because it's not what he believe, it's what he know that how he's gonna operate. And he's gonna do it and he's gonna try it. Even if he doesn't fucking know it, he's gonna do it.
All right. So let us try and and eliminate any indecent language as best as we can. Cause it's a little biblical reasoning.
It's
So
not
I
in
nothing feisty.
language. It's not in
Um
language. It's a
Uh,
way of expression.
No, man, hold on, man.
but
I'm talking in the context of the platform family.
Okay, okay,
Understand your
man. All
opinion
right,
and your
all right,
position. We're on
all
a platform where
right,
you
all
know
right.
how it go. The listening audience is
I can
passion.
understand
Hold on,
that.
man. Passion. Hold on, man. I'm saying I'm on a platform where the listening audience is diverse. So,
Okay, man.
out of respect for that, if me a well a really just reasoning, we might have couple Christians in the bushes or what. So we can, yeah, man.
But
Where
but
it's not required, we don't
but
have to
you see, if
do
you're
it.
taking that into the content where
Is he there?
I don't
No,
know.
passion. I think you break out, but that is trivial still. I get me. I say we don't have to worry about that. But me just
yeah,
want to say, me not really want to throw too much expletives in the reasoning. Self-made. You're there, wait patiently too. I don't know if you have anything to say. If not, you don't know it. Go. Lali Bella there too. So
yeah,
self-made. Got you. Unmute your mic and got you there.
yeah, makes sense, man. Wow.
All right. Look like self-made already. Got you, Lali Bella.
Yeah, man.
Oh
In
shit. Sorry.
go ahead,
Got you.
stuff,
Sorry,
man.
sorry.
Go ahead,
No, man.
stuff, man.
So we need to get to the topic we got out of the Bible, but got you. That's all me
Yeah,
I
man.
say.
Yeah, man.
Me so move go there, son, because the reason that is the God of the Bible, Satan. Yeah, me really want to go around that part there still. So
Right.
make Lalibela say what he must say, and we can just move go over that part there for real.
Yeah. So, given the fact that atheist in its most basic term mean not believe in a theism, right? No supernatural, like we say, Imhotep, not no transcendent being.
Right,
If one doesn't subscribe to any of that, in and of itself, that individual is an atheist.
right.
I'm not too sure why that is so difficult to grasp.
Yeah, because the Passion Dan, I think Passion Dan's position is that. Oh, I think him check out. I think his position is that you can't be an atheist, and he's wrong. You get what me I say? Just like how somebody can be a Christian, where then choose to go baptized and subscribe to a Jesus in the sky and a Jehovah and them something there. People can hold a position to say, me not deal with none of that.
Yeah,
You get
man.
what me I say?
Of
So and
course.
that's why you designate them agnostics and atheists and stuff like that.
Yeah, man. If we can choose to exist or not, I don't see how it's not possible for us to become an atheist. It's a function of election, right?
Right.
It's baffling to me.
Right. I think that's I think that position that the Passion that it really hold that no, that was a weak one still, because at the
Definitely.
end of the day it's about an individual's preference, as it relates to doctrines and dogma and beliefs and them something. You get what me I say?
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
in that context, that's where it is. So someone can choose to be religious or non-religious. You get what me I say,
Right.
Lalibela?
yeah, man. Real talk.
Yeah,
Facts.
it's a matter of choice. All right. So yeah, man, make we move into the is the God of the Bible Satan now, because we know say in the whole in the Old Testament we see we're going with the quote unquote Genesis story. We see we're going with the flood. Kill off everybody and them sitting there. We see we're going with the Egyptians them in the Red Sea. We see we're
Mm-hmm.
going with Canaanites and them something there. So more of you on the perspective is the God of the Bible like Satan, because them talk about the seven deadly sins, and
Mm-hmm.
the seven deadly sins where them talk about, me feel said that the God there deal with every one of them. What you think about that, Lalibela?
Yeah, man. I'm predicating a school of thought. One can make a cogent argument that this entity in the Bible that we deem to be God is the very same Lucifer, and even Judaism, right?
Mm-hmm.
They do affirm that notion. So even from a religious perspective, one can argue that to the extent that there's a devil and there's a God, based
Mm-hmm.
on the Old Testament reason by Jews or Hebrews, it's one entity. It's
Right.
one yeah.
Right.
So it's
Exactly.
Yeah,
easy
man.
to
Got you, Miss Julia. Let me hear you have
Right.
to
yeah.
say about that.
So everything that Lalibela said is fact. And even though, like say for instance, sometimes you
Yeah,
will
sorry
see
guys, my
where
phone died. I had to plug it in. I totally. Imhotep, sorry about that.
Yeah, man. That's fine, Passion, man. That's our word, man. Miss Julia, got you. You're good,
yeah,
man.
so where we were, what going off of what Lalibela said as well, even in some of the stories where these demons were basically under the rule of God, where like God basically instruct them to do certain things. But I really and truly, if it's the whole, remember it's the whole, night and dark, good and evil. So
Yep.
it is easy for you to see where, right, where God itself and antithesis of makes the whole, which is the one mind, right? Now even if you look at some of the stories, like say the Lord struck down all the firstborn in Egypt. I think that's Exodus 12, right? Right? Why would he do that? Right? And he used that's the story of the Passover, I believe. Yeah.
Yes,
Right?
yeah, that
And
is correct. That's correct, yes.
right, exactly, right. So
Mm-hmm.
even that, even the flood narrative, like you were talking about Imhotep, where them say how God was noticing how corrupt the earth had become, right, for the people, because they were corrupted in their ways, right? And how the unclean spirits were basically leading the children of Noah astray, right? And him send the flood to them send the flood to come and kill all of these people. So there's what you're saying with God being the Satan or the cause of these destructions. Even the spirit that him sent to Job, right? Even the devil, him allow the devil, him say, have you considered, him say, what have you been doing? Him say, I've been roaming the earth. Him say, have you considered my servant Job? And he says, well, please allow me. to do these things to him. So in a lot of ways, demons, the devil, were underneath the control and the orders of God. You see what I mean? So that is
Bible
where
gonna
that
reason
argument
with
got to.
Satan.
All right, so
Right.
let
All
me
right.
ask the God people a quick question.
Yeah, I have
So
questions
does
All
too.
right.
God
Hold
give
on.
you
Hold on, Robert. One
cash and
second. Hold on, Robert. 1 second. Let us establish now who on
Yeah,
this panel believe in a quote unquote God supernatural being and him something there. Wanna raise the
not
hand
me.
there, please.
Not me.
All right. Let me
On the
see. Who
panel,
is?
on the panel, on the panel.
Yeah, we believe in a most high God.
where
What
the
you
good
want to say?
people
Jehovah, Yahweh, whatever. Who does?
I don't believe in none of those, cockroach. I believe in a God that dwelleth within self.
so you believe in
I know that the God that dwelleth within self will lead you to everything that dwelleth within earth.
That sound, hey,
you're
passion.
real
That
confused. You
sound
would be
good
a
enough,
good
but got
Oh,
you,
pastor.
Robert.
Yo, Passion,
like
you would be a
crafty
good
as fuck.
pastor. Yo,
What,
Passion, you would be a good pastor.
what's
Him
that?
crafty with words, man.
So passion, ask passion. I want to go through. I
Now
want
you can tell Passion.
No, got you, Cash.
Oh,
none of these book gods, none of these
so
written book gods. I don't give give
All
credence to
right,
none of them.
hold on.
so
Because
All right,
passion.
when I
one
want
second,
to
Cash.
find
No,
God,
Cash,
I
hold
Cash,
on,
find
Cash,
God
hold on.
within self.
give me 1 second, Imhotep. Look, let me help Passion, because Passion seems like you confused. Passion, let me ask you a question.
Yes,
Do
sir.
you believe that God created the earth?
No,
All right. Do you believe that God created the universe?
no. The universe created the universe itself.
Okay,
I
okay.
gone too
I
far
All
accept
though,
right,
that.
Robert.
Cash. Yeah,
No, no,
make
Yeah,
Cash go
so
through there. Go
yeah,
through,
I
Cash.
accept that. I accept that. I accept that as an answer. That's a
all
Yeah,
right,
go
fine
through,
answer.
Cash.
yeah, so I ask passion. We go forward with it.
Bada
'Cause
bing.
you say you believe in the God in yourself, right?
Yeah.
What is God?
All right. Good question, bro. Good question. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, man. That's my son. All right. What is God?
Yes,
God itself.
God is
God is
self.
within. God is you. You.
Okay,
You.
okay.
But
So
So,
passion,
so
passion.
hold on. Let me explain. Let me explain.
Yes, go through.
God is you.
yeah.
Now, what is God? The word God means good. What are you doing good? Because whatever you do is good. That represents your creator, which is God that creates you.
But
So
when you say God that creates you,
yeah. So
what
you
you
create
mean by
yourself.
that, though?
Can you say are you a God? You know, so
Right,
are
but
you create
let me
yourself?
clarify there. When you say God creates you and Himself, what you mean by
Yeah.
that?
The divine God source, the divine source that created human being.
No, but you said the universe. You said hold on. You say you deal with the universe creating the universe, and Robert agree with you.
Yeah.
So
So
no,
so
you
so
said
so
God
so
created. So
so
yeah, you have to kind of stay upon one lane, you know.
all right, all right, all right,
Say,
all right.
wait, Passion. One second, one second.
So
Let's not.
Now make
listen.
him
Who
finish,
created
Robert, and
life?
then
Who
you can
created
go ahead.
life? What so everything that has life is connected, right? Everything that has life
Right.
is connected.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
Somebody
Hold
mic
on,
is
guys.
causing an echo.
Everything that's connected has life. Everything
Lalabella, your
that
mic is up. Lalabella, close your mic.
No, yeah, him close it. Yeah. Finish passion.
yeah, so everything that's created has life, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Hmm.
So can we go back to the Anunnakis?
No, because that is mythology. That never
No,
real. That
it's
never
not.
historical.
No, it's not.
Okay, all right. So if it's not, then give us the chronology, give us the historical records, give us the
Right.
archaeological
Why were
records
they?
where the
Why were they?
gold. Hold on,
Why?
no.
Why?
Passion, hold on,
Passion.
passion. We have to have decorum in a brother. As me I say,
Wait, 1 second,
if you say
Imhotep.
no, it's not, allow me to respond. Hold on, Robert. Me I say, if you are going to say these Anunnakis were real, then you have to present the archaeological, anthropological, historical evidence, brother. right?
So why we're still living under the Anunnaki's
We're
religion
not.
right now?
No, we're not
Bro,
though. But listen now.
bro, what you mean by
Can you
Anunnaki
give us the
religion? You know,
answer?
see, how for religion? Go to Robert and answer that then.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being rude, but listen, Passion, you keep giving us past the answers, and when you do that, it's gonna send us down this wild rabbit hole.
No, we don't have to do that. We
Just
don't have to
ask you.
do that. We don't have to do that because of the knowing,
Wait
because of
one
the
second.
knowledge. Hold on.
Wait one
Robert,
second. No,
Robert,
wait, please. I'm gonna
Robert.
let you
Hold
go.
on,
We can't
Passion, hold
reason
on.
so now. Hold on, we cannot reason like this.
Yeah, we can't nice you up
We
the thing,
cannot
man.
noise up this
Family,
thing.
hold on, man. Hold on now. Hear me
Passion,
I
I
say.
promise I'll talk. Passion, I
Yeah, but
promise I'll let you
Passion.
speak.
Yeah, but Passion. Yeah, you have to make Robert finish before you respond, so you hear what he must say. So Robert, say what you say, and then Passion respond. But we can't nice you up the thing, please.
Right.
Passion, that won't be long, I promise. So listen, Cass just asked you what is God, and then you kind of just went on this long tangent where you're like it's light and it's the inner and all this stuff. Where you look, so look, this is the definition, the dictionary definition of God. What do y'all want to?
The creator and ruler of the universe and source of all moral authority, the supreme being. A superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortunes as a deity.
Now, let me ask you a question. Can you tell me where in that definition humans fall? Like any of those characteristics, where does that fall for a human? Like humans don't have power over nature. We don't have power. We don't have superhuman ability. We're not rulers of the universe. We kind of go.
No, I don't know if Passion want to respond to that, Go through Passion. Passion done. Go through.
Hear me?
Yeah, man, go
I
through.
can respond to
Because we were created by the Anunnakis.
But first you said that no God never create you. Our parents create you. You said that earlier, You said our
Yes, and
parents.
I'm talking
No, we are
about in
saying
the
the
beginning, in
Anunnaki.
the beginning, in the
Hold on
beginning.
now. No, but hold on. Oh, you're talking about in the beginning.
Hold on. We were created in the beginning by the Anunnakis.
and
Now,
that's
Hold on, Robert. Let him
hold on.
finish.
How they created us is that we can multiply to bring the slave, because remember that we were created to slavery. We original they were going through different, they created all different kind of animals, could not help. So now they created Enki. That's what I'm telling you. Enki is the man, bro. Enki created us in his image, in their image, and they were upset because Enki did that.
that sound like an
And
But you're
alien.
talking about as I said before, right? Me still I gonna ask
Mhm.
you again. Show me the evidence for the Anunnakis apart
bro,
from
bro,
the.
bro, we
Well,
can't
now
show
let me
the
finish
evidence,
now.
bro.
Passion. Let me finish so you can
You
understand what me I
understand?
say now.
Yeah.
Me I say you are saying that the Anunnakis were historical.
Yeah,
These
they're
beings
aliens. They're
existed.
aliens. That's what they call
No,
it.
right.
They're
No,
sky
I'm
people. They're
asking you.
sky people. They're sky gods.
Well, no, man.
That's why
Passion.
every time we look up, hold on,
Passion.
I'm gonna cut you. This is why every time we pray, we look up into the sky, because these people were from the sky. They couldn't.
Don't
But
go so
hold
bad.
on,
I know
passion,
everybody
passion,
will
wait,
pray
passion,
look up
passion.
in the
nonsense.
We
Hold
know
on,
sky.
the
passion.
story.
Mm,
Sorry,
We
man.
know the story. Passion. We
Passion.
know the story of
Hold on, Robert.
Anunnaki. I promise you.
Right,
We know the story. We know the
right.
story. I promise.
Yeah. So what we are saying is right. You are
mm.
saying that the Anunnakis are historical. So we are saying where is the evidence?
It's in the. It's in the. It's in the Egyptian. What they call it?
But that's not from
Everything.
Egypt.
No.
But he said the same thing earlier before you guys
Yes,
came
and
on, and we
I'm not
discussed it.
going to.
No,
I'm
but
not
hold on,
going
No
a
to
man.
passion,
discuss
God.
that.
No
No, hold
passion.
on, a man. Hold on now. We say, where is the evidence for the Anunnakis? You say they are in Egyptian writing, and I tell you straight up, say, me
What
know
about
the
the giants?
Egyptian
Then? What about the
writings.
giants? You guys know
Hold
about the
on, now,
giants,
brother.
right?
Passion,
Hmm.
passion. Me no want have to mute you, brother. Just listen to no man. You're not listening. That's why you're confused yourself too.
Yeah.
Because you only listen to respond. You're not listening to hear what I say. You say that in the Egyptian records there is reference about the Anunnakis in Asuma and Mesopotamia. All
Mhm.
right, fine. Me I go unmute you and you tell me which Egyptian records that. So go through now.
No, I'm not gonna tell you that. I just want to bring up these thoughts for people to think, to understand, and maybe do their own research.
No, but hold on, passion. But we can't throw rendering thoughts out there. It has to be based on logic.
It's not
No,
rhetoric. It's
but
not
hold on.
rhetoric, my brother. It's not rhetoric. It's that the history is out there, and we should not stick to the only biblical theology that okay, this is what it is. But there is another side. Every listen. So you get one story, and you don't know that there's another story to another story. It's always two sides to another story. So the reason I like this is that if you're listening to me and you hear my voice, there is something else out there that can connect to the biblical story that maybe you can go research and understand it. So I'm not going to give you the facts because I wasn't there. It's just what I know and my understanding of what might, may not be, and what might be. This is not facts. It's just that I'm telling you something that the historical evidence is out there that you can go research and look into it.
Yeah, so passion. So as
Yes,
me
sir.
I say, you say it in a Egypt. So me I ask, because if you're gonna use these point of references, then you have to go can stand on them. You get what me I say? Because you are said they are historical, and you are arguing against where me I say.
I am coming from a spiritual point of view.
No, but hold on, man. We can't conflate not spiritual and historical thing. So your spirituality don't have nothing to do with the Anunnakis them existing or not. You get what me I say?
Mhm.
Make we
Well, the
just
proof is
make
there,
hold
though.
on, man. Passion, hold on now. Me I say,
Mhm.
make we deal with this Anunnaki thing here and now. So me I go ask Lali Bella.
No, so the reason why I bring this up,
Passion,
the
hold
reason why
on now,
no, no.
Passion.
Okay,
Passion,
go
can you
ahead.
hold on, please? Let's have some decorum.
Yes,
More
sir.
want to hear Lali Bella's take on this Anunnaki thing.
Yes, sir.
Because I know he's aware of what you're speaking about. So go to Lali Bella because he's saying that the Anunnakis are historical. I want to hear your perspective on that, my brother.
Sure. Let me exercise brevity by stating that there isn't one scintilla of empirical facts to support that argument.
Facts.
Facts.
Mm.
It's mythology.
And human history goes so much further than the Anunnaki. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Right.
And the
So
Anunnaki,
hold on. But remember that even the Lali Bella can tell you, even the Natufians, right?
So what about
Based on the
Inky? What about
chronology.
Inky? What about
Uh,
Inky? Inky?
no, it's mythology as
Inky?
well.
It's
About
still
Spider Man.
mythology there.
It's
So,
still
so,
mythology, not historical.
so let
so,
me ask you a question. Passion. Do you believe dinosaurs was real?
What's that?
You believe dinosaurs exist?
Dinosaurs? Nah, I never go that far. But I never go that far. I never go that far. I'm
Don't
gonna be
go
honest
that
with you.
far. It's another pastor answer again. You confusing me, brother.
No, you have to understand, bro. You have to understand when you're operating from a spiritual point of view, you will never deal with you're not gonna be able to deal with the theoretical and the archaeology point of view. You're coming from a spiritual point of view.
No, but the
Because
thing is this.
Anunnaki,
That's why we say
if
we
Anunnaki,
can't conflate. 1 second, Robert. We can't conflate the spiritual with the archaeological because watch this now. You being spiritual or not has nothing to do with the archaeological. You get what me I say? But
Yes.
anyway, still, we can 360 the reasoning to the God of the Bible being Satan because I think we gone way over one part and it kind of get pseudo where we
Yeah.
can't prove where we are say. So make we
right,
just use
right,
about the God of the Bible part there.
right.
Him no
say
say,
this
him
last
no say.
thing. Just said
But
that,
you know what happened? You know
so
what
that the
happened though? You know what
spiritual,
happened though? You know what
No,
happened
hold
though?
on, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. I think
Passion.
Great,
1 second.
hold on, Great, Robert, Great has been here a little bit, and I think he was saying something a while ago. Go to
Yeah.
family, and then Robert can say a thing, and then Passion Dan can say what he must say, and we'll pass back the mic to. So go to
Well, my
Great.
my opinion on this whole God thing is that man create God. Man
Mm.
create God and man create the devil.
For sure. No.
Yes.
Without
Yeah.
without man, there's no concept of God or the devil.
I agree
with
with
no
that.
apology. With
Right.
no apology.
I agree with that as well.
Yes, I
Like
agree with that. I agree with that.
likewise.
You
Likewise.
don't agree with
100%.
that. No, you don't agree with that, Passion. You don't agree
But
with that. You
passion,
just said that.
remember the Anunnakis were gods.
No, you have to understand. So break it down back to the Catholic Church and all of these things. They're the one who create this shit, bro.
No, but passion done. Remember you say, the Anunnakis were historically now. Remember,
But they
when you're
leave,
speaking
they
about the
leave, they left,
passion,
they
hold on
left.
now. Passion, hold on,
Why
bro.
they created us? Why they created us? It was to
Passion,
benefit themselves. It's
hold on.
slavery, and this
Passion,
is why
hold on.
slavery is up until.
Passion, hold
Make
on,
him
my
finish,
brother.
Imhotep. Make
Hold
him
on.
finish. Make him
Yeah, but
finish.
hold on now. Passion have to understand say too. Whenever him talk and somebody else attack, him have to just know say just hold on.
Just wall out,
Because we
man.
there too.
Yeah.
Remember saying at 8 we there, the mic have to circulate too. You get what me I say, Passion? So
Keep
I'm
your
not gonna make you
composure,
finish where you say.
Passion.
Not gonna make you finish where you say, brother. But
Yeah.
just remember,
No, man,
family,
no, man,
we
we're
have
good,
to,
man. We're good, man. We're good, man.
yeah,
We're good,
man.
man.
Just
We're good,
remember, I
man.
have to
We're
pass
good.
the mic, man. So go through and
All
finish where
right,
you say.
brother. All right, brother. We're good, man.
So, Pastor God, Pastor Passion.
So, hold on, now, but passion done. As me I say, when you go talk about the Anunnakis, you have to put in Anu, Enlil, Enki, Ninurta,
Right.
Tiamat, Marduk, all of them, brother, Nana, you have to put in Inanna. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? Those are all the
They're all
Anunnakis as
gods.
well.
They're
So
all
if you are
deities.
gonna agree, say, yeah, a man create God in him own image and them something there, yeah, you are gonna really go against what you are said in
What
a
you
real
just
life.
said, yeah. Yeah.
Contradicting yourself, sir.
Right.
Facts.
Me never really want to use a strong word there. It's a spade.
Right.
You know it go more time. You see it? But go to us a spade because you don't know it go. You're there way too.
Let's just be in the day. I mean,
It's
that's just
written there.
odd.
That's not
Eh?
the
All right,
same
so let's
thing,
start
No,
really.
with
I'm not talk self-made, man. Sorry, self-made me that talk.
Self-made.
No, I want to get to the God of the Bible because here we go
Yeah.
on now, no.
Yeah, got you.
The way old me see it, it's like a Tom and Jerry thing, God is
Mm.
so powerful and him can do all these things and so much wickedness are going on. Why am I just snapping finger and stop everything? I see him.
self-made. God
Hold on,
sacrificed.
no, hold on, no, hold on, no.
That's
I just,
interesting.
I the same thing with Tom and Jerry, Tom can just kill Jerry with ease, but what? It's for all our entertainment. To keep the cat and mouse game going. You understand? So as we may say with this God of the Bible and something, he's so much. If you took the word God out of it and the concept that you think of what God is, the Bible would just be a book of war stories. You understand what I'm saying? And to my original point, why God not just snap him finger and kill the devil? He might work with the devil to manipulate Job and see if he's faithful and them thing there. Like, come on. Make it make sense.
Let's listen. I'm an atheist, but I'm not gonna sit here and act like the Bible was useless and the Bible wasn't useful.
No, I'm
If it
not saying
wasn't
that
for the
either.
Bible,
I'm not saying that
oh
either.
yeah,
But go ahead.
The Bible is very useful. And no, the reason why I said that is because you described it as a book of war stories, and I don't think that that's a fair way to describe it. And this is
In a,
coming from an atheist.
in a
No,
sense,
no.
but go
Facts,
ahead.
facts, Robert. I agree with that. I
Go
agree
ahead.
with that.
Listen, our morality as we know it comes from the Bible. Our modern day morality as we know it comes from the Bible. Not directly from the Bible, but it's inspired by. That's a better way to say it. It's
Yeah,
inspired.
It
hold on, but
depends. It
Robert,
depends. Because
hold
where did
on,
the
one
Bible
second.
derive from?
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, because my pushback would be that
Exactly.
before there
The
was
Bible.
Deuteronomy, there was
That's
the
what
Right.
I said too.
Hammurabi Code, right?
Exactly.
And we
No, but
can
if you
also
listen
go
to
back
me,
to
if you
ancient
answer,
Kemet with Ma'at
Right.
and the whole
if
principle of
you
that.
answer,
Exactly.
Right.
if
And
you
the
Yeah.
answer
elemental
like that, then
principles.
if you ask me that question, that means you didn't really listen to my original.
No,
Let me
you're
restate it
breaking
again.
up, Robert. You're
You're
breaking up. You're
breaking up, so
breaking
we
in
can
and
hardly
out.
hear.
Yeah.
All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good. You
Yes.
good?
No,
I
you
said,
break out. Yeah. Well, you keep muting the
let me
mic though.
Yeah, I'm muting it because I don't want it to echo because my surround sound is on and I can't turn the volume down on the thing. So, all
Right.
right, so listen. The reason why I listen to what I'm going to repeat what I said again because I don't think you heard me. I said modern day morality is inspired by the Bible. Modern day morality.
All right.
I'm not saying all morality comes from the Bible.
All right.
Because morality, as we agree, changes it over time and depending on where you live. But the Western world dominates the world. So the Western world sets the standard for what is right and wrong.
Well, truth be told, Robert, yeah, I agree with you to an extent, but remember, say, in some places in the world, you still have child marriages, right?
Sure.
Yeah, in some Muslim countries, as young as 9 years old, I get married and them something there. So even
We
though the
still have
Western
child
world,
marriages.
I said I agree with you to an extent, but it's not
Yeah, I heard you. I was
absolute,
agreeing with you.
huh?
I was going with you. I was part
Right,
of what
right,
you were
right. So
saying.
I'm just saying it is subjective, but when it comes on to the moral code, remember say yeah, it is mostly religious based. You get what I say? Most of it is religious based. But you see,
Yeah, most of it. Not
yeah, most of it is religious based, but sometimes now when we kind of credit the Bible, it's more like crediting the West for say giving us a moral code. You get what I say, Robert?
Right.
When the
But
Bible
Right,
see, that's
was
not
right,
what I'm saying.
right.
No,
preceded.
no, no, no. Stop, stop, stop. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm not. Listen, a bad way to frame it. Because listen, whether the West existed or not, a moral code would exist. A moral code has
Yes,
always existed. When we were
yes,
cavemen, we had a moral code. It was just different than what it is now. What I'm
Right.
saying is the moral code that we have now is shaped by the West. That doesn't mean that it's better or worse. It's just stating the obvious. You understand?
Yeah.
Right.
So even in the Bible, as well as in even in Islam, right? The angels and demons both are considered to be creatures of God. And basically God
Mm.
has ultimate power over them, right? Because even in the stories, as I said before, about Job, right? And even when with Samuel and Saul, right? Because God actually sent a demon against Saul in First Samuel, right? And that demon actually had to follow God's instruction. Okay, so you would find that a lot of these demons or bad spirits, or they say, or spirits of destruction, were actually under the thumb of the God of the Bible. So who is the first cause of the bad, or what we depicted as evil, or what we perceived as bad at that time, right? So that's why they say that the God of the Bible was actually behaving in the opposites of itself, which is not true, because the whole thing makes the whole. You understand? The yin and yang form the full circle. You understand? So that
Right.
is why
So
they say that.
Miss
Yeah,
Julia, so
yeah,
all right, according to evil, because a Bible we are reason about, and
right.
we know say once we are reason about the Bible, if you go in a library, right, it don't
Mm-hmm.
in a the history section.
Right,
Not true.
right,
It
right.
there in a mythology. So
Exactly, it's
yeah,
mythology.
we just kind of there over that part there right now. So
Exactly.
when you look at the story of Abraham, right,
Right.
and the quote unquote God there tell Abraham to go
To
sacrifice
kill him
Isaac.
son.
You get what
Right,
me I say?
right.
What kind of just fit test him,
Just to test
just
his
fit test
faith.
him in faith and whatever, right?
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
in send him up on the hill or wherever with his son, so you go
Right.
kill him son.
So,
So
so,
so
so,
what kind of God is that where really wouldn't really want a man to kill him son, or if he sure say him trust him or him respect him or whatever?
Exactly.
so allow me to,
Isn't that all about attention? Go to Lalibela.
yeah, so allow me to dovetail Miss Julia's
Yeah,
argument.
yeah.
Isaiah 45 verse 7. I form light and create darkness. I make peace and create
Right.
evil. I, the Lord, do all these
These
things.
things.
Right.
Facts. Love it,
We can't
Lalibela.
go around that. We can't go around
Can't
that.
go around it, Lalibela. Love it. Facts.
Well, yeah, say a little, a little. I wouldn't say pushback, You get me? I say, and Miss Julia, know say that when it comes on to the Lord, it a deal with law.
Law.
You get what I'm saying? And
Right.
when you say I the law, because good and evil is also based on you don't know it go,
Right.
So,
characteristics, human
so,
beings. So when they say the Lord now, it's more like the law. So
Right.
sometimes it's not every time we see the Lord, it is attributable to an anthropomorphic character where
Right.
want to be worshipped and praised and no other God beside me and stuff like that. You get what I say?
no, that's
Right.
fine, right? That's fine,
Right.
right? And from a Jewish perspective, relative to that scriptural passage,
Right.
they argue that is talking about the anthropomorphic reference we are talking about, see?
Right. Right.
So
Right.
so so I agree with you. See, and this is why they talk about this idea of complex monotheism. And as Miss Julia mentioned, like probably 30, 40 minutes ago,
Mm-hmm.
The devil, Satan, Lucifer, whatever you talk about, that entity doesn't function of its own agency.
Right.
And from an Old Testament perspective, that cannot be disputed.
Right.
Right. Let me say this really quick. Uptown TV. Yeah, you need to check in, you know. Yeah, man, because me see our reason over one part there, brother. And me really want to know how I go on. Big up yourself still. Check in if you can still, you know. You get what me I say? All right, so yeah, well, 1 second, agree. Since we are talking about the God of the Bible still, make we establish the name of the God and the nature of it now. Great. Go through. Unmute your mic and go through. You were saying something, right?
Yeah, I wanted to reason on the spirit. I heard you said the spirit is breath.
Yeah, breath. Right. Yeah. Are you
We
there,
can't
Greg?
hear you.
Yeah, and you.
Yes. That is
Yeah,
my position, right?
but
You're
confusing
breaking
because
up.
We
You
cannot hear
just
yeah,
you.
I
you
was
just
saying
broke
that.
out. Repeat yourself.
Yeah, I was saying that this kind of confusing to me because, for example, right, I'm breeding dogs, right? I breed
Right.
dogs, and I'm looking for a certain trait in a certain dog, like certain characteristics, certain drive in a dog.
Right.
The dog, so the offspring could have the same type of drive.
Right.
So I'm looking for certain dog with certain spirit in them, like
All right. So hold on now. That is where you're conflating characteristics with
Right.
spirit. You get what me I say? What you're looking for is a certain characteristic.
Right.
The dog, irrespective if the dog have the characteristics or not, the dog still has spirit. You get what me I say? If the dog not have the spirit, you know so the dog can live. Spirit, you know.
What's
We
up?
have to look at hold on 1 second. We have to look at words and their etymological meaning. Now, spirit comes from the Latin word spiro, which means I breathe.
Right.
So that's the reason why the Holy Spirit was considered what? The breath of life. You get what me I say, family?
Right.
So the dog displaying certain characteristics has nothing to do with its spirit. You get what me I say? It just need
Great,
what we
I
call
agree. No,
spirit would be
Greg,
like breath or oxygen. Go to Robert.
Greg, I agree with you. What Imhotep just said was rubbish. I thought that was a perfect example, and I think that is a great way to describe what spirit is. So I agree with you 100%.
Okay, so hold on. So you're saying the characteristic of the dog is the spirit, and when me say rubbish, brother.
Yes.
Yeah, but he spoke about the characteristics of the dog. What does that have to do with spirit?
So he's talking about the example that he gave with the sparrows. He said he's breeding birds and he's trying to promote certain, like you said, personalities in the bird. And he
But that's
wants
still
that to be oh
characteristic.
wait, let me finish. He wants those characteristics to go on into the next generation. That is
Right?
in a sense a spirit. Yes,
No,
that is
hold on. No. That's genetic. That's DNA. That's
and that's
characteristic.
what that's
Hold on, Robert. Hold on. Make me establish something. What is your definition of spirit?
Right.
Because you just said me when I start rubbish a while ago. So go through. No, Google, well on man, because you're a Google specialist, you know. So, anyways, yeah,
thank
well on
you.
now.
That was flattering. Thank you.
Huh?
That was very flattering. I said that's very flattering.
Yes, yeah. Okay, so it is what? The non-physical part of a person, which is the seat of emotions and character. The soul, right? Number two, those qualities regarded as forming the definitive or typical elements in the character of a person, nation, or group, in the thoughts and attitude of a particular period. I would go with number one. I mean, maybe we can agree with that, right? The non-physical part of a person, which is the seat of emotions and character, the soul. But in reality as well, too, if Robert, if you look at, if you Google the etymological meaning of the word spirit, then you would get a different meaning as well, you know. These modern day meaning takes away the essence of the original meaning.
Right.
So let's go to etymology, Robert. You get what me I say? Yeah, you have
And
to
so,
go to
all right,
you have to go
all
to
right.
etymology.
Give me a chance
These
now?
modern day
Okay.
definitions, no, it takes away the essence. You get what me I say
Mhm.
of what spirit is. Because it's from spiro. Spiro, which means I breathe. That's what spirit means.
Right.
When you're going way back, me not talk about the modern day definitions, Robert. That's why I show you some more
Lalabella,
time.
help me. Lalabella, just help me out, Lalabella, please. Help.
No, you, hold on a man, me say. Go back to the etymological meaning of spirit because you say, me say nonsense. So you don't even call upon Lalibella if you no help. When me I say,
Yeah, man.
show me the etymological meaning of the word spirit. So go to because and all the while Google, I go help you, brother, because these modern day definitions, they are not giving you the etymological definitions, feet. So
So,
Right.
so,
you
so,
Google that now and ready to tackle me. So go to the etymology of the word spirit. You ready?
I already got the etymology too, and it only proves my point
No,
even more.
hold on.
Let
Show it
me
on
go
the
to
screen.
right.
Show it on the
Let's
screen.
quick.
Show it on the screen.
Let's chill. Let's quick.
Yeah, show it on the screen.
Just chill, relax. You can
Yeah.
talk in the meantime, Lalabella. It's only gonna take me a
All right, go
second
to
though. But go ahead,
Lalibella. Go to
Lalabella.
Lalibella. Make all right. See, it doesn't find it yet. Go to Lalibella.
yeah, so I don't know my take already, you know, right? Because
Oh, I got you.
I'm messing with you, bro.
Let's go.
Cool, man. Take it
No,
easy, bro.
that's what I mean. Yeah, this
Take
is
it
how we
easy, bro.
build.
You
Go ahead.
know.
But you know what? We can keep it respectful though, and not call people things rubbish. What come
Yeah,
out
yeah,
of your
yeah.
mouth.
But you
Can keep
see,
it respectful.
yeah, that I
But
Robert
continue
sometimes say. But
anyway.
watch
Just
this, Miss
continue
Julia.
anyway.
No, Miss
Yeah.
Julia, nothing wrong with that, you know, because watch this now. You see, how you sound mighty a while ago, you said rubbish, right? Because we
Yeah.
find one little Google definition. So anyway, go to Lalibela until him find the
Yeah. We
etymological
could
meaning there.
continue. Continue in peace.
on know me look at this already, right? And
Yeah.
like we know philosophy is broad. And even if I were to look at the word zeitgeist, right, it means spirit
Mhm.
of the age, the voice of the age, right?
Mhm.
So spirit has a plethora of permutations.
Mhm.
And yes, we can look at it from a etymological perspective where we observe the chronology.
Mhm.
But as knowledge increases, right, people rethink things and give it different definition or modify existing definition. So the thing about it is that there is no absolute definition for spirit. And again, it's just dependent on what we subscribe to.
Right,
Honestly.
but I think respectfully, if this is a an intellectual conversation, then I think the best place to go is back to the origin of
So,
the word and its meaning. I get what I say,
oh,
Lalibela. Me
so look at
feel
it this.
say as a point of reference, like we can go back to the origin of the meaning because sometimes, just like the word God, right? When you look at the original meaning to what it is watered down to today. Sometimes, even though times evolve, these things are watered down and it takes away the essence. So,
So,
because
so
Robert now, the reason why I want to go to etymology is because Robert said, when I say rubbish, that was the only reason why I say go to etymology. You get what
okay,
I say?
fair enough, right? So,
Right.
so, so linguistically, we know that language isn't static. We know it's not dead; it's alive, right? And if we look at this particular word called "gay," in our lifetime, it did denote different things than what it does now, right? So you
You know,
see,
that was a great point,
All
Lalabella.
right. Hold on, Lalibella. Hold on, Lalibella. All right. I put Robert on full screen now, right? And let me just
yes,
read this. The etymology, right? The word spirit came into Middle English via.
Let you finish.
I'm sorry?
I want you to let Lalabella finish. You want to be
No,
done?
I was gonna read it out and then him can finish. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine.
Nigga,
Because
we go spar. We can spar. It's okay. I don't mind. We're on a chair.
all right. Go to Lalibella. Go to. Sorry about that.
yes. So no, it's cool. In a nutshell, right? If we were to stress test your reasoning with the word "gay," seeing it is
Right.
clear that for all intents and purposes, it doesn't mean what it meant originally. So
Right,
if we
right,
were to
right,
go with that line of reasoning, and there are always
right,
exceptions, right? There are always
right,
aberrations.
right, right,
So I do get your point, right? It is very instructive to look at the etymology of words,
right,
and
right.
any of us could do an engram, and we could see when words first came to existence, see when they were most popular, see when they change, and so forth.
Right,
So
right, right. That's a very solid point there to Lalibela because 1940, right? If I call you gay, it does mean that you're happy, young and free, whatever. You're just
right,
happy, or it expresses, or it insinuates an emotional expression,
yeah,
like a
yeah,
personality. You're happy. No,
and
if me say you're gay, it's a different thing. So,
right,
me I
right,
go put up Robert thing on the screen now, right? So, make we deal with this. The word spirit came into Middle English via Old French, spirit. Its source is Latin spiritus, whose original meaning was breath, breathing, and hence spirit, soul, courage, vigor. Its ultimate origin is a Proto Indo European root. So, pretty much, when I say breath or breathing, yeah, Robert, that's why sometimes we have to really go back to these etymological meanings because sometimes these modern day definitions it water down the essence and meaning of it. You get what me I say, brother?
so sometimes it water it down, right? And now you see that optimal word, original,
Right.
that imply that this respective word has the capacity to take on new meaning, right? And when I
Right,
look at
right,
even,
A
right.
new word.
yeah,
It can't be. It's a new word.
right,
The
and
word, listen, sorry.
that's cool. Like when I look at Baruch Spinoza's reasoning as relates to what we call quote unquote God, when he evolved to see a different meaning of the word God, he was ostracized from his community. See, the funny thing about it is that as time progressed, because one can now argue that Baruch Spinoza was the first secular person as far as religion is concerned, right? And a lot of the things that he was saying then was anathema to Christians and Jews. But as time progressed, a lot of what he's saying now is accepted. And a lot of and you have to understand too, right? When words come into existence, it's predicated on our capacity to discern certain things at that point. But
All right. So
as knowledge
right,
increases,
right.
we get different vantage points to re-examine some of these words.
I agree with
And
you, Lalibela, because case in point, even from a biblical perspective, right? Um, the Bible speaks about what? They being what? Filled with the Holy Spirit, not true?
right,
Right? And it was always a representation of that. Them being filled with the Holy Spirit. You get what I say? So even at that time, even in 1611, when they were actually using that word, their definition of it, when they said they were filled with the Holy Spirit, they were in reference to the breath of life.
I agree.
That's just the reality. So the
I agree.
modern day definitions now, they really take away the essence of it. Because watch
So
this now,
Wait,
even in the
it's
book of
funny.
Genesis.
Listen,
Hold on,
it's so
Robert.
funny how you're stuck on breath and breathing and ignores the
Yeah,
fact that it
because
says
hold
courage
on,
and
hold on,
vigor. It
hold on,
says
Robert.
courage and vigor.
No, hold on
Courage
now.
and vigor.
No, Robert, hold on, man, hold on now. Whose original meaning? You know see that part there? Was breath.
And
Hold on now,
what does
Robert.
hence mean? What does
Hold
hence
on. Robert, it says what? Whose original meaning was breath.
so here's why I don't want to get hung up with the original, right? There was a time when we thought Pluto was a planet, right? And when we further inductively reason, we conclude that Pluto is not a planet. Now, if we were to remain steadfast to the original understanding of planets, then we would erroneously, in this time and age, think Pluto is a planet. So we've got to be careful not to go with the change in understanding, though, right?
Well, but remember, say, even one who is, yeah, man, of spirit or filled with spirit, right? It's really the life force energy. I mean, even in Egypt or ancient Kemet, when you see they actually hold the ankh to the person's nostrils, right? The ankh represented what? Life essence. And they would hold it to the person's nostril because it was symbolic of the life force energy. You get what me I say? Now, I
And
say that to say this. I do understand that even in the Bible, the authors of the Bible, they broke down spirit even into an anthropomorphic characteristic. You get what I'm saying? Oh, the spirit came to Mary. Gabriel as a spirit came to Mary and spoke to her. You get what me I say? They actually say, who was it? Samuel? Yeah, it was Samuel was hearing quote unquote a voice and he answered and whatever, whatever. So you see, even the authors of the Bible, they give these connotations to spirit. My point was though, when I said spirit was breath, Robert said it was rubbish. And that's why I said, let's go to etymology. So if we go to etymology and it said it is breath, then the case is closed. That's the only reason why I went there. Because him say rubbish me attack.
Fair enough.
Change that doesn't change the definition of spirit, though. That just changes the.
No,
that just tells me that spirit means breath.
No, but hold on, no. Yeah, but hold on, no. But remember, you know, you are saying rubbish, me say when me say a breath, right? Because
you keep telling me hold on, and you don't even give me a. You've been speaking the whole time and have yet to give me a chance to address this.
Hold on, but brother, but hold on, Robert. Yeah, man, we there a reason we are past the mic. So let me say, if Lali Robert, I gave you the mic, right? And you spoke, right? Not true. No, Lali Bella was saying something.
No, you read the definition and you never gave me a chance. I tried to plug in courage and vigor on personality traits and have nothing to do with spirituality. You didn't give me a chance to finish my thought. You didn't give me a chance to say that spirit has its own meaning. E-spirit has its own meaning. E-spirit means breath, breathing, and hence spirit, soul, courage, and vigor. But that's not what spirit means. Spirit has its own meaning.
Whose background is that? Please, just mute, please.
Yes, the word derives from a previous word, but that's not what that's not the current meaning of it. That's the previous.
No, but my point was the etymology, right, Robert?
I'm listening. I don't want the echo, so that's why I closed the mic. But I'm listening.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. I'm saying, my point was the etymology of the word and its meaning, right? So that was just where I was, because when you say I was speaking rubbish, I had to go to etymology.
Let me explain why I said that. Because when Gray said that he was trying to reproduce a certain spirit, you dismissed it. And I thought that was the perfect way to describe.
No, Robert, he didn't say that. He said a certain characteristic. And that have to do with what? No, but hold on now. But the characteristic now have nothing to do with spirit, Robert.
Of course it is.
But he's talking about the dog, brother. It have to do with the genetic.
He's talking about a bird, first of all. A bird, not a dog.
But hold on. Why you answer me this? Now get the mic. What does the characteristic of the dog has to do with the spirit? Whereas if the dog have a next puppy or whatever, that puppy are gonna have the same spirit as the mother. Got you?
Because based on the definition of spirit, it is the seat of emotions and character. The key word is character. All the birds have different characters. Some of them fly harder than others, some eat harder than others, some shit harder than others. There are certain characters that he wants to perpetuate and propagate, and that is the spirit of the animal. He wants to multiply the spirit, aka the character, the emotions, the non-physical part of being. That's why I said it was rubbish. But when he said that, you dismissed it, and I thought that was a perfect way to describe.
But Robert, the dog, that analogy of wanting the dog to have the same spirit as the mother. Me don't know if Lalibela would agree with that. Then Lalibela, let me hear what you say about that. Then, because Robert is saying that the dog, it's possible that one dog can transfer its spirit to a next dog.
Imhotep.
Yeah.
When in certain cultures, right, like certain warriors, they would drink the blood of certain animals, thinking that they would get that the bravery of that animal.
Right.
So when they drink the blood, what they trying to drink? What they trying to gain?
Courage, bravery.
Which is the spirit of the animal.
No, but hold on. Courage not have nothing to do with spirit, brother. That me I tell you in a real life. Courage, but hold on. Courage is an impulse. Hold on. Courage, yes, courage. But hold on, man. Courage have to deal with zeal and an impulse, brother. That have to deal with the emotions.
Hey, stop! You're gonna give me a headache tonight, my brother.
Because you are. Hold on,
I'm begging
Robert.
you. I'm begging you.
Hold on. You are using strong words to say rubbish. So of course, y'all get pushed back, brother. Nothing wrong
I'm
with
not
that. A reason we
pushing,
are
pushing
reason.
back. It's not pushing back. It's not the issue. I'm having a headache because I feel like you're not being. We literally just read the definition. It says courage, and now you're telling me it has nothing to
No,
do
but
with courage.
that's not. But hold on, Robert. Hold on. Brother, we're talking about. It says what? Whose original meaning was breath. So, brother, the reality is, brother, we don't need to go around the thing. That's why I say go back to etymology because
Imhotep,
I
stop it.
knew.
Imhotep, stop it. Imhotep, please
Bro,
stop. 'Cause
can
I'm
I
getting
finish?
angry now.
Can I
Now I'm
finish?
getting angry now. So,
No, hold on, but you
Imhotep.
can't. But hold on,
You know what?
Robert.
Never
Robert,
let
if you need to get
yourself
angry about this, that means
don't make no
me, I
sense.
gotta just move the reasoning. So what's I going now? Mr. Uptown TV check in. Uptown TV. Yeah, man, just unmute your mic and go through the family.
Yeah.
Cause me not see why Robert can
Yeah,
get
no, we don't
emotional.
have to do the
Yeah, emotional
the
about that.
Yo,
D as
Yeah. That no need no emotions, there, sir, brother. You were strong enough to say
come I could keep
rubbish.
it
Me attack. So
Imhotep,
if me push back,
Imhotep on a
hold on,
level.
Miss Julia. If
We'll keep
you
things
tell
on a
me say
level.
blatantly and brawling, you're talking rubbish.
Right.
And me push back. Me not see the need for no emotion thing. You get what me I say?
Can we, yeah, we're on a level. Let's keep it on the level, even if we have to agree to disagree. The fact is, the names, the word spirit has changed through all the
Right.
generations,
Right.
right? So, if we're gonna agree to disagree on what definition we're gonna use to say whether is spirit or characteristics or a certain trait that comes from genetics, then that is a completely different reason. So let's just keep it on the level. Go ahead.
Right. I'm Christine Black. Big up yourself, you know. Yeah, man. Nothing wrong, man. We can disagree. We
We
can
can agree to
disagree,
disagree.
Robert, but we can't get too impulsive where yeah, I got says, you know, yeah,
We
it
can't
can
bring
make
the
your head hurt,
reasoning
you know.
down.
Yeah, yeah.
We
I
can't
don't
bring it
think we need
down.
to go there, so you get what me I say,
Right.
family. Yeah, we
Right.
can yeah, them say iron charm iron man. And we not have to agree on everything. And that's why it's good for
Right.
healthy conversation. When we don't
Right.
agree with everything and we just reason it out. So Uptown
Right.
TV, me see you across since there, yeah. I want really go on. Me just really want to hear what you say, brother.
Big up Uptown TV. But let
Yeah,
me ask
man.
you
bless
something.
up.
Wait, Imhotep, gray. That's not the same gray. That's a different gray,
No, no,
right?
no, no, no,
Oh,
no,
okay,
no,
okay,
no.
different. Okay. Let me take back my
Yeah,
iron.
yeah, yeah. Uptown TV. Me see your cuss and then sitting there.
Yeah.
I want go on.
Bless up the teacher. Respect my brother. God
Bless up
no.
Uptown.
Yeah, but we never mean forget bring like that still. But you know, respect the brother, you see me I say. Me respect Rick Storm like my brother, you see it. And me see what go on, me not have to go over it, cause you hear me in the live and thing. You see me I say.
No,
So mo-
you know, so me never really have much time, but me just know say the over that cost. So that's why me
yeah,
ask you
but
who really trouble you. You get me? I say.
but Rick knows say me respect the brother my out and the man see me a log in and me just did want to log in for say the other night when me did get Brinkle. Cause me see say he's a soldier in the youth and when me did get all angry and did they talk about the same spirituality thing and them thing that we did talk about. That's why I like all the reason the same way. So you don't know. And that night they will get Bringle, so me they call him to say, yo brother, God no, you know say that night they me dey go and wicked and you don't know what they attack and thing, but me never know say brother would have me backstage and man that the man know say man me around the dog and man make a make it look like say oh me can't come on him panel and them thing the dog. Kind of feel away
Oh,
that.
so
I'm
that
lost.
something
I'm
like that
lost.
go
Who you
on.
talking
Well,
about?
all right, watch this now.
Feel
Oh,
away
then if
that.
that
Feel
go
away
on,
that. Nah like
well,
you.
all right. Well, if that go on in a family, in a real life too,
I'm lost.
me not think you need to cuss man. You know, just make the man know straight up, man. Or even member, you know, brother. Member say me and you are even, you know, friends on Instagram and them something. And if you feel away that you know, you can even look for me and say, yo, Imhotep, you know, say me feel say that's you know a man style or whatever. But when you turn on the live and a cuss, brother, me I wonder if somebody really trouble your family. You get what me I say?
Alright. But yo, make
Yeah,
him
but
know
anyway, I buy
in my
God's
ear
that
still,
still.
I don't know.
Yeah, man, I
No,
buy
in
God's
my
that still.
ear. Yeah, man, but just respect brother same way, but you don't know, that's why I know so good dog, is it? And a genuine love and respect, brother. Me no fake nothing, is it? When me respect your thing, I mean, you see me, so me never expect for him.
Oh, I think me, oh, I
I don't
think him
even know
cut
what
out a
going
while
on chat
ago.
about.
But
I'm
but Uptown
completely lost.
TV, you know, so a couple
Mhm.
days ago, me hear you say you are Rick protege, not true? So, oh, yeah, cause the teacher. All right, look, listen to me. Bygones are bygones. You don't say, boy, that couldn't deal with differently. So I just say it go
Oh, you
sometime. You
really?
get what me I say? But yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're muted uptown. Me don't know where going. Like you
You
get a call
muted
or
up.
something.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, he might have to check back in because you know where it go. Him get a him get a call and it kinda,
Okay.
mute him. Self-made. Self-made. Go through
Yeah, man,
family.
there.
They want to study
Nah, man.
reasoning.
Nah, man, I don't go on through, man. I don't go on through.
All right. Go to Miss Julia, I agree, or Lali Bella. Go to
I mean, where are we going to right now? Because we come off a lot. Oh, see him there, come back. Well, go and make him
You
talk. Yeah,
you
what you
hear
say?
me? You hear me, brother?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Oh, it's
man.
a
You
phone
give.
call. It's a phone call me get. But just so I know, sir, tell Rick say where brother. Is it me? I'm gonna delete the video. Is it?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Them things that you don't know it go, man. You have sometimes you can just even make a man know say here we go on. You feel a way and you start it out because you don't know it go. You get me? And
Yeah,
everything
yeah,
have
man.
to, you get me? I say, yeah, do that
Yes,
way. But
teacher.
that's how it
Everything
go.
good.
Yeah, we live and we learn still. You get me? I say. So, what you want to say about the reasoning there? Because when they talk about Baphomet and Pentagram and all them sitting there, I
Yo,
don't know
you
if
know
I
me.
year early in that, because I know some of them sitting there you love to talk
Ma,
about. So,
ma have the
what you have to
anchor
say?
right there, so I hear the
Yeah?
mention something about. Me have the anchor right there, so I hear the mention something about him. I want to say something about that too.
Yeah, man.
So
Go through now.
the whole right there, so me in the womb. You see it, and then these are the two offspring, and these are the penis. You see it. So
Right.
yeah, man, me like them thing there. But me they are
Phallus.
learning, cause I are the teacher, and me I go anytime I see a reasoning, but me can't stay long still, cause me have to go deal with another vibes. You see me I say, but we are gonna reason still. You see me, but the God thing, me definitely not subscribe to the God thing, cause me feel like it definitely divide us up in a so many ways, because from ancient days we are come up, cause you don't know me kinda subscribe to the Muta Baruka reasoning sometimes. You see me,
Right, right.
and me kind of listen, brother, and definitely, brother. Cause remember the people them say them come give us the Bible and then them take the land and them gone with it and thing, and me feel like them thing yeah really if we talk about little bit more things about like the philosophy of Marcus Garvey, the book where them say right now worth more to us as black people more than the Bible and them thing there, because we don't know say I did Mercy did 54 book, did write make up the Bible, and a man write the Bible and give it to us. You see me? But
Right.
some of the things them say them use some of the scriptures in the Bible for do the evil, and then you can use it for the good. Me personally subscribe to if somebody mess with you, me feel like you have to deal with him. You see me? But other
Right.
than that, but like in a serious way, like if somebody really want, you see me? Put you in a jail or want to take your life, or I feel like a little spirituality and set a little table and light a little candle and write down couple names, and you see me? I feel like if you do that, man, you see it. You know, if you get up and I do it and innocent people, you see it, me find said wrong that way, you see it. So
Word.
I
All
does that me have to take points, you see it.
right, family. So, Lali Bella. All right. So, as it relates to the reasoning or I say, boy, the God of the Bible is Satan, because a biblical reasoning, right? I mean, I say, make you try and establish which God we are taught, because in the book of Genesis, we have Elohim. You get what me I say, and that's a whole different meaning from a Yahweh. You get what me I say, Lali Bella.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, me just want you kind of give your perspective on that. If you think that based on the biblical chronology, right? There were different gods during different times. Even in Genesis, the God in Genesis, a Elohim, them say, and you don't know in Exodus, a Yahweh, them say on the hill. You get what me I say? And you know what the thing goes. So, is it the same characteristic, or you think say are different? Because even in the book of Genesis with Abraham, right? He was in the land of what? The Shinar. He's from Shinar, which was in Ur of Chaldea, right? And he
Hmm.
was instructed by God to leave. But at the same time, the God of Chaldea, right? Name was Sin. So if Abraham was Chaldean, which God talked to him. So from the angle, I want to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, man. So, in a nutshell, right? Even the early Jews were monotheistic. They weren't monotheistic, right?
Right. They were
However,
polytheists.
Right. And
Right.
when they eventually evolved to monotheism, they tried to make things ambiguous by they attempted to merge Yahweh and Elohim, right? But the subject matter experts, the Old Testament subject matter experts, they are of the view that Yahweh and Elohim are two separate entities,
Right.
and
Facts.
and based on their reasoning, and I have to, for whatever it's worth, resign to their reasoning because
Mm-hmm.
they've studied it extensively. I truly believe that they're separate entities. See,
Mm-hmm.
one was a Canaanite god, and the thing about it too is that that audience of that age clearly knew that they were separate entities. It's
Mm-hmm.
just that when folks became monotheistic and they wanted to put things under the auspices of monotheism, they were very they try to be ambivalent with the reasoning. But for
Right.
all intents and purposes, they're two separate entities. And then even the God of the New Testament ultimately, based on definition, become even totally different from the God of the Old Testament. Though.
Right.
Right.
Because the Yahweh was actually the God of the Israelites, right?
Yeah,
And
man.
and
And
right. And after the Babylonian exile, right? I think it was the second or the third century BC, whatever. Um, as Judaism became more universal, right?
mhm.
More than merely just a local religion, right? They the more common name for God was Elohim, right? Which meaning of God replaced Yahweh, which was supposed to demonstrate the universal sovereignty, sorry,
Yeah.
of the Israelites' God. So you're 100% correct. I'm glad you said that.
Right.
Hey,
So
Miss Julia.
Yes.
Miss Julia. I'm sorry to cut you.
Mm.
Emotep.
yeah, family.
You did it. And Miss Julia.
Hi.
Lale, big up on yourself here. Me have
Big
to
up
cut
yourself,
out. Is it?
Uptown.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
big
that's
up
all right,
yourself.
man. Big up yourself,
Yo,
man.
we link up. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Bless up
man. Same
everybody.
way, sir.
All
Yeah,
right.
man.
Love
All
and
right.
light,
Cool.
brother.
Yeah, man.
Love
Let
and
me
light,
say
All
this
love and
real
right.
light.
quick, people.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Ones and ones where they are same way, no. Big up in a dead D. Big up yourself, you know. People, when you see dead D, you see when dead D and us half America are type them thing. Yeah, man. You don't know it go. I respect you. Them just go and do them
Yeah,
things
dead
same
beat.
way. Yeah,
Dead
them
beat.
just type them
Nice
thing
one.
and we just know so I
Yeah,
respect. You
man.
know, give no trouble. Yeah, man.
I,
Respect. Big up on
Respect
yourself. We
dead
have
beat.
I
56
got a
people in the building. Remember, if you just leave a like on the stream and if you're new to the channel, yeah, man, you can
Mm.
leave a subscription. So, me
I
I
got
go
a
give the
question.
mic to,
I got a question.
how forget the mic now if you really
I
reads about the God of the Bible?
I,
And
I got a
is it
question.
great or self-made?
I got a question.
Yeah, got
Mm-hmm.
you.
Where did the Israelites came from to be taken as slaves in Egypt?
Well, that didn't occur anyway. That's biblical. That's
Yeah,
not historical.
I'm just trying to reason from a biblical point of view. Where did they come from?
Oh, well, according to the biblical narrative, remember Jacob, right? Jacob, that's where the name change took place at Pine Hill, right? In Genesis chapter 32, verse, chapter 30, verse 31, 32, there and about. Jacob was wrestling with quote unquote God. Some Bible say he was wrestling with an angel and he prevailed. You get what me I say? And that was when the name was changed to Israel. And in the Bible, it said Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. So that was where his name was changed to Israel. But we don't know the craft with even the word Israel, because as Lali Bella would say, there's a lot of syncretism and transmission. You get what me I said? The Canaanite deity was El. We know say IS was for Isis, RA was for Ra, and remember, I said that's Ra actually represented
The
mind.
sun.
The female represented spirit, and
Right.
that equates to L, which is God. You get
God.
what I say? So mind in synchronicity with spirit equates to L, which is God. You get what
Right.
I say? So you have a Canaanite deity there, so which is L, and you have Isis and Ra over Egypt there. So them kind of create that and say, oh, Jacob's name was changed to Israel. But these authors deliberately wrote that story because they wanted to highlight also the pineal gland, because that's the seat of the soul according to where them say. And that's
Right.
why Jacob said he saw God face to face
Face to
and
face.
my life is
Life was
preserved.
preserved.
Because when the pineal gland is activated, your life is preserved, because at the night time, it secretes melatonin. In the
Melatonin.
daytime, it secretes serotonin, and your life is preserved. So when it comes on to the Bible, we have to kind of look at it from many angles, not only a literal perspective, but from an allegorical perspective. Because remember, say in Galatians 4, verse 24, it tells us that Abraham is allegorical. So if Abraham
Right.
is allegorical, it means Isaac, Jacob, everybody else is allegorical.
Because
Right.
what I'm struggling is like, there's no history of these people before Egypt. So
Right. It's
then, what land do you come from to be taken as slaves in Egypt? That's where I'm confused. And then you have black people saying that they're Israelites.
Well, truth be told, Lalibela can add as well. People will say, okay, so just like if a Hebrew Israelite check in now, right? They will go to Abraham and say, Abraham was the Hebrew, and the word Hebrew means to cross over. You get what I say? So
right.
they will say that they come from the land of Shinar, and as such, they are of the seed of Abraham. And you don't know it, God. In the book of Numbers, it gives the genealogy of Abraham and whatever,
Right.
whatever. So they will argue that. But you can give them the Esther spade and say, but the same Galatians 4, verse 24 say, Abraham is allegorical. You get what
Mm-hmm.
me I say? And once Abraham is allegorical, you can't have no Isaac, no Jacob, no Israelite over Egypt and them
Right.
sitting there.
Fair reasoning, fair reasoning. I agree.
Which is facts. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm
So
self-made. I don't know if you want to say nothing or drop no question to the reasoning, because you don't know it going on. And people, you don't know it going on. Iron charm iron. Sometimes we are going to reason and ones we disagree, but we know our respect same way. Robert and my brother. So this is a little reasoning I can't change nothing at all. You get what me I say? So big up Robert, man. You know what the thing go. I'm self-made. Got you family.
No, mama, just there be a student, you see me? Because I don't know it all, and I'm still learning. So I'm just here to
Word.
just absorb and listen.
all right. So we're gonna go
I
to the what you plan now, Imhotep, to go to the why Jesus was born on 25th of December, since
Yeah,
it's
man. Make we
tomorrow.
go with that, no, man. Got you, man. You know what the thing, man.
All right. Well, y'all know say this date was first asserted by Pope Julius the First, right, in 350 AD, right? So really and truly, there's a saying that says that the East is attached to God because He's a source of light, right? And you know that the 25th of December it is a holy. You know that Christmas was a pagan holiday, solstice. It's actually called Saturnalia, which was actually a Roman feast for Saturn,
Right.
which was associated with the winter solstice, actually,
Right.
right?
Right.
But let's go deeper than that. Interestingly enough, right? If you think about it, when I'm saying light and so forth, you count back to 9 months from the 25th of December. That's March the 25th. And what happens on March the 25th? Imhotep?
March 25th.
Yeah.
March the 25th. Well, we know after the spring
Equinox, the
equinox,
Spring
spring
the spring
equinox.
equinox,
equinox.
but that
Spring
The
starts
spring
equinox.
March
equinox.
21st.
Exactly. The spring
Right.
equinox. No, no, no. Not only that, but another thing is, remember back in that day, right? Prophets and the religious people, they actually believed that the same date that uh, a prophet was conceived is the same date that prophet is conceived to the next world. In other words, dies. So the 25th of March is his conception. 9 months later, the 25th of December. When was Easter? They put that he was crucified around the 25th of March as well. Same thing with John the Baptist, right? John the Baptist is supposed to be opposite and balanced to Jesus Christ, right? And his birth date, right? On it there?
Yeah,
yes,
man, we're
yes,
there, Miss
Yeah,
ma'am.
Julia, man.
right.
Yes,
We're
yes, yes.
there.
But
Yeah.
really and truly, all of these tie in because they wanted to keep that pagan holiday, right? Which is the winter solstice where they used to exchange gifts, right? And have a lot of celebration, right? and all of that. But anyway, continue talking about it, and then things will jog my memory. But
Right.
it's all
I,
about him being light. Go ahead.
I
Yeah.
just want to make a quick notation.
Yeah, got yourself
Yeah.
made, man.
When we are talking about this, we have to bear in mind about the original months of the year and the additional months that was added later on in time.
Right.
Yeah,
April
that's
Fools.
correct. But based on what Miss Julia said, remember that at that time, right?
Right.
It was Pope Gregory that changed it to the Gregorian calendar from a
Gregorian
lunar
Right.
to
calendar.
a solar, right?
Right.
Right. So it still
Right.
applies there. It still
Right,
applies.
right, right, yeah. Because yeah, Pope Gregory had changed it. So yeah, it does
Right.
still apply still. But I
It
do
still
Okay,
does
understand what you're
apply.
okay,
saying, self-made.
Right.
okay,
But got
okay.
But
yourself
yeah,
made. I don't
but
want
it
to don't
does
want to say
if it
anything
didn't
more to the
if
reasoning.
it didn't apply, I would say so. But yes, it does apply.
Now to my understanding, as what I said upon this journey,
Mhm.
come to the conclusion, say, yeah, not go so with Jesus born on the 25th
Right.
Christmas and everything, man. It's crazy how we still hold up that tradition till this day, even though that's false doctrine.
Right.
And a lot of the symbolisms, from what I deduced, a lot of these holidays are pagan, yes, and it all derived from ancient Kemet. A lot of the symbolism is there because I've heard or I came across one time that before there was a star on top of the Christmas tree, I think it was a pine cone, I believe. I'm not sure, only can correct me. Um,
Yeah, man. Yeah,
but
yeah. That's right. That's
Yeah,
right. That's
you're
right.
right. But go ahead.
yeah, man, only can expound, man, because again, I'm still learning, so I want to expound.
Right.
There's this notion of Janus, the two-faced god, seen in the past and seen in the future,
Future. Yes.
January and so forth,
Yeah.
and the whole pine tree, in some respect, based on school of thought,
Right.
also talk about life and rebirth and regrowth. It just depends on school of thought, and the whole idea of the April Fools, when certain things were shifted and people refused to move with the whole new Christian conditioning, and that's a thing, self-made, right? To the extent that people believe that Jesus was born on 25th of December, that has to do
Right.
with Christian doctrine, right? So Christianity was able to reshape the Western world or inform the Western world, and the early people took it for what it was, but as time progressed, with the draconian ways of Christianity, they didn't allow for any other viewpoint other than what they deemed to be their doctrine. And as
Right.
time progressed, we just lost the true understanding of these things. It's
Right.
only now
Right.
that many of us are getting a different perspective and realizing that it's all folly.
Right. I'm
Right.
happy you said
Right.
that, Lalibela, because what the church did as well, was to incorporate these quote unquote pagan
Pagan.
holidays,
Exactly.
right, into the religious practices, so as
Right.
to not even offend the people, because members of Rome did really conquer,
Right.
certain region and stuff like that, and these people had their practices. So
Right.
in order for them to become Christians now, all we Rome do is just take up all the December 25th, because
Right.
them know say here we go on. Once them, take on the 25th of December, they will have people who are quote unquote pagans who
Right.
will, partake in that as well. You get me?
Right.
Yeah,
The
man,
winter
and
solstice. Right.
right, and
Saturnalia.
right,
So
and for
so
the
also too, what they do to justify them, they have other things now when they do it, them do it to justify it, right? So basically after the solstice, right, the days begin to lengthen, right? And there is longer hours of sunlight. Or we know that, right? So they use that to juxtapose with Christians seeing the light of Christ of entering the world, right? So them use a lot of things to justify what them wanted to do in the first place, which it have that meaning to it, but
So
really
true.
actually it was made up, right?
yeah, and to dovetail that, or better bring it home, that syncretism,
Yeah.
we've just got to look in Haiti, right, or Cuba,
Mm-hmm.
where they fuse Catholicism and Jojo, or whatever you want to call the Western
Mm-hmm.
spirituality practice in Haiti, where if you look at Christianity in Haiti, it's a fusion between Catholicism
Mm-hmm.
and indigenous African practices.
Mm-hmm.
Is what they do. If not, the peoples of Haiti wouldn't have embraced quote unquote Catholicism or Christianity. So they wagered and made adjustments. And
Mm-hmm.
by means of syncretism, we have what we call Catholicism in Haiti. But if you look at the
Mm-hmm.
practices, many of it have African origin, West African origin. But
Mm-hmm.
for them in Haiti, that is Christianity.
Yeah,
And
true.
and that's pretty much what they did in Rome when they wanted to package this thing called Christianity so that it would
Christianity.
flourish and it wouldn't
Facts.
alienate or be repelled by the locals of Rome.
Right.
Facts.
So since them I tell we say now the 25th of December are Jesus' birthday. That's why the church are saying them sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
Which part in the Bible that they know? Because
Nowhere.
if
So
we are work
true.
with the Bible now, right? Say we are work with the Bible as the word of God. Say we are Christian and we holier than thou. And we are work with the Bible being the unequivocal word of God. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the infallible word of God.
It's nowhere
Which
there.
part of the Bible tell with the date of Jesus and them sitting there?
Nowhere.
So more we
Nowhere.
know which part that say
Nowhere.
the 25th of December.
Right.
You get what
Yeah,
me I
Nowhere.
man.
say? Fi really it being
Substantiate that claim.
superimposed on us as a religious one and us accepting it to be so.
Right.
Without not asking, say, where in the Bible did it say December 25th or whatever?
But
Yeah,
then
man.
Because the
again, but
reality is, the reality is,
yeah.
while we do understand the esoteric side of it or the astro
Right.
theological side where we know say on December 22nd the sun
Right.
go in the bowl of the earth for 3 days and
Right.
it's born again on the 25th, so to
Exactly.
speak. You get what me I say? We overstand the story there. You get what me I say? But me would have asked any Christian who really believes say tomorrow Jesus' birthday, if he say, boy, we're in the Bible, them tell we that.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Again, it's just cosmic symbolism. That's all it is. Cosmic
Yeah,
symbolism, which is rife
yeah,
through the Bible. But yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
man. Yeah, it's extra biblical. It doesn't have any foundation in the scriptures, right? And
Right.
and this is why even the Seventh-day Adventists, with a subscription to Sola Scriptura, where it's
Mm-hmm.
scripture alone, they
Yeah.
don't subscribe to the 25th of December at all. They don't celebrate any of those because there isn't any biblical basis for it. Real talk.
Right. Historical basis for it.
Yeah,
Period.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. I remember that this December 25th goes even all the way to you can trace it with the Sumerians. Remember Nimrod's quote unquote birthday was also celebrated, on the
Yes.
25th.
Yeah.
It can even go back even to the Egyptians as well, the ancient Egyptians. So December 25th was not the new. It was more like the Catholic Church, more they were like the last to really incorporate that December 25th thing, because them really want to kind of captivate the pagans, them just incorporate these pagan holidays, just like Easter. Because we know say Easter is a Babylonian deity.
Yep.
You
Right.
get me? I say we know say you did Easter, you did Ishtar. But we also know that the sun is also going through Aries, the ram.
Yep.
Right.
And we know it's springtime that and rebirth. That's why you have
Right.
the crucifixion and resurrection, allegorically speaking, because you
Yes.
have new
Speaking.
life. You get
Right.
what me I
Yeah,
say? But these
Right.
quote unquote holidays were really what the church kind of threw in at the mix, knowing that they were pagan in origin and
Right.
pagan in their nature.
Facts.
yeah, man.
And
Yeah, man. So
facts. And
that,
also too, don't forget, like even though there was the Saturnalia or Saturnalia, right? There's also another Roman festival, which was the Natalis Solis Invicti, right? And that was actually celebrated on the 25th of December,
Right,
right?
right,
And it
right,
was
right, right.
right, and
Correct.
that was actually, so basically it was a big Christian feast what them use basically to create Christmas. Yeah, it's a big feast, right? Where them them celebrate all of the emperors, etc. Right? So all of that, them use a lot of things to justify, like even in the Bible, I think is John 3 something, where John the Baptist actually say he must increase and I must decrease.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another cosmic symbology again, right? Where the light of Christ enter in the world. Remember, John the Baptist, I'm supposed to be on the 24th of June, which is the summer solstice. Remember, right? So he's always seen as the direct opposite to Jesus Christ, which is supposed to be the balance, right? The summer solstice is June the 24th, right? He must increase and I must decrease. Same thing with the light, right? With the
Right.
light, that's the
Hold on, Miss
25th.
Julia. Did you
Yeah,
say June 24th or 21st?
June 24th.
Oh, it's the 21st.
Well,
But that's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
well,
I still June. You're nothing
24th.
wrong with that.
We still June, but
Right.
and I think those dates change too.
Yeah,
Actually,
that's the longest. No, that's the
The-
longest day of the year.
right.
June 21st.
Well,
You know,
John the
remember, I know it's June
Baptist.
21st, September 21st. That are the fall equinox, and
Right.
December 21st being the winter solstice. But sometimes, like this, in this case, this
Yeah.
year, the winter solstice started on the 22nd,
20
but
second exactly.
traditionally it's the 21st.
It's the 21st, right? So
Right.
anyhow, so regardless, it's the same period. The 24th is supposed to be in John the Baptist's birthday, or that's the nativity of Saint John the Baptist, right? And that's the summer solstice. So we must always keep that in mind as well. It's a lot of symbolism and cosmic symbolism. But anyway, go on.
Yeah,
I'm
man, and that's
listening.
why so many of them use the 25th of December as birthdays, Dionysus, Adonai,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I mean, Osiris, everybody, you know what I mean? And that's the problem, right? When
Mm-hmm.
you subject people to only view one particular book as authority, then they don't have a counter argument, a counter force. So then many
Right.
of us in this Christian conditioning are of the view that, whoa, I really, Jesus alone born on 25th of December. And you
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? Just not having, and that's the cruelty of Christianity,
Right.
where much of the information that's available in the world were denied of us. And and that's why it ache my heart so much for Noah, so yo, even from a philosophical perspective. And the truth is it happened in Europe too, right? Because this is,
Mm-hmm.
remember, it took for Nietzsche's age to discover the Greeks and all of their philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Because for millennials, the Europeans were even denied that information. But once they came into the Enlightenment, you know what I mean? The Renaissance period and so forth, because they saw so many different references that were more empirical that
Right.
contradict the biblical fantasy. And
Right.
they had no choice but to divorce themselves from the fantasy. And then this is where you start getting, you know what I mean, the whole enlightenment period, like I said, scientific age and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And I would implore one to just look to extra biblical sources when
Mm-hmm.
they're trying to reason out and rationalize that which
Right.
is. And
Right.
yeah,
And also
real talk.
look at the belief and the common thought of the people at that time in history,
Yeah, man,
right?
real
Because
talk.
the
Real,
same
real
thing
talk.
too, like Lalibel, like what you're saying, like that belief system where they actually did believe that the great prophets, they were conceived into the afterlife on the same date that they were conceived into this material world. So basically, Jesus Christ, right, conceived into the afterlife March 25th when he was crucified around that time, right? And he had to be conceived unless he was a premature baby, which they're saying that no, the 9 months, the completion of the 9 months, completion, nine, complete, right? That month is actually symbolic as well. 9 months to make a full
Mhm.
baby, nine is complete, the number of completion, right? So from March 25th, 9 months down the line, December 25th. So it all fit perfectly like a hand in a glove, right? And
Right,
that's why they
because
went with it.
yeah, because remember Jesus, quote unquote, was considered to be the Lamb of God that taketh away the sins of the
Sins
world,
of the
right?
earth. Yes, that's
Now
right.
now when we look at the Western philosophy in that context,
Mm-hmm.
this time of the year is very cold. So they
Mm-hmm.
call it the dark time or whatever. You get what
Mm-hmm.
me I say? And when it come on to springtime now, which was the sun in Aries, that was
Mm-hmm.
when you know new life, rebirth,
Yep.
everything starts spring up back, the time get warmer, whatever, whatever. So that's the reason why the quote unquote Lamb of God take it away the sins
Sins
of
of the
the
earth.
world. You get what me I say?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
in that aspect, that is what they really meant. But
Right.
then now the church kind of water it down and take it so literally, right? That they kind of put Jesus as being the lamb, even though Jesus was what? Representative of the Son, the Sun.
Right.
They get what
So,
me I say?
yeah, so look at this, right? The holy child who was put in a manger amongst beasts. Listen to these references and tell me who they're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was a traveling teacher who performed miracles. He was a god of vine and turned water into wine. Let me omit that one so I don't give it a clue. He was a
Yeah, man,
sacred
yeah, yeah,
king
yeah, man, yeah, man. You don't have to say no more. You don't have to say no more.
Right, no, hold on,
Lalibela,
no.
you know to say no more, Lalibela.
Is a
You don't have to
sacred
say no
king
more, Lali Bella.
who
We,
was
we, we know
deeply
who
rooted in
that
a
man. Go
Eucharistic
to
ritual.
Miss Julia.
No,
Make
no,
no
hold on, no,
answer
hold
that
on, no,
then.
No, make him
hold
land,
on,
make
no,
him land.
Oh.
hold on, no.
Mm.
Seeing he was a sacred king killed and eaten in a Eucharistic ritual, He arose from the underworld after 3 days and ascended to heaven. He was deemed Father, Liberator, and Savior. You know who they're talking about? Actually,
Yeah,
King
man.
of Kings, God of Gods, Sin Bearer. They were talking about Dionysus, right?
Right,
Yeah.
but me the really why you make Miss Julia them respond if they know that Dionysus you
Oh,
talk.
sorry.
Yeah,
Oh, so
that's
you
what I mean.
don't
That
think
say.
that I knew that it was Dionysus?
Oh yeah, well
Okay.
Ye-
from one team say wine, you know. One team say
okay.
wine. There's some
You see,
yeah because
Imhotep,
Dionysus was the deity of
Imhotep,
wine. You know.
I
Yeah.
wanted to omit that one, you know.
And
Right,
don't you
right,
think that
right.
I would know that even in my work?
Yeah,
In my
yeah.
work,
And
alcohol and wine. But anyway, go ahead.
yeah, and that is why you see if people get these extra biblical perspectives also, they'll
Mm,
Right,
see that this person whom they speak of in the Bible is in the New Testament is not so special.
right,
exactly.
right. Because there is syncretism there where the Greeks have
Exactly.
that. You know, the
Exactly.
Exactly.
Babylonians have that with Nimrod. You get what me
Right.
I say? The
So
Romans have that. The Egyptians them have it too. Big up Scara.
so
Got
Imhotep,
you.
like what you said the other day, right? I was politely saying syncretism when you were said thief is more appropriate, right?
Oh
So
me?
you remember we were talking the other day, man, and like you said, Lalibela politely said syncretism, and you said then you
Right.
could look at it as stealing something.
Right,
Because
right.
that's what they did.
Well, I mean, you don't know. So there are some contexts what
Yeah, man, of
where
course.
we
Of
can
course. So
say, yeah, them definitely plagiarize it, but
yeah,
just to be politically correct, them call it syncretism because them don't want to feel guilty.
yeah,
But in
man, yeah,
reality,
man.
them know say here we go and them don't give credit to where it came from.
Where it
Yeah,
came
man,
from.
and then we could argue that it was appropriated, right, and so forth. So
Right.
it
Right.
is it's real talk, and this is why it's important for people to go beyond the Bible, extra
Right.
biblical sources, so they could see
Right.
these things. And when you look at the chronology, there is no disputing that these things were documented before there was a Jesus.
Right. And also, Imhotep and Lalibela, that Dionysus was also the god of fertility. Right? Not
Yeah,
only
man.
Right.
wine, but wine and
Right.
pleasure. Wine and
That's
Right.
why,
pleasure.
hey, Miss Julia, that's why
Yes.
Frederick
And
Nietzsche
guess what
love.
go on now? Guess what go on, Miss
Exactly.
Julia? And
Yes.
guess
Exactly.
what go
So
on, Miss
I don't
Julia?
know why Imhotep trying to school challenge Queen's me.
No, but what on, Miss Julia?
When we say
And
you
guess
know,
what
What?
go
man.
on
When
to
we say you
now?
know.
What?
And guess
What?
what go on now?
What?
When you're talking about Dionysus, right?
Mm,
Dionysus's archetype was Ishtar
right.
in the Babylonian mythology. You get what me I say?
Yeah.
Or what we call Easter,
See.
you know. It's the
Yeah.
same Easter we call, a Ishtar, you know.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
call it
See.
Yeah.
Easter, you know. You get
Facts.
what me I say? Yes,
Facts.
and
Facts.
it have to do
Facts.
with fertility as well. That's why you have the egg and you have the rabbit or
Exactly.
the Easter bunny.
Right. But what I was talking about was actually the son of Zeus, and the daughter of the king. What's her name? Semiel or Dionysus
Ceramis.
was the son of Dionysus was Dionysus was the son of Zeus, and the son of Zeus, and the human was it Semel? She name or Semil, the daughter of the king. That's how
Um,
Dionysus came. The son of Zeus. He was the son of Zeus, but Zeus had him with Semil or Semel or something like that.
Semel.
Semel. Okay, there you go. The daughter of the king. Yes. Anyhow, go ahead. Yeah, man.
And that's why Nietzsche was like, yo, Dionysus is my guy, you know.
Yeah.
And I can be who I am. I don't have to feel guilty about
Right.
any of what
About
I deem to
anything.
be natural.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I am able to indulge in pleasure and fully realize life. See?
Right.
And that's why he argues that this idea of conscience and morality, all these things are for the slave.
Right.
Yeah, so
And
these
in
things are quite
Roman
interesting.
mythology, what was Dionysus called? You remember that?
Huh? In
No.
Roman
Think
mythology?
in Roman mythology, what was Dionysus called?
The Dionysus in Roman
Was think about
mythology.
bacchanal.
The Bacchus, yes,
It
the
was called
Bacchus, yeah,
Bacchus.
the Bacchus,
Bacchus,
Bacchus.
Bacchus, right,
Bacchus,
right, right,
Bacchus.
Bacchus,
right,
Remember?
Bacchus,
right,
okay,
Right.
right, and
okay.
Right.
them have the Bacchanalia that
Bacchanalia.
was a
There you go.
festival,
Mm.
and in a
Right.
Jamaica we call it
We call it
Bacchanal in a real
bacchanal.
life.
Exactly.
Right, right,
Exactly. So I
right,
just wanted
right,
to
right,
tie that in for
and it
you
was a
guys.
pagan festival. That's right,
That is right. There you
right.
go. That is
Mm-hmm.
that is that is exactly what it is. That's exactly what it
Yeah,
is. Very
Sky,
good
so even
discussion.
when them
sky's
a try
falling.
for evil style, dancehall and them something there, that's why
Mm.
you realize that when a bacchanal time,
Mm.
everybody naked, half naked, and them
Oh
something there.
yeah.
You
Except for
know,
me, I wear tights and
That
t-shirts.
that is so correct, yeah. That is so correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like
Uh,
the nature of
yeah, I
No,
know,
that's
man.
correct.
I keep it much
bacchanal.
of you.
No, that's
I'm
You
correct.
just
get
trying
what
to
me I
put
say?
some levity. I know. I was just trying to put some levity
That's
to laugh
definitely
a little
correct.
bit. That's all. But yeah, exactly right.
So clearly, many of
Mm,
these things and knowledge was been stripped of us. How
Yes.
can one able to get back to their true origin and essence of who we truly are and where we came from, and start to really practice what we truly practice? Because Christianity existed even before, um, in ancient Kemet. So how can me know say next week you say I got the spirituality next week, but how can we can get back to our essence of who we truly are?
Miss Julia, Lalibella.
How can we get back to the essence of who we truly are? See, first we have to examine what are we, who are we truly,
Yeah, we have to establish that.
right? And once we reconcile with whom we are, then we can, to the extent that possible, approximate what we would have subscribed to then. You know what I mean? And then, like, for example, right, I would say to anyone that as far as Eastern philosophy, whether it be the Kabbalion and so forth, I think it's important to even read something like that, right? Because
right.
you then find that most of what you see in science was articulated then. Most of what you see in Western philosophy was also articulated then. Even if they use semantic references to make things seem differently, we can find that there was a source from our continent of Africa that pointed to so many of these things. And we can approximate from there. And
Mm,
I some you that look at it still, you know what I mean?
yeah,
The Kabbalions are a good start.
that's a good start. But also too, that and never take away anything from what Larry Bell said, because that is wisdom and truth. And the Kabbalah is a good start. However, never forget, be still and know that I am God. So you have to be able to still your mind, still yourself, separate yourself from the worldly stimuli, right?
Mhm.
And the stimulus that's going around, right? And really seek and allow the spirit of God to move. Like actually come to that spirit and say, open up my mind and give me understanding, like with a real searching heart, and allow it to move. I can't tell you how it will move because I'm not in charge of that. As I said, there's many ways up the mountain, right? But don't ever don't ever feel like as if you have to go to someone else for what is already inside of you. You
Absolutely,
actually have
absolutely.
to, right, you actually have to sit with
Facts.
yourself and and
Facts.
and, and silence your mind and silence everything else and know that I
Well,
am.
well, and that's why it say be still and know
That
that
I
That,
am.
I
that's
am God. And
right.
it also says that the people that sat in darkness saw great light.
That's
You get
right.
what me I say? And you know it, come on.
Uh-huh.
There's so many different references and inferences that speak to your body being the temple and God residing within, the kingdom of heaven being within.
Mm-hmm.
You know, things like that. I see we're one united, so we have to go back to the Garden of Eden. So, what are your thoughts on that?
If we want to limit ourselves, yes. Yeah, like, and that's with all due respect, right? You know,
Mm-hmm.
I was the Deepak Chopra, and
Oh, I
I
love
can't,
him.
and Sadhguru, and there was another
Mm-hmm.
Indian virgin, and the virgin was lamenting the fact that he allowed himself to be limited by subscribing to science. And of course, when you first hear something like that, you're like, wow, I mean, I thought science was it all. And if you look at the Kabbalion, right, the Kabbalion talk about some of the things that science has eventually discovered that the Kabbalion was talking about before. You start finding that that which is more expansive than science can even grasp. And yes, within reason, science will grasp most, if not all, things, but science hasn't gotten there yet. And you start finding that there were certain subscriptions that then was even superior than the science that we have today. And of course, it's baffling to most people, but we have to understand that this plane or the different planes are way more expansive than
Mm-hmm.
science truly is able to accept or explain. And as time progresses, you start realizing, so the Indian man, him have some reasoning, some ideas what them subscribe to that is superior to
Mm-hmm.
science. And then
Mm-hmm.
you go all the way back to Kemet and say, wow, that's why sometimes when I even look at how ancient Kemet dealt with the world, there was a better balance seen in many respects. You know what I mean? And I look at Western civilization, and I think Western civilization is in many respects a misnomer because many of what they've done with this civilization is to destroy the ecosystem. And it's only now that you start finding, yo, they're realizing their fault and they're trying to make these adjustments. And then I think this is how they're realizing, yo, them people who were doing it eons before, they had a better command of this thing. And that's a sad thing about it, where it took 500-600 years, 500 years for them to
Yeah.
understand that many of what they thought was development is really destruction. And then I think
Right.
now they humble themselves and realize, so the Eastern people, they always had a better grasp of this thing.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
But
Right.
So,
how
so
did the
Facts.
West even become so influential though?
That's
it's
that's a
just,
whole kind of ones. A lot of
yeah,
political stuff. A lot of
yeah,
That have to do with what? Neo-colonialism,
that's a whole heap of
neo-imperialism,
yeah.
yeah,
neoliberalism, right?
Mm.
Yeah,
yeah.
it was more like white supremacy. You get me? I say,
Yeah.
Okay.
European domination because the reality is this, Um, Caucasian, when you use the term Caucasian, you see,
Yeah.
even Caucasian term, it's not only referring to
White
even
people.
Europeans. You get me? I
Right.
say, yeah, you
Ripper.
have people
Caucus.
in the Middle East, North Africa,
Right.
who are Caucasian. Them,
Caucus. Yeah.
yeah,
So,
technically. So the thing is
Technically.
this though. Remember, it started with who? The Greeks, right? When the
Mm-hmm.
Greeks came into Egypt or
Yeah.
ancient Egypt, it was the Persians who were on the throne,
Right.
right? And the Egyptians themselves were happy to get rid of the Persians,
mhm.
right? When the Greeks were on the throne now, you don't know how that got. The Ptolemies were there and them deal with the Hellenization of that entire area from Egypt. You get me? I say all the way to the Levant. You get me? I said the Hellenization is what? Superimposing Greek influence.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So whether it might be through the philosophy and the Pythagoras, then Plato,
Right.
Aristotle, you get what I'm saying? Right.
Right.
So they were focused on the Hellenization
Right.
of those areas. So it
Right.
was more like a colonialism in a way, but at that time, use it like that in our
Right.
terminology. When
Yep.
then now when the Romans took over, you remember Cleopatra was the last of the Ptolemies, right? When Rome took over after Cleopatra, them Rome started the whole thing too with Egypt and the whole of that region too. And Rome started to spread them influence on their pagan religions or pagan practices. You get what me I say? So that happened until when the Muslim them forward in about 711 AD and start dominate the whole place too. And that's
Mm-hmm.
how you know how that go. But you see, Europeans now, due to colonialism and imperialism, you realize that them try to dominate the entire space, even militarily, even archaeologically. Because when they actually created the Oriental Institute, right? It was designed to send some man go over Egypt and Sumer, figure study Egyptology and study Sumer, to tell the people them say these were European civilizations. You get what
Yeah.
me I say, family? If it wasn't for a Sheikh Anta Diop and a Theophile Obenga at the Cairo Symposium, when was that Lalibela? 1974 or 75?
I don't remember the year.
1974.
I don't remember the
Yeah,
year, but
yeah, I
I
think it was
definitely agree with you.
1974, the Cairo Symposium, right? It was Theophile Obenga and Sheikh Anta Diop who went against all European PhD scholars and show them say Egypt is a black civilization. So it has always been that case where European superiority or supremacy was always superimposed, especially right after
Right.
1490, when they
Yeah.
expel the Moors them from Spain. That's when
Facts.
everything start again.
1492, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
1494.
right,
That's right.
right. You get
Yeah.
what me I
So,
say?
Check on
so
the
I
Jap
wanted to
is a
go.
special man.
Mm? Say that again. Say
No,
that
check
again,
on the
Annabelle.
Jap. Check on the Jap, as they say in French,
Mm-hmm.
is a very special man.
Yeah.
And real quick, as a spade, the truth is scarce resources inform the European hands. They
Right.
saw how things were in Europe. And if you check it from a simplistic term, right, like the Warren Buffett and the Bill Gates of the world, right, they realize that decadence, um, it kills motivation and kills ambition. And this is why they don't want to leave all of their wealth for their children, right? The Europeans, they knew that it was existential for them to expand, and it informed everything that they did. It was them seeking to survive. And they, you know what I mean?
Mm.
They were so desperate, and that is what informed their actions throughout the world.
Right.
And then the narrative that they revised eventually to make it seem as if they had the superior hand. But
Right.
it's
Or the
just,
superior race.
yeah,
And
superior
a
race,
lot of it is
right?
fear, and also on a genetic platform as well, right? There
Exactly.
are certain genes that are recessive.
Re-
The white gene is recessive, the black gene is dominant. These are just
That
facts. I'm not a racist.
that's
I'm
no,
I'm
no.
from a
And
mixed
nothing
family.
racist about that, Miss
And
Julia.
exactly, these are just
Nothing
facts.
racist about that.
Dr.
Right.
Francis Cress Wilson,
Right.
ISIS paper.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, coming back to the Garden of Eden, because I didn't want to leave that because he just mentioned the Garden of Eden. And, this is a
Right.
metaphysical thing, the discussion. So, the Garden of Eden now, right? How we see it as it's a state of mind, it's a state of place. It's actually symbolic, right? It's actually the place where you can grow, is a pleasant, harmonious state of consciousness where all possibilities of growth can happen, right? So basically, that's the state of mind or the state of place where you are in harmony with the divine mind. That is why when they were expelled out of the Garden of Eden and they were punished, he said, "You shall eat by the sweat of your brow." So now you're going to have to toil to eat, when before everything was there laid out for you, everything was there planted for you, everything was, you just had to pick and eat, and you just had to govern the animals, right? So, and another thing is, you look at the significance of gardens in the Bible, right? Not only the Garden of Eden, there's another garden too. You remember that one, Imhotep and Lalibela?
Are you talking about the one in Babylon?
Gethsemane, right? And
Oh,
also
the Garden
Gethsemane.
of at Gethsemane. But the thing is,
All
Miss
right.
Julia,
Pardon?
I'm happy that you said garden. The
Yes.
Garden of Eden reasoning, because when it comes down to Eden, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember, originally, they call it what, the Garden of Delight. You
Yes,
get me?
that's
I said,
right.
because Eden means delight.
Delight.
And when you're talking about delight, it's more like a perfected state of being.
Right.
Because remember, the Garden of Eden was man in a state of perfection, or a man in a state of divine perfection,
Divine perfection
right?
with God. Yeah,
Until he did not heed to wisdom. Because
exactly.
when them say eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is actually a secretion of the life
Right.
force energy.
Right.
You get
But
me? I said, because remember, I said to the man, yeah, man, him indulged in a what? A pleasurable act. That's
but
what the symbolic story is, because he what, thought it was good as well, right? Not true.
right.
Right,
But
because remember, said them said the woman bite off piece and give
right.
him the apple, and yeah, him bite off piece. So pretty much it's like they went against mind, went against wisdom, right?
Right.
And indulge.
Right.
You,
But
you, you get what I'm saying, in pleasure, and as such, they realized that they were quote unquote naked.
not only in pleasure, because they had pleasure in Eden, but they went against wisdom, definitely,
Right,
and they went into imbalance. But basically, the Garden of Eden, right? What it represents is man expressing in harmony with the divine mind. So whenever
right,
you express in harmony with the divine mind, right, you will bring forth the qualities of being in a divine order, right? So
right,
basically, you are in the state of Eden, right? Or in a state of bliss, and you have a harmonious body. Your body is lacking nothing. That is why after they ate the fruit, they realized that, oh my God, I'm naked. They said, God walked through the garden. Adam, where art thou? Adam, where art thou? Oh God, I realized that I was naked, and so I hid from thee. How did you know you were naked? And etc. etc. etc.
right,
Right?
right. So
But
right,
so that is very, very important for you guys to look at. But also look at what gardens actually mean. Is actually the place for growth of inner self. right?
Right.
It symbolizes consciousness. So even in Gethsemane, right, when Jesus was there crying and saying, "Oh God, let this cup passes from me," and stuff like that, right? He actually came to terms with the divine order. You understand? So it wasn't necessarily a bad place and stuff like that. But anyway, continue.
No, not at all. Because you
Hold
know,
on the Imhotep. Hold on the Imhotep. You
got
know, say,
yourself, mate.
on a big up on yourself, and I take over my back, you know. You see?
Okay,
Yeah,
big up
man.
yourself.
Respectfully check in, man. You know what thing, man.
Yeah,
Big
man.
up yourself.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Salute,
Yeah, Miss
salute.
Julia. So you know, when it comes down to the garden, right, and the Garden of Eden situation, we know what's the era going now. Um, no God, no, all seeing, all knowing. You get what me I say? All
Mm,
doing God. No need to come search for no Adam and Eve and say
right.
where right now. You get what me I say?
I was just
Cause
quoting
first
the
thing first,
scripture.
where
Yeah.
were you when them
Where
did
were
I sin?
you?
You get
Exactly.
what me I say? But
Yeah,
we
yeah, yeah.
also overstand the esoteric or the allegorical
Yeah.
significance of the story and what it's conveying.
Right.
Because you know the Garden of Eden was man or mind being in a undifferentiated state as well.
Right.
You get
Right.
what I'm saying? Because a state of quote unquote perfection, would be a state of what? Undifferentiation. You get what me I say?
Right.
So it's pretty much is like them I say, yeah, what them don't know good and evil. They
Right.
are just what? They are just in existence. You get me? I
Right.
say in a state. And then now the name Eden, because the name Eden means delight, it also refers to, mind being in a state of perfection. Because we overstand, say, the Bible kind of Eden a speak to, you get what me I say? Our
Right.
anatomy and physiology. Because
Right.
remember say that them that but Adam and Eve are, mind and spirit.
Right.
Because
But
remember say Adam was mind and Eve was spirit.
was spirit. But what the point of what I was trying to say, right, was let's go back. All right. So remember the four gardens in the Bible, right? There was the Garden of Eden, okay, the
Right?
first garden, right? Then there was the Garden of Gethsemane, right? Then there was the Garden of Golgotha, right? And then afterwards, they talk about the heavenly garden. Now, what do these all symbolize in relationship to our relationship with God? Now, think about it. In the first garden, you lost your connection to God, which was in Eden. You are cast out, okay? You lost your connection. You're out of Eden. You lost your connection. By the sweat of your brow, that's how you will eat. In the second garden now, God is
Right.
found in the midst of our suffering. Remember that, right? Remember the Garden of Gethsemane,
Right,
when
right,
God
right,
was there.
right.
He is found in the midst of our suffering. And then you move to the third garden, which is basically the hope of his resurrection, which was the Golgotha. Remember, that
I
is the
remember
place
saying
where
Golgotha means
Jesus.
place of the skull.
Right, that's the place where Jesus was crucified, which was the garden, right? And now afterwards, them said that leads to our final garden, which is our heavenly garden, right? The garden of eternal life, where Eden is restored and where we return to the tree of life and all of the healing properties, right? So basically, all the gardens in the Bible, gentlemen and ladies, right? They all symbolize our relationship and many people's relationship in the Bible to God, right? The first one, you lose your connection. The second one, God is found in the midst of your suffering. The third one, there is hope in the resurrection. And the fourth one, the ultimate place of victory and where you overcome death, right? So never forget those things. We must always look at things on a microcosm level, and I know I use the word wrong, Lalibela, but the smallest level, and
No man,
always
no
put
man.
it
That
to
is
the
correct.
big,
That's the right context.
to the big level, as within, so
Yeah.
without,
To
as
the
above, so below.
macrocosm, right?
Macrocosm, exactly,
Right,
right.
right,
So
right,
there
right.
you go. So that's all I wanted to say about the garden because I love all of that stuff. But anyhow, continue. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
man.
don't know why you're calling my
Lalibela,
name.
got you.
I don't know why. Let me know if I pronounce words.
Yeah, but Grey still there. Grey destroyer.
Greg.
I don't know if you're still there in the family or you're gone, 'Cause you're just silent, so. But got you, Lalibela.
No, but
Yeah.
I can't add to Miss Julia's reason. I can merely agree with it. I truly submit to it. Definitely, I totally
Yes.
agree.
Right.
Totally agree with you.
All
So what
right.
you say about
Well,
Saint Nick now? Oh, Santa, what's up? Because me hear somebody writing a chat says Santa Claus come from Satan. So Talk to me about that. Not Imhotep.
Remember that. Remember that. You see, and I spoke about it before, right?
Mm-hmm.
When a mother gives birth, like she give birth the same day, you get what
Mm.
me I say? Yeah, man. The baby gets a thing they call colostrum.
Colostrum.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm.
So in ancient times, they call it holy colostrum.
Mm-hmm.
And as such, they call it saint colostrum. Because
Mm-hmm.
that which is holy was given the name saint
Mm-hmm.
colostrum. And that was where they got saint, right? Class to Saint Nicholas, because at the end of the day, Saint Nicholas or Santa Claus,
Mm-hmm.
right, or Saint Colostrum brought the gift of life, and it came down the chimney because
Mm-hmm.
there's a part of the brain that produces the colostrum. So
Mm.
that's the reason why it was called Saint Colostrum.
Mm.
So I really, the Europeans them kind of take it now and say Saint Nicholas
Right.
that brings gift, the gift. You get what I say? Yeah.
But
So
there was
that was where
actually
you
a
see
real.
these concepts dovetail.
That's true. But there was actually a real monk named Saint Nicholas. And actually, he
Right.
was supposed to be born, I think, around 270 AD or something like that. I'm not too sure, but he was in Turkey, definitely. And he was definitely the subject of many legends, right? They said that he actually gave away all of his inherited wealth because he came from a very wealthy family, and he went to the countryside helping the poor and the sick, right? So basically that is, and one of the famous stories of him, one of the, maybe a myth, I don't know, where he saved three poor sisters from becoming prostitutes or something like that, because the father was trying to give them away because they couldn't afford the dowry for them to get married, anyhow. So that Saint Nicholas, that's what them use, right, towards all of that. And really and truly, I mean, why did they do that? Why do you think that they did that? And also, he was supposed to be the protector of children and sailors, if you remember that.
Yeah, but yeah, again, now you see, it shows the transmission or the syncretism,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah, because from an esoteric perspective, it's in reference to the colostrum, the holy
Yes.
colostrum, which is
Yeah.
the giver of life. Because as me say, once the mother give birth, right there and then she don't start breastfeed as yet.
Right.
So then they really look at it that way there. You know, get me? I say, yeah,
Right.
as the holy colostrum being the gift of life.
But there
And
was
then
still a
now
Saint
we
Nicholas,
realize
though.
that once it got into Europe now, yeah, it kind of
Transferred
transfer
into
a
different
different
thing.
meaning and concepts. It's the same thing
Exactly.
like even Christianity and a lot of these practices. Just
Right.
like how we have Christmas tomorrow, it's a pagan practice. It has
Right.
nothing to do with no Christianity. You
Right.
get me? I say when we have Easter, it's the same thing too. It has nothing to do with no Christianity.
Right. Right.
So these
So
are all pagan practices that are
pagan practices.
incorporated.
But he was actually, but I don't want to lose the fact that he was actually, historically they can prove that he was actually a monk, and he was Saint Nicholas of Myra. And Myra back in the day, what right now is what we call modern day Turkey, right?
Yeah, man,
So
I
he was,
understand that concept, but what I'm
yeah.
saying, the Santa Claus part with the sleigh in the sky and the elves
Yeah.
and them, something there, it's not attributed to that Saint Nicholas though. That's what I'm saying. Yes, there was a Saint Nicholas who was a monk, but the concept of a Santa Claus
Santa
is
Claus, that's
not is
different.
not a result of that Saint Nicholas.
Okay,
That's
well,
what I'm saying because it was really the Scandinavians that started the whole Saint Nicholas thing, the Santa Claus thing.
no, but you see, that's the thing. That you see, these are two different thoughts of. I know, and I know that reference of thought. I know that, but
Hmm.
there's another teaching of thought which says that Santa Claus actually was Saint Nick's, his Dutch nickname, which was Sinterklaas, which is a shortening of Saint Nicholas, which is Dutch for Saint
Right,
Nicholas, right?
right, right,
So,
right.
there are two different. That's why I was trying to say there's two different juxtaposing schools of thought. But really and truly, I think that the one that I said, they used it to basically not verify, but to basically, what you call it now, to say, okay, here is proof that it
So
actually came from something,
right, so
right?
that Saint Nicholas in Turkey, did that Saint
Yes.
Nicholas like go around and give gifts and
Yes, he did. He
and
was
and
actually,
him the
yes,
pan sledge
yes.
too with deer
And
in
it
the
was
sky?
proof. No, no, but listen, it was the proof. And just like how with the tree, them said that the tree prostitutes
But hold on there, Miss
symbolize
Julia.
even
Hold on, not to cut him, Miss Julia.
what,
This St. Nicholas that you're referencing, what's the time period here?
1804. No, sorry,
1804,
1773. 1773. No, no, no.
1770.
1773 was when he came to America.
Come on, Miss
Wait,
Julia.
wait.
Just yeah,
No,
man.
wait, wait,
Get the
wait. No, I'm
number
trying to
right, you
remember.
know.
Hold on, no. May I try to remember? May I try to remember? May I try to remember? No. This Saint Nicholas actually was around 280 AD. This was when
Huh?
Myra was before it turned
280 AD.
280 AD.
But at that time, Rome controlled
He
that
was from
region there.
right. He exactly
So all those pagans would have been, yeah, man,
right.
Rome would and get rid of them. So
No,
you
he
think
was a
at that
monk.
time there,
He
huh?
was a monk. He was
Yeah,
a
yeah,
monk.
but remember Rome them time then, 280 AD,
I
a
understand what
Roman
you're saying.
Christianity dominate the whole of this. So.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to
Right,
tell you is this is another school of thought that has been taught. There are documentaries on the History Channel about this. I was taught about this as well. That's so it's historical fact. He was born sometime around 280 AD in Myra, which is now modern day Turkey, right?
right,
And one of what people renown him as going around and giving away all his inherited wealth. He traveled the countryside helping the poor and the sick, right? And he saved three virgins from becoming three prostitutes. So this is another school of thought. No, I'm saying that what you're saying is wrong,
right,
right?
right,
But I'm just saying this also exists, right? This also exists as an origin, right? And by the Renaissance, Saint Nicholas was the most popular saint in Europe, right? Even after the Reformation. Okay, so there you go.
right. So pretty much in 280, there was that character that was going around and giving out gifts,
Yes,
Mrs.
but he wasn't
Julia.
in red. He was not in
Eh?
red, and he was not in red, and he did not have a beard, and he was not jolly necessarily.
Right,
So.
and just walk around and give gifts. So hold on. Him give it in December or what? How it go? Because um over them side, the Turkey them side, they still, they're not really,
Yeah.
tie into this spring, summer, fall,
Listen,
winter kind of settings more
I don't
time.
know. Pull it. You know what? Wanna Google it for yourself?
No man, I
I'm
saw it
pretty
go
sure you'll
sometimes
see
still,
it.
man. You
Yeah,
see it, Miss
man.
Julia. Yeah, man. But Miss Julia, you know what going on. I
Yeah.
close this off, So
All
I
right.
don't know if you guys want to say your last words, 'Cause over 5 hours there for now, so you know the thing
Okay.
go.
Bless up yourself and thanks for the platform and people, everyone, ones and ones listening. Just search with a pure heart and with an open mind. That's all I have to say.
Right, word. Yeah, man. Lali Bella. Go
Yeah, man,
through family.
and to also add to what Miss Julia is saying, if memory serves me well, even during the World War One, to the extent
Yes.
that Christians even embrace Santa Claus and so forth, or observed it,
Yes.
uh, British Christians weren't that familiar with it at that point.
Yes.
The Germans were more keen and were bigger on Christmas, especially on the 25th of December, than British Christians.
Yes.
You know what I
Right.
mean? So it's quite interesting. So I really love the reason. That's why I was listening. But it is true, you know what I mean? These things have evolved over time. And
Mm-hmm.
many of these things that we think are staple or foundation are fairly new,
You're right.
Right,
And
right,
back to what
right.
Miss Julia is saying, just, try to get the right kind of energy, the right kind of
Right.
frequency before you go into this start thing. Introspect, retrospect, and just try to get to that level, the right wave, the right frequency when you process a thought, and all will be well.
All will be well.
Positive affirmation. And
Bless you.
I think I saw someone where they were talking about they were there was something in the chat about the
Wo-
spoken word versus the thought and so forth, and again, that's also tied to school of thought, But
Yeah.
love
right.
the reason as usual, and I think for all intents and purposes, I think we handle ourselves well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man,
I
before the
think
run there, you get me, I say, Mr. Gaza check in and say,
he's
yo,
wrong. He's completely
he
wrong.
was not Turkish. What I Miss
Myra
Julia?
is Turkey. Go
No,
and
but
look
hold
it
on.
up.
No, but hold on there. What's this
Yeah.
now? He said he was not Turkish, he was Greek, and Myra is now Asia. So, I have to ask the question now.
Hmm.
Where is Turkey?
Right.
Asia.
Right.
Part of it is in
Gaza.
Asia.
Where is Turkey?
Oh,
Right.
sorry, you didn't ask me.
No. I'm just asking that question because Mr. Gaza just running big up yourself still, cause you don't know the thing go. But the way you run forward in family, Miss Clear
Right.
said that, yeah, you threw one curveball to Miss Julia, but yeah, man, I want when they call it now cricket lally, but a long hop. And she
Yeah.
can lick that for six. You get what I say? Because
Yeah.
Come on.
Turkey is
It's
not in Europe, right?
right.
Turkey is not in Africa, right?
Right.
Turkey in the North America or
Exactly.
South America. Turkey in the over Australia,
Right.
right?
So by the
Turkey in
process
the
of
Greenland.
elimination,
Turkey in the nowhere around the Southeast Asia like China,
right,
Japan, and the Hong Kong, them place there, right?
right,
Cambodia, Myanmar, nowhere near the so. So
right,
yeah, man, Turkey in the Asia family. Big up
right,
yourself still, man. You know
exactly.
the
Big
thing
up
go.
yourself
I just
anyway.
little
Yep.
laughter, you know?
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
great
man.
Yeah,
I
white
just
big up
little
Europe.
yourself.
laughter more time, man. But big up still. You know the
Yeah,
thing
And we
go,
man.
have
man.
a
I respect
peaceful
same way.
tomorrow, you
Yeah,
know?
Yeah,
man.
man,
Yeah,
love.
man. This was a
That's it.
great bill, people. Greatly appreciate. Miss Julia, Lally, Bella, Robert. You know it. Got respect as always, family. Yeah, man. We kind of love the combative reasoning more time because it's healthy. Yeah, we don't want no echo chamber. No one bag of yes, man. Every man I
Yeah.
say yes,
And
yes,
we have
yes,
to
yes,
just keep it
yes. And
respectful
no
too.
man can say you are rubbish, you talk. So yeah, man,
Right.
Robert. Me don't feel no way about that. Me just know say if you forward that way, it's so strong. Me I go just say here we go on. All right, make me settle this. So me just say
Right.
let's go etymology. And the etymology shows say the original is breath. So I just say go, brother. A reasoning more time. It's always respect every time, brother. Love and
Yeah.
respect same way.
Respect every aspect.
Big
Big
up,
up on yourself.
Grey. Yeah, big up, Grey as well.
Yeah.
Grey. Yeah, Bridge, check in. Passion Dan, big up yourself. You check in same way. Uptown TV. Hold on, who am I missing? Self made, big up. Who else you check in? You don't know it go
Oh,
still.
passion done.
Yeah,
Very
man.
segment.
I'm call him call him. Yeah, me call him already.
Self-made. Yeah. Yeah, man. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah. Gaza, Turkey is in Asia. So if me wrong, I stand corrected. So yeah, man, correct me there, please and thanks. You get what me I say?
So technically, right, a part of Turkey is in Asia. Look
yeah.
at Istanbul, right? Half of Istanbul is in Asia and half is in Europe, based on the modern constitution. But for whatever it's worth, the
Right,
Turkey that you guys are speaking of
right,
historically was largely Asia.
right.
There
It's
you
in Asia,
go.
right. The only thing is that they are part of NATO now.
Yeah,
You
Right.
get what me I say? Yeah, they
yeah,
are a NATO country, but at the
right,
same time, it
exactly.
was more like an alliance thing. That's all. You
Right.
Yeah,
get what
man.
me I
And
say? Yeah. But Turkey,
Turkey is one of the
remember,
gateways to
say
Europe.
Turkey. Let me just tell Gaza a thing there. You see, Turkey, modern day Turkey border with Syria, modern day Turkey border with Iraq, modern day Turkey border with Iran, modern day Turkey border with. I think the border with I think is it in Armenia or what or Greece? Them have a
Armenia is
certain
there.
little border, but the
Yeah.
Armenia
border
is
with
there.
them there, they are considered to be in Asia, not Europe. Turkey is not a
Exactly.
European country.
Most of the land.
Yeah,
Okay. Most of the
yeah.
land is actually in Asia.
Yeah,
All
man.
right.
Right.
Them border with Iraq, them border with
Right.
Syria, them border with Iran. You get what me I
Right.
say? Yeah, man.
Right.
Yeah.
So all of them
And
countries they in a Asia.
Right.
You get what
yeah.
me I say,
And
family?
Saint Nicholas was from there. So
Right. And
argument done this. So.
yeah, I can't remember the bridge on the river, but there's a particular bridge in Istanbul that demarked Asia and Europe. But for whatever it's worth, Turkey is Asian in culture and
Right,
Right.
right, right, right.
geography. Yeah.
Facts.
Right.
Even though during the time of Constantine, right? He
Hmm.
created the Byzantine
The
Empire,
Byzantine.
and
Yep.
its headquarters was in Turkey, modern day Turkey. We
Right.
get that. You get what me I say? But it was always quote unquote a Semitic, civilization. That's why they say that was where the Hyksos came from,
Right.
and there was even the kingdom of Mitanni and stuff like that. And these were quote unquote Semitic
Right.
people,
Hmm.
yeah. So
And
I
the
just saw
capital
that go
of
still. But
Turkey, which is Ankara, and the
right,
larger portion of the country, they're all in Asia. So,
So let me say it this
right,
way, right? Let me say it this way, right?
mhm.
97% of Turkey is in Asia
There you go.
and 3% is in Europe.
There you
right,
go.
No
right,
one thinks of Turkey as a European country.
right.
Exactly.
Facts,
There you
facts,
go.
facts.
There you
And
go.
and and, and the reason why the reason why that is so is because as well, remember after World War One, you know, yeah, the Ottoman Empire lost the war and then cut up the whole place. So even
Right.
though it's borders with Turkey now, it wasn't like that even 120 years ago. You get what I say?
Right.
We talk.
Exactly.
Yeah. So even that little part there where you see them will say part of Europe. Yeah, that's why them say Turkey is in you know, quote unquote, Turkey will be in a Asia, you know,
Right.
and then say Middle East, Asia, whatever. But if you
Right.
look
Yeah,
at
man.
Turkey's borders, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah, and
why Sumer, you see ancient Sumer did encompass a part of modern day Turkey.
Right.
You get what I say? And Turkey border with Iraq, Iran, Syria. All those
The
countries are in
Balkans.
Asia.
Yeah.
So anyway, thing
Uh,
goes still, but anyway, may I close off things and now
all
enough
right.
respect to you ones
Big up
and ones, you
yourself.
get me?
yeah,
Thank you.
man.
And
Respect, see.
Merry Christmas.
You don't
Happy
know the thing
Utah,
of
man.
Miss Julia,
For
man.
those who
I
observe.
know.
Yeah, man,
Thank
respect,
you.
man. Same to you,
Respect.
you know.
Bye.
All right. Salute.
Yeah,
One
man.
love. Yeah.
Lally better respect, man.
Yeah, man. Honor.
Yeah, man. So big up to Mansa Musa and, you know, yeah, man. Rick Stam, big up, you know. Yeah, man. Ados invented country. Big up yourself for the check-in. Sanja, big up. August Meban, big up. Gunners for life. You know the thing go. Big up yourself. My at root. Big up. Let me see who else there. You know the thing going on. Let me see who else. Michelle Clark. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, you know. Only good karma. Big up. Dead D. Big up. You know the thing going on. Yeah, man. So all of the ones and ones, man. Yeah, man. Give thanks for check in. Yeah, we are closed off that one here still. It was a good little reasoning. You know it goes. It's a esoteric Sunday vibration. So we just a deal with it that way there. You get me? I say next reason I'll be a little musical one still. So yeah, man, just check it out and go and see what go on the channel. Remember to leave a like if you appreciate the content, and if you're new to the channel, you can leave a subscription, man. You get what me I say. So big up on yourself.